national level workshop being conducted by the Department of Commerce, Usmania University. And for the first session, I heartily welcome our resource person, CMA Bhogavalli Mallikarjuna Gupta Garu. He is a multifaceted personality. He has over 2 decades of experience in the areas of taxation, GST, product management, sales, operations, marketing, finance, accounting, costing, and project accounting. He is associated as Chief Taxologist and Chief Financial Officer, as well as management consultant to various corporates and public sector units across India. And he is qualified in BCom, ACMA, MFM, MIOD, PGCDS. And moreover, he has completed 21 timed half marathons and completed 2 ultra marathons. And he is an adventure sports enthusiast, a hiker, and a photographer. And he holds Guinness World Records title holder as a team member for the most people in a mountain run, single mountain. And he has authored so many books like GST, Roll Up Your Sleeves for GST, The Impending Tax Reforms India, Goods and Simple Tax GST for You, Guidance Note on Annual Return of GST, e-invoice, the encyclopedia for the Indian GST, and he has co-authored Guidance Note on Anti-Profiteering and Guidance Note on GST Audit. And not only that, he is involved in so many voluntary activities like Haritaharam program, which is being carried out by the government of Telangana prestigiously. And in fact, he is helping out Cyberabad Traffic Police and in Wipro Circle, and he has conducted road shows on traffic rules and safety and designed a t-shirt for traffic volunteers for the first time and given to all the volunteers from the company. And with this brief introduction, I welcome you, sir, to this session, and I hand over to our resource person. Thank you very much, sir. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you, Ramesh Garu, for my small and smart introduction. Good afternoon, all of you. And I would like to thank the OU College for Department of Commerce for handling such a beautiful sessions, and all the participants who are coming on a Sunday, that too afternoon, and trying to learn something or the other. I'll do my best to ensure that you gain something from this session. So I've been allocated 2 topics for today's session. One is on the books and records to be maintained under GST. So as we all students, right, we maintain some books, right, like our classwork, homework, textbook, assignment book, and everything. Similarly, registered taxpayers also have to maintain certain set of documents or books they have to maintain for the day-to-day operations. Why they have to maintain these books of accounts? You may have a question. Sir, I'm a businessman. Why should I maintain my books? So in normally commerce accounting, we always study, right? You need to maintain a day book, which is your cash book, your purchase book, your sales book, all those things. Similarly in GST also, we have to maintain, apart from these books, some additional information like how much is the tax I need to pay, how much is the tax I have paid, how much is the input tax credit I have availed, what are the goods I have manufactured. Apart from that, we also need to issue certain documents like my tax invoice, bill of supply, receipt voucher, payment voucher. So we'll discuss about all these things in this session basically. So this is about my introduction, which Ramesh sir has already explained. I'm skipping this one. And these are the books which I've authored and co-authored. And please make sure that whatever I'm sharing today with you all or discussing today is not anybody's interpretation. It is my own interpretation. Please read in this way. Because it is a law, end of the day, it is open for interpretation. Though it is written in simple English, it all depends where the commas are placed, where the full stop is placed, where apostrophe is placed, and that results in interpretation basically. And the agenda is introduction. We have covered that. What are the books? What are the records we need to maintain? And then we can have a small Q&A session basically. So if you see here, the books of records has to be maintained as per section 35 of the CGST Act. Now, many of you are aware what is an act, what is a notification, what is a circular, and what are rules. An act is passed in the House of Parliament. That is the overall binding on all the taxpayers and tax officials. And the provisions of the act cannot overrule my constitutional provisions. So act as what is GST, how it is to be levied. The procedural aspects are given in the rules basically. So if you see CGST Act, we have correspondingly CGST rules. One CGST rules that tells the procedure and the processes. Now, then what will the notifications contain? The notifications contain the amendments made to the provisions of the Act and the rules from time to time. Then we are hearing another word called circulars. Circulars are operational directive for the department officers given by their authorities. They will tell how the process has to be done for an audit or verification of a return. So we need to keep in mind that a circular cannot override the provisions of the notifications, neither the rules nor the act. Similarly, notifications cannot override the provisions of my rules and act. Rules cannot override the provisions of my act, and act cannot override the provisions of the Constitution of India. So whenever there is a conflict, first we need to see the major document, that is the act. Is it in contravention with the provisions of the Constitution? If there is any difference, then we can approach the judicial mechanism basically. So section 35 talks about what are the records and the books of accounts which a taxpayer has to maintain. If I'm a manufacturer, then I have to maintain a production register. This production register is nothing but what are the quantities I have manufactured, how much wastage or scrap I have generated, and what is the inputs I have given to get this production output basically. In a nutshell, what we have learned in our classes, right? Input output ratio. If I give 100 tons of clinker, I may get 85 tons of cement. So 85 tons of cement is maintained here. I may get 20 tons of fly ash, which is a byproduct. So even that byproduct details are to be maintained because we sell those byproducts and make some money out of that also. So my production register will maintain the main product as well as the byproducts or joint products in the whole process of my manufacturing. So what is manufactured batch wise? If it is a pharma industry, we have to maintain the batch wise basically. Or if it is in some industry like automobile industry, there may be a lot concept. We need to maintain lot wise details. That is available in my production register. Then what is my inventory register? It is nothing but what are all the raw materials, consumables which I have purchased. I'll be maintaining what is my opening stock in this register, what is the material I purchased during the course of the tax period, then what is the things which I have consumed or sold, then what is my closing stock. So inventory register also has to be maintained by all the taxpayers. Then ITC availed. So as you must be aware by now, what is input tax credit? Input tax credit is nothing but the differential in the tax on my purchases and sales. This will be always positive if I take it from sales to my purchases basically. So how much I have availed and how much I have utilized, that has to be maintained. Another thing what has to be maintained is how much is the tax I need to pay and how much is the tax I have paid. As we all know that we follow mercantile system of accounting. So in the mercantile system of accounting, we have a corresponding debit and credit. If I make a sale today, I need to remit my taxes in the next month. So I am creating an accounting entry for my tax payable when I make a sale accounting entry in my system. That is my payable account. And on the due date for GST, it is for some taxpayer, it is 20th, and for some it is 22nd, and for others it is 24th. On that day, I'll transfer my payable account to paid account and discharge my tax liability. So this is what we have to maintain, one register for my output tax liability. Then outward and inward supplies. This is nothing but your purchase register and sales register. What are these two documents? If it is a purchase register, what are all the purchase of raw materials, consumables, packing material, which I made it from different suppliers, paying taxes or without payment of taxes. That I need to maintain. Then outward supplies register, that is my sales day book or sales register. This will contain to whom I have sold, basically what I have sold, what price I have sold, what is the tax I have collected from them. All this information is available in my purchase register. Apart from that, the section also clearly says that if the commissioner feels that any other set of documents have to be maintained, that will be notified. Now, if you see this right, this is a safe harbor clause, I would normally say that. Reason is, today, these are the 5 sets of documents we are telling that every taxpayer has to maintain. Tomorrow, there is a change in the provisions of the law and the way business is being carried out. There, say for example, today, because of the COVID or demonetization, we are having like online payments, right? If I go to a normal small vendor on the street, across the street, I'm making payment through my Paytm or through my Google Pay or Phone Pay. So the officer may say that please maintain an electronic cash receipt ledger. For that, they cannot wait for the parliament to pass an act for the amend the act and then get it notified. It is going to lot of time. So what they've said is through the procedural aspects, if any other additional document has to be maintained, then the commissioner can notify it. Once it is notified, it will be updated in the relevant rules of the CGST Act. So that document can be given at any given point of time. Then, for example, let us take an example like my Tata Motors. Tata Motors has a manufacturing plant in Ahmedabad, near Ahmedabad, Sadanand, where these Tata nano cars are manufactured, Jamshedpur, Pune. Now, since they're located in 3 different locations, though Tata Motors may be one legal entity, they're spread across India. So in that case, they have to maintain books of accounts for each location separately. Reason is they're having 3 different registrations under GST. Now, let's go one step in detail. Say in Pune also, they're having one plant where they're manufacturing it. Now, for Tata Motors, there may be some ancillary units. And they may have registration or place of business in more than one place in Maharashtra itself, which is in Pune and one is in Nagpur. So in that case, they have to maintain separate books of accounts for both the locations. For Nagpur location separately, and for Pune location separately. Where they have to maintain in all cases, where in the GST registration of the taxpayer, where they have registered it as an additional place of business. So we have something called like our Facebook page, right? Like a Facebook URL. We have something called gst.gov.in URL is there. So under that provision on that particular website, I can go as a taxpayer, log in, and if I have multiple locations, I will go and register those locations where I'll say that my purchase and sale is also happening there along with my production. So location wise, we need to maintain this information. Now, we are seeing this as a manufacturer or as a trader. Now, there are cases like cold storages, you must have heard of it basically. Now, what is a cold storage? Now, assuming that this is a soya bean season basically, I have a good harvest. If I sell in the market today, I may get 100 rupees per kg. Let's take it for a theoretical example. But if it is an off season, then the price may shoot up to 200 rupees or 300 rupees also. So what will I do? I will go and store my soya beans in a cold storage. I cannot own that cold storage because it is very expensive and it's having huge space of land, which is not required for me that much amount of land. So what I'll do is I'll go and store there. The cold storage operator or owner has to maintain who has come there, who is storing their goods, what they're storing, how much quantity they're storing, when they started stacking there or storing there, and when they have removed it. So that details have to be maintained by a transporter or an operator of a godown or a warehouse or a cold storage. Even they have to maintain such information as per the provisions of the law. Then additional records can be asked by the commissioner to be maintained in case of certain category of taxable persons. This is also a safe harbor clause, we call it normally. Today, we are having an online commerce business, right? 10 years back, we never imagined that. So assuming that after 10 years, the business changes, then it is not easy to go and amend the act. So for e-commerce operators or online business, we can tell them that maintain separate set of records. Even has that powers are there with the commissioner to notify from time to time. Then every taxpayer who has to maintain books of accounts, that means everybody has to maintain. There is no escape route or exemption for maintaining the books of accounts or records for the taxpayers. If a taxpayer's turnover is about 2 crores in a financial year, his or her books have to be audited and certified by a cost accountant or a chartered accountant on year basis, and they have to file separate returns. I'm not going into the what documents they have to file because already the return session must have been covered for you in the previous session. And there are exempted cases of taxpayers where those books are audited by CAG, Comptroller and Auditor General of India. So certain exemptions have been provided from the audit mechanism. Then the question may arise is, if I do not maintain my books of accounts, what will be my impact being a taxpayer? It is very simple. As a student, if you do not maintain a classwork, basically what will happen? We cannot do our revision once we go home or prepare for exams more effectively. Similarly, if I'm a taxpayer and if I do not maintain my books of accounts under GST as prescribed in section 35, then there are compliance costs associated with it. What are they? Departmental officers can issue notices under section 73 and section 74. What are these two sections? Section 73 says that by mistake I have not maintained my books of accounts and the penal provisions are very less. Section 74, intentionally you have not maintained your books of accounts. Your intention is to create fraud. So in both the cases, department can levy penal provisions on the taxpayers. The process of penalties can be initiated under section 73 and section 74, and penalties can be levied as per section 125 and section 122 also. So section 125 clearly says that wherever you have to issue tax invoice, if it is not as per the provisions of the law, the penalty amount is 10,000 rupees or tax amount, whichever is higher. Imagine for a restaurant like Chutneys, where they have a lot of footfalls on day-to-day basis. If they don't issue a tax invoice properly, they can levy 10,000 rupees per invoice. So my cost of non-compliance is always higher than my cost of compliance. If I need to be compliant under tax provisions, I can hire a chartered accountant or an accountant with knowledge and pay him 30,000 rupees or 1 lakh based on the person who I'm engaging for my business. But if that is not the case, my cost of non-compliance is very, very huge. Then for how many years or days I need to maintain my books of accounts or records? So we must have seen in the return session, basically, every taxpayer has to file an annual return. So the provision says that 72 months from the date of filing of my annual return. So for financial year 18-19, the last date for filing of annual return is 30th December or 30th November 2020. So from 30th November 2020, they have to maintain for a further period of 72 months. That is precisely 6 years. Now, a question may arise for many of my friends who are listening through this Zoom meeting or through the YouTube. Sir, there is a pending provision, pending assessment with my departmental officer, or there is an appeal which I have filed it because I am not happy with the order given by the officer, and it has crossed more than 72 months. So in such cases, the provision says that within 1 year, from the period of 1 year, you need to maintain those books of accounts. That is, for 2018-19, I may get an order on my favor in 2026. So from 2026, again, I need to maintain it for 72 months, and 1 year extra also I need to maintain. Now, like any other documentation which business has to maintain, under tax also, there are 7 to 8 different set of documents that has to be maintained by the taxpayer. What are they? One is tax invoice, second one is bill of supply, third one is debit notes or credit notes, fourth one is receipt voucher, fifth one is refund voucher, sixth one payment voucher, seventh one delivery challan. There are two other more documents also, we can call them. One is e-way bill and the other one is e-invoice, which it will be discussed after my second session by another resource person. So these are the set of documents for every transactions. They have to be issued based on the nature of transaction. Like a student has one roll number, right? Or in every hall ticket has one hall ticket number. Similarly, every transaction is mapped with a single document number so that there is no confusion. Which document, what to issue, when to issue, how to issue, why it has to be issued. That is what we are going to discuss now. So tax invoice has to be issued by every taxpayer or a taxpayer person registered under GST. They have to be issued whenever there is a physical movement of goods or whenever it is being made available to the recipient of the goods. Now, we have seen that GST is a single law for both my goods and services. The question may arise, sir, does it mean that I need not issue a tax invoice if I am providing services? No, you are supposed to issue tax invoice even in case if you are providing services, but the treatment is a bit different in such cases. So the tax invoices, there is some confusion on the slide. I'll not show that slide, but I can explain you those provisions. Now, what it says is, so today I'm a goldsmith, assuming that I'm running a jewelry business. And in jewelry business, what happens is, till my buyer sees those designs, he will not accept or I cannot treat it as a sale. As a goldsmith, I'm manufacturing or I'm making some chains manually or through machine process. I made say 10 chains. I go to Lalita Jewelers. I show them there. When I take those goods to Lalita Jewelers, does it mean the sale has happened? No. Once Lalita Jewelers accepts that, then only sales happen. Now I'm a first time goldsmith entering into the market. So the Lalita Jewelers who is selling my jewelry may not have confidence on me because I prepared one new design which is unique and nobody has seen that in the market today. So in such cases, Lalita Jewelers may say that, Gupta ji, you please keep your designs here, the chains here. When it is sold, we will pay you money. So this is normally called as sale or purchase basis in commercial parlance, basically. Sale on approval. So it is sold once Lalita Jewelers customer purchases that. So what they say that even in such cases, you need not pay taxes because there is no sale happening immediately. So in such case, what the law says is within 6 months from the day I give those jewelry to Lalita Jewelers, or before 6 months, if the sale happens, that has to be treated as my time of supply and tax invoice has to be issued. So in case of sale or approval basis, tax invoice need not be issued within or at the time of movement of goods. There is a provision which says that within 6 months or sale, whichever is earlier, the tax invoice has to be issued. Now, there is one more exemption also, the second one, which says that I've taken a registration newly basically. Now you must have seen it in the newspapers everywhere that there is a lot of fraud is happening under GST because of deemed registration. So today the provision says that above 40 lakhs in case of goods, I need to take for registration. During this month, my turnover has crossed 40 lakhs. So as per the provisions, I go and apply for my registration. Now, when I apply for my registration, it is not instantaneous. It may take from 3 days to 1 month based on the conditions, various conditions basically, and state to state. In such cases, I cannot lose business, right? If I do not give a tax invoice, my customer, who is a B2B person, cannot take input tax credit. So in such cases, the provision says that within 30 days of filing of the registration number and you are getting it, if any sale has happened, you can go and issue a tax invoice for all such transactions. So this is a business friendly measure. Then there is another case like suppose today I go to a roadside kirana shop basically. His turnover is more than 40 lakhs and he has taken a registration under GST. Now, if I go to a kirana store, I will order some atta, I will order some upma rava, I will order some chili powder, onion, something like whatever is that. Is that practically feasible for the kirana owner to issue a tax invoice for all my purchases? It is not practically feasible. If I am ordering 10-15 items, then he will do that. But I may go there and purchase 1 rupee sachet shampoo basically. So will he issue a tax invoice? It is a very cumbersome and time consuming process for both of us. I need to wait till that vendor gives me that 1 rupee tax invoice for purchase of a shampoo. Keeping these practical issues in mind, the government has said that, okay, in such cases, if the transaction value including taxes is less than 250 rupees, you may not issue a tax invoice if both the buyer and seller agree. So in that process, what is happening is I am saving my time. I go there, pay him 2 rupees or 5 rupees or 10 rupees, take the goods and just walk out. Else I need to wait for half an hour or 10 minutes or 5 minutes for him to make that bill and take. And by the time I take it, if I'm a registered person, I'll be issuing a tax invoice. We have also seen that under the provisions of the law, we have something called composition taxpayer, which I am sure that you must have been already discussed in the previous sessions by other resource persons. So a person registered under composition scheme will not issue a tax invoice, but he issues a bill of supply. So in such cases, the amount has been capped at 200 rupees. So these are some exemptions given for issue of tax invoices. There are certain other exemptions also, like if I'm a banker. Say for example, I'm an SBI owner. Now in case of SBI, there will be large number of branches. That is perfect. And as a businessman, you come to me, you purchase a demand draft today. Tomorrow, you will ask me to issue a RTGS. Day after tomorrow, you will come and ask me to issue one checkbook. After 10 days, you'll come and say that I need a bank guarantee to be given to one of the tenders which I'm participating. Can you give me a bank guarantee? For that, I'll charge some amount and on that GST is applicable. So for each and every small transaction as a banker, it becomes very tedious and challenging for me to issue a tax invoice. So in such cases, it says that you can issue within a period of 3 months. A consolidated tax invoice can be issued for all such transactions, sorry, 45 days. So we have certain exemptions in those categories for specific class of taxpayers. Now, we have seen what is a tax invoice, why it has to be issued, and whom it has to be issued. Now we'll see the other document, which is called credit note. What is this credit note? As per the accounting parlance, whenever I make a sale, I am debiting my customer. If my customer gives the money, I'll credit my customer and debit my bank account. That is a simple accounting entry which we pass. But say for example, my customer comes back and says that Gupta ji, COVID chal raha hai market mein, I cannot pay you all this 10,000 rupees. Can you give me 1,000 rupees discount? I'll say, okay, since you're my old customer and since I have a lot of business with you and I trust you, I'll say, okay, I'll give you 1,000 rupees credit note. That means I'm knocking off or I'm reducing the liability which my customer has to pay to me from 10,000 to 9,000 rupees by way of a document called credit note. Or it can be for price difference also. So I can say that at the time of selling the goods, by mistake, my accountant has entered 11 rupees in place of 10 rupees per unit. So even in such cases, I need to issue a credit note. Or the quality of the goods or services which I have supplied may not be up to the mark. So if my sale is happening ex factory works to my customer, that means till the goods reach my customer's gate, I am responsible for all the keeping the goods in condition and delivering it there. Say for example, I am shipping some glass beakers. The customer has asked to supply 100 glass beakers and I've issued an invoice for 100. In the transit or in the journey or during the movement of goods, 5 beakers got damaged. Will my customer pay? No, because my commercial contract says X delivery, X works of my customer. So for this 5 units, because of the breakage, he is not going to pay me. So in such cases, I need to issue a document for this 5 units called credit note. We need to keep one point in mind under GST. Only the supplier of goods or services can only issue the credit note. The buyer or the recipient cannot issue the credit note. Another thing, is there a time limit for me to issue credit notes? Yes, there is a time limit for the issue of credit notes. The credit note has to be issued before September of the next financial year or before filing of the annual return, whichever is earlier. So because if I'm issuing a credit note, which means that the departments or the government's revenue is getting reduced. So the government wants to safeguard that because every year they come out with a budget, right? In the month of Feb. This is the budget, first week of Feb, they come basically. This is my revenue, expected revenue. This is my expected expenditure. If there is a credit note which is issued after 10 years, then the government's planning will go for a toss. That is why they said that it has to be issued before September or before filing of your annual return, whichever is earlier. Similarly, debit notes also has to be issued by the taxpayers. Why a debit note is issued? My customer has asked me to ship 10 units. but by mistake, my packing boy has shipped 12 units. So for difference of these 2 units, I can issue a debit note. Or there is an increase in the price. The commercial discussion is going on between me and my customer, but there is an immediate requirement of the goods. My customer says, sir, you may send these goods at this particular price. If there is any price difference, I'll pay you subsequently, which is mutually agreed. I am shipping the goods today at 100 rupees. But tomorrow, both of us conclude to agree that I'll pay, my customer will pay me 101 rupee. For this differential 1 rupee, I will issue a debit note because I need to get more money from my customer. That means his debit balance has to increase. So a debit note has to be issued by me. Similar to my credit note, only the supplier of goods or services can issue this debit note. Now, we have seen tax invoice has to be issued. Now, the government is very clear under GST. It does not want all the taxpayers to go through the bureaucratic approach. It says under self-assessment mechanism, which means I always trust you. Please do the way you want to do the business, but ensure that these provisions are adhered to me basically. So what it says is, you don't worry, whatever format is your tax invoice, you can issue a tax invoice in a triangular format or a circular format or a square, whatever is that, it is not my botheration. But please ensure that this information is maintained in the tax invoice. For the government to keep track of the revenue, what information they look at it? They look at it, who is the buyer, who is the seller, what is the GSTN number. Like every student has a registered roll number. Similarly, every taxpayer has a unique number called GSTN number. The GSTN number of the buyer, GSTN number of the seller, what are the goods sold, what is the unit rate, what is the place of supply, what is the taxable value, what is the tax amount, what is the description of the goods, what is the unit of the measure, on what date this tax invoice is issued, what is the total value of the invoice, who is signing this invoice, and importantly, the HSN code, which is Harmonized System Nomenclature Code. All this information has to be mentioned on the tax invoice mandatorily. Whether you issue the invoice manually or you issue the invoice computer generated invoice, department is not bothered as long as you mention all this required information. So this is the total information that has to be maintained on the tax invoice. And one more important thing the department says here. What is that? It says every document or tax invoice which is issued should be unique in nature. What does it mean? It says it should be unique for every financial year. Normally, we have a habit, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we started. If in the year 1920, I started with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, next year, I cannot have the same sequence number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it has to be unique for each financial year. In that case, what I will do, I'll start today with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Next year, I will start with 10,001, 10,002, 10,003 like that. After in the third year, I'll start 1 lakh 1, 1 lakh 2, 1 lakh 3. This is one way of doing that. Another way, A0001, B001, C001 for each financial year. Or which we come across commonly is 1 followed by financial year 1920 followed by prefix or suffix that can be used. So that has to be unique for each financial year and it should not be more than 16 digits. It can be alphanumeric. That means it can has both alphabets and numbers. And special characters, only two special characters are allowed to be shown on the tax invoice number. One is dash, other one is hash. Only these two has to be shown on my tax invoice sequence number. Now, in case if I'm export of goods or services, so there is some unique or different requirement to be shown on the tax invoice. That is, if goods are being exported, they have to mention supply meant for export or supply to SEZ unit or SEZ developer for authorized operators on pay GST or without payment of IGST. So you must have seen in your previous sessions that what is exports, why exports are treated separately. So if it is an export, this wordings has to be mentioned very clearly on the tax invoice. And for exports, three other key elements also has to be mentioned separately. That is name and address of your customer, where the goods are getting delivered, and to which country the goods are being shipped. These three additional pieces of information also has to be mentioned on the tax invoice in case if it is export of goods or services. We have another document called invoice cum bill of supply. We have heard of it a few minutes back. One is tax invoice and other one is bill of supply. Now, what is this invoice cum bill of supply? Invoice cum bill of supply is a document which is issued by a taxpayer where he is supplying both taxable and exempted goods or services together. Say, for example, I go to a Kirana store. I purchase toothpaste and shaving cream. Both are taxable under GST, 18%. Now I'm also purchasing a flat rice, that is poha, which we call it. That is unpacked, unbranded. That is in loose, I'm purchasing 1 kilogram of poha also. Now in such cases, this is an exempted item. Will my Kirana store give me two documents? One for my paste and my shampoo, one invoice, and for my poha, separate document? It is a time consuming and cumbersome process. So government said, if taxpayers are having both taxable as well as exempted supplies, they can issue one common document called invoice cum bill of supply. Now, we have seen what is tax invoice, why it has to be issued, when it has to be issued, what are the elements of the tax invoice. Now, in how many copies I need to issue? So the provision clearly says that the tax invoice has to be issued in 3 copies. One for the buyer, second one for the transporter, third one for my file copy. In other words, as the tax laws, it says original for recipient, duplicate for transporter, triplicate for my supplier. So this is a provision which is same copy pasted from my erstwhile central access provisions. And in case of supplies, there will be no transportation of goods. So in that case, they have talked about only 2 sets of documents to be issued in 2 copies, my tax invoice, original for buyer and duplicate for supplier. Now, apart from that, you must be hearing of late in the social media and on the mainline newspapers, everything called e-invoice. So if e-invoice is issued, which is technically termed as form GST INV01, which will be discussed in the last session of this program basically. So that e-invoice, if it is issued, then your duplicate, triplicate copies need not be issued as per the provisions of the law. So today e-invoice is mandatory for taxpayers above 500 crores, and from 1st of January 2021, it will be mandatory for taxpayers having above 100 crores. Now, we discussed about invoice cum bill of supply, where I have both taxable as well as exempted supplies. Now I have only exempted supplies. That means I'm a person who has taken registration under composition scheme. Second category. If I have taken a registration under composition scheme, for enabling ease of doing business and reduce the compliance burden on the small taxpayers, this composition scheme is introduced, which clearly says that the composition taxpayer will not take input tax credit, neither will he charge taxes from his customers. So in such cases, they will issue a document called bill of supply. Again, if my bill of supply, if my transaction value is less than 200 rupees, I need not issue a bill of supply. Now, there is another concept called receipt voucher document. Now, what is the receipt voucher? Receipt voucher is a document which I give it to my customer in case he pays me advance before I could make supply of goods or services. As per the initial provisions of the Act and the notifications, on every advance receipt from your customer, be it for supply of goods or services, receipt voucher has to be issued and reported. The amount of receipt voucher will also include the tax amount. So if I received 1 lakh of rupees as advance from my customer, that means 1 lakh is inclusive of my GST. When I have to issue my receipt voucher, that we must have discussed in my time of supply provisions. So under VAT, we never had this issue of a receipt voucher or paying taxes on advance received from customer, neither in central excise. This was becoming a challenge for all the taxpayers, especially the retail segment. So the government has said that based on the recommendations and the representations, they have exempted supplier of goods from issue of receipt voucher from November 2017. Initially, they said for taxpayers above 1.5 crores, but again, representations have been received, and then now all taxpayers who are dealing with supply of goods, they need not issue a document on receipt of advance called receipt voucher. Again, this receipt voucher, similar to my tax invoice, should be unique for each financial year, and it should be continuous. There should not be any gaps in between. It should have both the buyers and the seller details, their name, address, place of supply, as well as the amount taken in advance and the GSTIN numbers. These receipt vouchers have to be reported separately in the GST return, which we file it on monthly basis in my GSTR1 in case of my regular taxpayers. Composition taxpayers, as they're not entitled to collect tax from their customers, even though they receive advance, they need not account it. So when we say that it is not required for supplier of goods, it means that only for supplier of services, receipt voucher has to be issued whenever advance is received from their customers. Now, what will happen in normal course is, before I do my business, I will ask my customer to give me some advance basically. So I've issued my receipt voucher. Now suddenly the pandemic has come, the COVID has come, and because of that, the businesses were closed because of the lockdown, which means that I could not deliver my goods or services to my customer. The customer will say, Gupta ji, abhi 2 mahina ho gaya. Now still the pandemic is in place, the lockdown is in place. Can you please return my money? So in such cases, I will go and return my money. Since I've paid taxes on his receipt when I receive the money, I need to reverse it when I'm paying back to my customer. So for that, I will issue a document called refund voucher. Again, my refund voucher will have all the elements of the information. Who is the person who is giving advance, from whom it is being returned, who is returning the money, what is the amount being returned, what are the taxes applicable on that. Every information will be mentioned on this refund voucher. Then we have something called payment voucher. Now, what is this payment voucher? Payment voucher is a document that has to be issued by the supplier or the recipient, I would say here, recipient of the goods or services, if the procured from unregistered taxpayers or for the notified list of goods or services. That is reverse charge mechanism. We must have discussed pretty well in the previous sessions what is reverse charge mechanism. For you to just give a small recap, if I pay taxes on behalf of my customer, it is forward charge mechanism. If I pay taxes on behalf of my supplier, then it is reverse charge mechanism. So whenever I'm making payment to my supplier of goods or services. Yes, sir. Any query, sir? Okay. So,
No, sir. Continue, sir.
yeah, sure.
No worries.
Yeah. Whenever I make a payment to my supplier, for whom I purchased goods which are falling under reverse charge or for notified list of goods or services, this payment voucher document has to be issued. Again, whatever is the name of the document, there are 5 to 7 elements which are common for each and every document. That is GST number of the buyer or the supplier, customer, what is the address, what is the place of supply, taxable value, tax rate, tax amount, what are the goods or services being supplied. This information is common except the document name being changed. Challan. Now, what is this delivery challan? Say, for example, I'm a manufacturer and what I'll do, I'm manufacturing my goods. Now, because of the ongoing festive season or the big billion sale or the Great Indian Festival, my order book has increased tremendously, which means that I do not have the capacity to manufacture in my factory. So in such cases, I will ask some of my goods or part of my goods to be manufactured by a third person. I'm the first person, my customer is my second person, third person whom I'm asking him to manufacture goods on behalf of me. So when I send goods there, am I selling the goods? No. Say for example, I have fabricated the chairs using the wrought iron, then it has to be painted. I don't have the capacity in my paint shop basically. So I send it to another outlet basically where this painting is done. So I'll supply the paint, he will use the spray paint or using the brush, he'll paint the chairs and give it back to me. Now, does it amount to a sale transaction? No. He is doing a job on behalf of me. So but in this case, the department wants to track who is where the goods are going, who is sending it, who is receiving it. So they will say that you please issue a document called delivery challan. Whenever you're sending the goods on a job work, we need to issue a document called delivery challan. Now, is it only for my job work I need to issue a delivery challan? No. We've already discussed, right, in some cases like sale or approval, me going and depositing chains in Lalita jewelry. Even in that case, because there is movement of goods, I need to issue a delivery challan. Or since I'm running a factory, I'll be using motors or I'll be having some equipment which needs to be calibrated. If it is a motor, there may be winding which needs to be done at regular intervals, or my motor has calmed off because of fluctuations in the power. So in such cases, I need to send my motor or equipment outside my factory or my premises. I am sending it only for repair or calibration. In such cases also, I need not issue a tax invoice, but I need to issue a delivery challan. That is what is mentioned in my third bullet point. Transportation of goods for reasons other than by way of supply. I am sending my goods only for my calibration of my lab equipment or my machinery for repair. That is not a supply. So I can issue a delivery challan, move my goods, get it rectified and bring it back to my factory. Then in case of supply of liquid gas, even in such cases also delivery challan can be issued. Similar to my all my other documents, I'll be issuing a delivery challan also. But the only difference is there is no tax liability for me to be discharged when I'm issuing a delivery challan. It does not mean that I need not show my tax amount. I should show my tax amount also in my delivery challan. So it will have both the supplier details, the person to whom I'm sending his details, what are the goods I'm sending, the unit of measure. Again, delivery challan should be serially numbered. What is the place of supply? It should be signed. All that information will be there on my delivery challan. Similar to my tax invoice, my delivery challan has to be issued in 3 copies. Original for the recipient, duplicate for the transporter, and triplicate for the supplier for his file copy. Now, there are cases where I can ship goods based on my customer's order, but it cannot go in a single vehicle. So in such cases, we call it a CKD condition. That is completely knocked down condition. Now, say for example, when we are traveling on the highways, we must have seen windmills, right? My windmill is a huge equipment basically. Can I transport it on a single lorry or a trailer? No, it is not possible for me. But I have placed an order for 100 windmills. Each windmill cannot be supplied. Or say for example, I placed an order for only one windmill. Can the supplier supply all this in one go? No. He has to break down into small components and he has to ship it in multiple vehicles. And is it possible for me to value each and every component which are knocked in the knockdown condition? No. I may say that windmill is costing 7.5 crores. When I say windmill 7.5 crores, it includes the blades which I have it for rotation, through which it converts air energy into electrical energy, the motor, then I have this wiring, I have the rod, steam, and everything will be there. So I cannot value each and every component individually. Practically, it may be possible, but if I value it like that, my customer will come to know what is the profit element I have it. Why should my customer know how much profit I'm earning on sale of one windmill? So in that cases, if consignment is sent on more than one vehicle, then tax invoice has to be issued before the dispatch, but every vehicle can go with the delivery challan and the final vehicle should carry the original tax invoice. So for this also the provisions have been provided in the Act basically. So these are all the documentation or records which have to be issued under GST. Now I'll set open the floor for questions if anybody has any questions.
Yeah, participants can post the chat box queries, anything regarding to this.
Yeah. If you do not pose any questions, then it says that either you have understood or you have not at all understood basically. Or if you do not have any questions, then we can go to the next session. So these are my coordinates. If anybody has any questions online, offline, after the session also, you can reach out to me. And I pretty well share these presentations with the faculty members, which they can circulate to all the participants again, to the organizers.
Yeah, sure, sir. Sure, sure.
Yeah.
Sir, regarding this, just Ravi Kumar, suppose now at the present situation, everybody is online now. Just filling the returns, maintaining the books, and everything is online now.
Right, sir.
So, is the software is it manufactured like that, or and we need to separate manual books to be prepared?
Sir, see, ideally, I'll tell you, sir, this is the challenge which many of the taxpayers had it basically.
Yeah.
Because in VAT, my return filing, except in few states, everything it was offline basically. So my accountant used to come to my office. He used to maintain these ledgers and then file the VAT returns. But now with the GST, everything becoming online.
Yeah.
The major challenge expressed by the trade and industry was that we cannot afford costly accounting software.
Oh.
We understand your challenges, and GSTN, which is the nodal agency or the backbone for the GST, has come out with 8 list of vendors who can supply free software to all these taxpayers having turnover below 1.5 crore.
Okay.
So any
It is not
taxpayer
required for 1.5 lakhs?
no, below 1.5 crores, they need not pay any charges till 31st March of 21 basically.
Okay.
So for 2 years, they're given as a free software where the softwares will allow you to generate all these documents, which in turn will help you to file your returns online basically.
Oh, okay.
Most of them are cloud-based solutions basically. Like the company where I'm representing logo basically, where I work there as a chief taxologist. Ours is a cloud-based and mobile application basically. Vyapari we call it. The product name is. So it can be downloaded. You can issue tax invoice, bill of supply. Your return data is generated. So I need not wait for my accountant to come, or if my books of accounts are in some other place. These challenges can be avoided if you go for a cloud-based solution basically. So government is even addressed that also solution also, sir.
Yeah. Are there any additional books need to maintain under GST than earlier VAT and other CST like that?
No, sir. No additional books of accounts or records to be maintained.
Okay.
Everything is same. Only the name has changed, sir.
Achha, okay.
Sir, even in VAT also, when we used to file our VAT returns, we used to give our purchase book, that is sales register, purchase register, inventory details, and the bank book. Even today also, we are giving the same thing, sir. Nothing has changed. Only the apprehensions have changed, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, some question is there like that in the chat box. So somebody is asking about HSN code, what is used?
Yes, HSN code. Okay, sir. Let me give you in a couple of minutes, basically.
Yeah.
Now, how do we identify each student in the classroom, basically? We allocate a unique number called and student number or student registration, roll number, right?
Yeah, roll number or ticket number like that.
Like we allocate. Now, similarly, for example, laptops are there. Now, I can have a laptop with touch, without touch.
Yeah.
It can be 13-inch screen or 17-inch screen or a bigger screen.
Okay.
It can have a battery life of 8 hours to 16 hours.
Yeah.
And my RAM speed also can differ, right? So it can be from Dell, it can be from what you call it as Lenovo, or it can be HP, or it can be Sony. Everybody is selling a laptop with a different configuration. Now, so assuming that you're a tax official, how do you know that how many laptops have been sold across India by all these 4 manufacturers or sellers basically?
Okay.
Because their names are different, right?
Yeah.
It becomes very tough to collect the data. So government said that, not even government, World Customs Organization, they said that every laptop will be given a unique number called HSN code. So this World Customs Organization has come up with this requirement because of exports and imports. Whatever I may call in laptop, in US, they may call it as a notebook. In Britain, they may call it with some other name. To make it standardization across the globe for uniform trade and commerce, they said we will give a unique number for each and every product. That is called HSN code. Now, let me give you another example.
Yes.
Say, for example, I have a handkerchief, right?
Yeah.
Now, this handkerchief can be made out of cotton or silk. It can be printed or it can be hand embroidered. It can be made from a running material or it can be made from scrap basically. If it is a cotton hand embroidered and made of a running material, my pricing is different. If it is printed made out of scrap, my pricing is different. So to give this uniqueness, this HSN code is given. And India is the first country to implement HSN codes for services also. So normally HSN code is 4 digits or 8 digits in India. Across the globe, it is 4 digits or 6 digits. And for services, it is only 6 digits. And they always start with 99 series.
Okay.
So that is the benefit of having HSN code. Or else what will happen is the name which I call it will differ from state to state. Just another couple of minutes before we wind up this session. I'll give you one small example why it is required. We all eat pan, right? Maybe for a marriage or some occasion or the other. Now that pan has something called betel nut. Vakkapudi antam kada manam. That has in the pan basically. Now in Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, we call it as betel nut. Now if I go to Kerala or Karnataka, they call it as RK nut. Now if government of India wants to know how much betel nuts or RK nut has been sold, is it possible for them? No. So whether you are in Kerala or Karnataka or Andhra or Maharashtra or Jammu Kashmir or in West Bengal or in Gujarat, the same item is called with a unique number across India with the same rate of taxation. That is why we call it GST as one nation, one tax. The tax rate is same and the item is referred with the same HSN code across the country. That is why this HSN code has been introduced into the Indian concept basically.
Okay, that means HSN code given by the GST Council itself.
Sir, it is not given by the GST Council, sir. We are following the World Customs Organization codes only, sir. Except for the modifications, we have made it in India. What you have said is very much true, sir. In the erstwhile central excise regime, we used to have excise tariff act.
Yeah.
If I'm an exporter, excise tariff act used to say HSN code of 879645. When I'm exporting it, I used to call it with some other name 749685. That was becoming a challenge. So to bring in uniformity for both domestic and international trade, we have adopted the World Customs Organization. And if anybody wants to look out what is the HSN code, they have to go to the Customs Tariff Act, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Any other doubts, participants? You can ask, otherwise, or we'll move to next session.
So, do you want to give the participants a 5-minute bio break, or shall we continue?
Actually, they have break after 5 o'clock, sir. If you need, you can take 5 minutes.
No, sir. I'm comfortable, sir. I'm only thinking about the students and the faculty members.
Yeah. I think they don't require it now. We'll give afterwards.
5 o'clock. Okay, sir. Perfect, sir. Done, sir. Thank you. So let me go to the other topic. Just give me a moment. I'm just pulling out the document. So welcome back, friends. The second topic which has been allocated is audit, assessment, and appeals, which I'll cover because appeals are not yet in place. So I've decided to discuss on inspection, but I'll throw you some light on appeals also basically. Why inspection is important also, I'll keep you updated during the course of the session. So this is my introduction. Let's not worry about it. And this is the topics which we are going to cover in this session. So one is what are the different types of audit we have? What are the types of assessment we have? What is inspection, appeal, and then we can open up the floor for Q&A again. So first we'll discuss on audit. Now, if I go by dictionary meaning, audit means an official inspection of an organization's accounts, typically by an independent body. So this is called an audit as per the definition. Now, coming back to the provisions of the Act, audit means examination of records, returns, and other documents maintained or furnished by the registered person under this Act, or the rules made thereunder, or under any other law for the time being in force to verify the correctness of turnover declared, taxes paid, refund claimed, and input tax credit availed, and to assess his compliance with the provisions of this Act or the rules made thereunder. I normally do not like to read what is given on the screen, but here I'm forced to read because it is a definition. If you want to understand any provisions of the law, first we need to understand the definitions. Definitions are normally given in section 2 of the Act. Section 1 talks about the applicability of the law or the Act, and section 2 talks about the definitions, and rest of the section talks about why the law, what are the provisions, and everything basically. Now, if you see the definition as per the generic definition meaning and GST Act, there is no major difference at all. One has given very simple and lucid language, and the definition as per the Act is very clear what is audit as per the provisions of the law. Even if I am running a company, I'll be having an auditor who is coming end of the year, what we normally call them as a statutory auditor. What will the statutory auditor do? He will see whether my books of accounts have been maintained correctly or not, whether the bank balances which I'm telling him is correct or not, whether my debtor balances are correct or not. All that information he will assess. He is seeing whether there are proper internal controls in the organization or not. He will verify whether the information is factual and correct or not. I may have tons and thousands of transactions. The auditor may not verify each and every transaction. He may do a sample check. But in case of GST audit, it has to be done in detail. This is the only difference between my generic audit definition and definition as per my GST Act. Now, there are three types of audit under GST. One is audit by tax authorities. Second one is special audit. Third one is audit under section 35. Now, why we need to have three sets of audits? The requirements are also different. You may say, sir, there is always one tax authority and one taxpayer. Yes, that is very perfect and common parlance, no doubt in that. The only difference is today we have 1,25 lakh GST taxpayers across India. When we have 1,25 lakh taxpayers across India, is it practically possible for the departmental officers to visit and verify and do audit for each and every taxpayer? Practically no, because of the manpower, because of the knowledge, because of the distance, because of the time. Yes, the existing strength of the CGST and SGST department can do this GST audit, but year on year they have to complete it. That may not be possible. So for that reason, government has given three types of audit provisions under GST. So the first audit is carried out by the tax authorities. Second audit is carried out by professionals appointed by the tax authorities. Third one is every taxpayer who is having turnover above 2 crores has to get his books of accounts audited and certified end of every financial year. That is what we discussed few minutes back. Now let us see what are all the provisions applicable now basically. So the provisions which are applicable are section 65, section 66, section 35, subsection 5. And rules is rule 80, sub rule 3, rule 1012, rule 102. And forms which we need to issue for this audit procedure is GST form GST audit 01204. Now, let us discuss about the provisions of section 65. Now, what is this audit by tax authorities? Now, what will happen is every taxpayer we discuss, right, has to file audited reports, right? 2 crores about section 35, we discussed that. Now, it has been certified by a chartered accountant or a cost accountant, fair enough. Now, can the department totally rely on the professionals? No. We have some black sheep everywhere. So similarly with the taxpayers also, there is some black sheep. There is some black sheep in the professional community also. If they collate together, then there is a revenue loss. To avoid that, department will say, once you have filed your audit report, basically GSTR 9C, the department will pick up randomly certain taxpayers. They have an algorithm which will pick up which taxpayer has to be called for audit. This audit can be done by the departmental officers either sitting in their office or they can go to the taxpayer's place and do the audit. Again, if we say that the departmental officer can go to the taxpayer's place and do that, it may take a lot of time, which may cause inconvenience to the taxpayers. Because if a departmental officer is there in the office, a dedicated person has to be allocated to him, and then that can impact the regular business transactions. So there is a time bound also for departmental audit. They have to complete it within a period of 3 years. Sorry, 3 months, the audit has to be completed. Now, can the departmental officers start the audit on their whims and fancies? No. The government has given certain guidelines. They said that first, the taxpayer has to be intimated. Then they have to intimate also what are the records they wanted to verify. Or else what will happen is the officer will call, come down to my office immediately, I need to do your audit. As a businessman, I may be in travel. I may be on some personal vacation, whatever may be the reason. So sufficient time bound period is also given for the departmental officers for intimation and for the taxpayers for submission of the records. For 2017-18, the GST audit 9C filing, the last date was March, and subsequently the audit could not take place because of the pandemic like situation. Now many of the taxpayers are receiving notices from the department asking them to submit their documents basically. Now, what are the documents the department officer can ask the taxpayers? That is also very clear. So they will ask for the returns what has been filed. They will ask for copies of the documents or the records what we discussed in the previous session. my purchase register or the purchase day book, sales register, sales day book, inventory register, production register, all this information they'll ask us to bring. Apart from this, they will ask us to submit the financial statements, that is my trading account or my trial balance, P&L account, income and expenditure statement, balance sheet also. Apart from that, they can also ask me to submit income tax report, income tax return which the taxpayer files. If it is applicable under cost audit, the cost audit report, or any other document which the department officer feels it is required for him to be inspected. And audit can be complete, has to be completed within 6 months. But if it is not possible, another 3 months extension can be given. And whenever the departmental officer asks, the taxpayer does not have an option to say no. He has to furnish all the necessary information. In case if the departmental officer is coming to the taxpayer's location, he has to allocate some proper place to sit and do the audit or verification and provide all the information which is required for him to execute his job. So the auditor, whoever is the auditor, be it a chartered accountant, cost accountant, or the departmental auditor, they will verify all these documents. Now, what is the source of revenue for the government? Taxes what we pay. That is the source of revenue for the government. To avoid duplication of taxes or cascading effect of taxes, input tax credit has been provided. So the auditors will verify whether input tax credit has been availed in a proper manner and correctly or not. Why this is very important? Let me give you a small example. The provisions of the law clearly says that input tax credit can be taken as per provisions of my section 16 and my corresponding rules basically. What does my section 16 talk about? I should have received the supply of goods or services. I should have the original copy of my tax invoice. I should have, my supplier must have filed the returns. And the goods or services which I have received are used in the course or furtherance of business only. In the course means if I am a trader, purchase of goods and sale of goods. That means on that only I can take input tax credit. Say for example, I'm a laptop dealer. I'm purchasing and selling Dell laptops. I'm a Dell distributor basically. So I purchased 100 Dell laptops and I sold only 98 laptops. The reason? Because of the pandemic-like situation, my son or daughter has to attend their online session. So I give them both the laptops. The laptops used by my son or daughter, is it for the business purpose? No, it is not in the course or furtherance of business. So those two laptops I'm not eligible to take input tax credit. This is what the auditor has to verify whether for all the 100 laptops he has taken the credit or not. Yes, he has taken 100 laptops credit, but the sales register shows 98 have been sold. So that means balance 2 laptops should be there in my inventory register. My purchase register shows 100 laptops. My inventory register is updated with 100 laptops. I've sold 98 laptops. My sales register is updated with 98 laptops. 2 laptops I given it to my son and daughter that I've issued them. Is it a sale? No. Is it in the course or furtherance of business? No. So these 2 laptops input tax credit, if the taxpayer has taken, that has to be reversed. This is how they will verify. This example may be small and simple, but in the normal course of business, there will be huge volumes of transactions. Huge materials are used, very good number of quantity or quality of materials will be used. So it will be challenging for anybody to do that. For that reason only, it is more important to maintain books of accounts in a very systematic manner. The other one is tax liability being discharged or not. Even that has to be verified. Say, for example, I'll give you a small example here. What the auditor will do normally. We always use this word, right? Kanjuram, Drakshapallu, right? How many types of there? There are two types. One is dry, other one is wet. What is the difference between these two? The dry one, I use it during when I'm doing a puja. The wet one, I will eat it or I'll make some sweets out of that. Now, is my tax rate same for both these dates basically or kajurams? No, my tax rates are different. For the dry dates, it is a puja item. So it is taxed at 0%. And the one which I eat is taxed at 5%. So if I'm selling dates, the officer or the auditor will ask, what type of dates are you dealing in with? Is it dry dates are taxed at 0% and sold? If they're taxed at 0% and sold, that means there is a revenue loss to the government. So he has to understand the business process, what he is selling, why, what rate he is selling, what is the HSN code classification. These two types of dates have two different set of HSN codes. The first four digits may be same. The subsequent four digits will be different. That will determine your tax rates. So the auditor will verify whether that has been done or not. Again, as we all know that taxpayers have to file returns at regular intervals, whether the returns have been filed correctly or not. We discussed that example of laptops, right? 100 laptops purchased, 98 sold. Are 98 laptops sold and reported in my GST or 1 or not? That is what he will verify. Or else what will happen is, as a laptop dealer, I will sell only 98 laptops and I will issue tax invoices for 98 laptops, but report only 50 laptops. For the balance 48 laptops, I have collected money from my customer, but not remitted to the department. That means that is the revenue loss. So this is what the departmental officers, when they come to the audit, will verify. Whether the tax rates have been applied on the product correctly or not. Now let me give you another example. Water. We purchase water, right? One is, if I'm a residential person, I purchase water. That is, I pay water tax bill month on month. The services provided by the municipal department to its residents is exempted from GST. Perfect. Now, I'm traveling. I'm feeling thirsty. What I'll do? I will go and purchase a 1 liter bottle of Kinley or Oxy Rich or whatever is that brand name. So because it is bottled, packed and treated water, my tax rate is different. If I purchase a 20 liter bubble, basically, my tax rate is different. For a bubble, the tax rate of water is 5%. And in case of my 1 liter bottle, it is 12 or 18%. So this is what the auditor will verify. So if they have to verify all that, they have to come to your office, or if they're sitting in their office, we need to explain them all these things in detail. Now, we must have also discussed exemptions basically. See, sale of water is taxable, but if municipal corporation supplies water to its residents, then it is exempted. Similarly, some exemptions are available. The onus is on the taxpayer to prove that he is eligible to take exemption and he has availed the exemption correctly. If he is taking exemption, that means he is not charging taxes on his outward supply, which means that department is losing revenue. So whenever the audit happens, we need to ensure that wherever we have claimed exemptions, it is claimed in the true spirit of the law. The other point, refunds. Now, what are these refunds? Say, for example, in a country like India, we always have a look at the forex reserves. Why are forex reserves maintained or required for the any country, because that will help them to import goods or services. Now, if I am able to export goods, what will happen? If I am purchasing and selling a laptop in India, it is taxed at 18%. Now, I purchased 100 laptops, say in our previous example. Now there is an order from Sri Lanka where I need to ship them 50 laptops. Who is my customer? A Sri Lankan customer. Can I charge him GST? Yes, you can charge him. There is no doubt in that. So my laptop, which is costing 1 lakh, will increase to 18% if I assuming that 18% is the tax rate of laptops, 1,18,000 rupees. Can my Sri Lankan customer take input tax credit? No, he cannot take input tax credit because he is not registered in India as a taxpayer. Perfect. Now Taiwan is selling the same laptop at 1 lakh. The Sri Lankan customer will go and purchase the laptop from me, or the Taiwanese supplier, basically Taiwanese supplier, because they are selling laptop at 1 lakh, whereas we in India are selling at 1,18,000 rupees. Now, if government says you sell at 1,18,000 rupees, the competitive edge is lost. What will happen? My exports will not happen. I cannot export. All the manufacturers who have set up their units for export will be under huge losses because they cannot sell it in the Indian market, neither they can sell it in the external markets. So what the government said is, okay, since you are doing exports and you're not charging tax to your customer, what you do is you take a refund of the taxes, whatever you have paid on your inputs. So if you see, when we're discussing the tax invoice, we have said that in case of exports, one unique sentence has to be mentioned: exports to export of goods or services or supplies to SEZ with the payment of tax or without payment of tax. If it is with the payment of tax, I will issue 2 sets of invoices. One is a tax invoice with the GST. I'll file my GSTR return, and based on my shipping bill details which have entered in my GSTR return, that will process my refund and give me automatically. But if I export without payment of taxes, there is input tax credit which is pending for me. On purchase of these 100 laptops, I paid to Dell and I'm not collecting it for my customer. So that amount is refunded by the government. So the auditor has to verify whether the refunds have been claimed correctly or not, whether the returns have been filed correctly or not. Are the return data is matching with the purchase, sales and the input tax credit register maintained by the taxpayer or not? This is what the auditor has to do in his audit. So during the audit, if the officer files or finds any discrepancies or differences, he has to ask for an explanation of the assessee or the taxpayer. And if he is satisfied, he will put it as an observation, close it. In case if the auditor feels there is a potential revenue leakage, then he will submit with his observations to his higher ups, and he will issue demand notice for payment of taxes by the auditee, basically. Now, in case of any differences being found during the audit on what are the points what we have discussed, he may initiate proceedings under section 73 or section 74. Maybe for short payment of taxes, or taxes have been not filed or has been not paid, or input tax credit wrongly availed or wrongly utilized, or refund claimed wrongly. See, when I'm a company like Tata Motors or Reliance with volumes of transactions, there may be an element of human error. By mistake can happen, and some is intentional. If it is a human error or by mistake, it is issued and prosecuted under section 73. If it is intentional, if the officer feels the taxpayer has done this activity intentionally, then notices can be served under section 74. Now, what is this audit under section 66? This audit is again something different again, basically. Now, this audit, as we discussed, audit can be done by the departmental officer or by professionals. Can the departmental auditor go and do audit for all the taxpayers? No, they cannot do that. So what will happen in that case? They will ask professionals on behalf of them, on behalf of the department, to go and do the inspection of the or do the audit. So can any or every Tom, Dick and Harry be get nominated as a departmental auditor? No. There is a selection process and procedure for the departmental auditor also. So for the professional audits, basically, which are engaged by the departments, the auditor will ask, or rather the department will ask, who are interested to do this audit. Once the list of applications are received, the committee is formed and they will evaluate the knowledge, experience of the persons who have applied. Once they're satisfied, then they will empanel this cost accountants or chartered accountants only. So they will be recruited on behalf of the department and sent to the taxpayer's place to do the audit. One reason, the department will not have the bandwidth to do audit for all the taxpayers. Number two, they may have a suspicion or an iota of doubt that this set of taxpayers are not abiding or following the provisions of the law. In such cases, the department will allocate certain professionals to go and do audit on behalf of them. How will the department will select these errant taxpayers or where they have this iota of doubt? The department will, or the department normally uses data analytics. They have an algorithms basically that will run who is not following the provisions of the law correctly. Like, are they filing returns on time? If there is a delay in filing of return, are they paying interest or not? Have they taken input tax credit correctly or not? Because of my HSN code, I know that, right? So all this information they accumulate, they run certain algorithms at the back end and identify these assesses for whom special audit is assigned. See, if you see in Telangana, Telangana is a hotbed for pharma industry. When I say pharma industry, it includes my generics or my bulk drugs, or it is also a hotbed for IT industries. Now defense is also coming up. So departmental officers may not be equipped or aware of each and every sector. So even in such cases where they feel external agencies' help is required, they may assign it to the audit under section 66 by departmental officers through special provisions. So can the department officers or department say that you go and do the audit? I am a cost accountant, assuming that the commissioner calls and says that Gupta ji, you go and do audit ABC Limited. Can it happen over a phone like that? No. There are certain set of procedures and guidelines given basically. Because the taxpayer for whom it is being referred, he should be made informed that so and so person will come and please cooperate with him and provide him all the information required. If that does not happen, officer will say you go and do the audit, and the receiving person will say, I have not received any communication from the department. Who are you? I'm not aware of it. Because the taxpayers are also worried about the confidentiality of their information. So until unless it is given in writing, it cannot happen. So Department will send a copy in writing both for the auditor, the specially appointed auditor, and the taxpayer. And the specially appointed auditor has to complete the audit within a period of 90 days and submit his observations or findings to the assistant commissioner. In case, assuming that the audit has started on 20th of March, and from 25th you are having the lockdown. So can it be completed in 90 days? No, it cannot be completed within 90 days. So the department says that in case if it is not possible to be completed within 90 days, it can be extended to further period of 90 days. So total 180 days is available max for the professional to conduct the audit. Then the special auditor who has been sent to the registered taxpayer, he may ask certain questions. Then an opportunity is given for the taxpayer to respond to the queries raised by the special auditor. Basis on that only the report has to be submitted. See, there can be certain things like I may be used in working one particular fashion or a fashion of doing the work. The organization may have a separate pattern or a method of doing that work. There can be some understanding issues or challenges. So in such cases, it is not advisable to write this is not correct. Additional information is required. So you may ask the taxpayer to give certain information, and that information has to be provided by the taxable person to whom this audit has been assigned basically. And the fee for doing this audit by the chartered accountant or a cost accountant will be paid by the department, not by the registered taxable person. Again, the activity of the audit being done by the departmental officer or a person nominated by the department is same. It does not differ. Only the person who is doing the audit is different. Instead of a departmental person, a person engaged by the department will be doing this audit. So again, the special auditor has to do this activity with utmost care. He has to ensure that taxes have been paid correctly or not, whether any short payment of taxes is there or not, whether refund has been claimed correctly or wrongly, whether input tax rate has been claimed correctly or not, input tax rate has been utilized correctly or not. All the information, what are the do's and don'ts, what we discussed for the departmental auditor is applicable for the special auditor also. Basis on the recommendations given by the special auditor, the departmental officer will issue proceedings under section 73 or section 74. Now, what is the other audit? The other audit is audit by the chartered accountants or cost accountants for taxpayers who are having turnover above 2 crores basically. Now, as we discussed, we have 1.25 crore taxpayers in India. It is not possible. So in the matter of trust, because GST is based on self-assessment mechanism, every taxpayer is filing his tax returns, determining what is his tax liability, determining what is his input tax credit, and filing the returns. That is being verified by the chartered accountant, cost accountant appointed by the taxpayer under provisions of section 35, subsection 5. Now, again, the roles, responsibilities of the professional are same as that of the departmental auditor. The only difference here by the departmental auditor and the professional here is who is appointed by the tax payer is he has to file a return called GSTR 9C. This is a reconciliation statement between the financial statements and GST annual return, GSTR 9. What is my GSTR 9? To just provide you a recap, it is a summary of my annual return basically. That is monthly or quarterly, I have filed my GSTR 1 and discharge my liability using my GSTR 3B. In 3B, I can discharge my liability using my existing input tax credit or through cash payment. It is a summary of all those things, whether all the sales invoices have been reported in the monthly returns and the same is considered in the annual returns or not. All the debit notes, credit notes are issued as per the provisions of the law. Is there any time bound difference for the issue of the credit notes? If such credit notes are found, they have to be disallowed in the annual return itself. Whether input tax credit has been taken correctly or not, utilized correctly or not, that also has to be verified. Whether sequential document number sequence is followed or not. We have seen in the tax invoice and debit notes, credit notes provisions, right? How they have to maintain the sequence, whether it has been followed in the spirit of the law or not. Whether 3 sets of documents are maintained or not. Whether ITC is utilized only for in the supply in the course or in the furtherance of supply or not. Tax rate has been levied correctly or not. Classification of goods or services has been done correctly or not. All this information has to be verified. That will be reported in GSTR 9. Now, why it has to be reconciled with the financial statements? That is the doubt which some of my friends may be having it. Now, you must have heard of the something called accounting standards. Now, my accounting standards are 2 sets of standards. One is Ind AS, applicable for my certain category of taxpayers having turnover above 500 crores, which has been implemented in a phased manner, and other is my regular accounting standards. What does my accounting standards say? My revenue or sales has to be recognized if my customer has accepted and received the goods or services. And what does my revenue as per my GST returns? The moment I am shipping my goods, my tax invoice has to be generated and my liability has to be accounted and discharged end of the month. Say for example, I am shipping goods which I manufactured in Hyderabad on 28th of March to my customer in Srinagar. So will he receive the goods by 30th of March, 31st of March? No, because the transit time itself is 8 to 10 working days, basically calendar days. So if I dispatch the goods on 28th of March, he will be receiving it on 6th or 8th or something like that. So my tax has been paid as per my time of supply provisions under GST in month of March. Is it a revenue for me? No, it is not a revenue for me, because on 28th of March or 31st of March, my customer has not received the goods and he has not confirmed that he is accepting the goods. There is my revenue recognition differentiation is there. Because of my revenue recognition difference, my revenues as per my GST and as per my financial statements will be different. That has to be documented clearly in the reconciliation statement. My financial statement shows my turnover as 100 crores. But because of my time of supply, my revenue as per GST returns is 110 crores. This 10 crores is my reconciliation item. What is my other things which can be different? In my financial statements, I will show other incomes. What are my other incomes? I issued a bank guarantee to one of the customers which I am doing my business basically. For that, the bank is asking me to submit a bank guarantee on which they are paying me some interest. That is treated as other income. I've had an insurance, I had an accident in the factory that has resulted in me for me to raise an insurance claim. That is my other income. Or as per my time of supply provisions and as per my provisions of GST, if I transfer goods within the same legal entity from one state to another state, it has to be treated as supply of goods to distinct persons and tax invoice has to be issued. So I am transferring goods from my Hyderabad office to my Mumbai office in Maharashtra. Is it a revenue for me? No, it is not a revenue for me. It is same on the legal entity. Until unless I sell it, it is not a revenue. So this is my reconciliation item. These are the reconciliation items which will crop up when I do my turnover comparison between my financial statements and GST return. Another example which there could be a potential difference. I am sending my material outside to job work. The example what we discussed, doing a spray painting for my wrought iron chairs and table. My job worker has not returned those goods within the stipulated period. 3 years in case of inputs, 1 year in case of inputs and 3 years in case of capital goods. So basis on the delivery challan, I need to raise a tax invoice. But is it a sale? Technically, no. That is my reconciliation item. Now, there can be cases like which are recorded in my financial books. This is what we discussed. There are certain cases which are recorded in my financial books as unbilled revenue. Now, what is this unbilled revenue? So, for example, I'm laying a road basically in Hyderabad or a national highway project which I've been awarded to the 600 kilometers of road for the National Highways Authority of India. As per the procedure, I am supposed to raise an invoice on 15th of every month. So for 15th of every month, say from March 15th to April, say from Feb 15th to March 15th, how many kilometers of road I have laid, I will raise a invoice. I'll give to the site engineer. He will verify it and he will pass it to the pay and account section where they will disperse the payment accordingly based on the tender agreement basically. Now, between 15th of March to 31st of March, there is some activity of road laying has happened. There is some amount of material being consumed. Now, if I need to derive the profitability for that particular year, what is the thing I do? Whatever I have billed, whatever I have consumed. But in this case, for this period of 16 days, I have not billed, but I have consumed the material. If I do not show it as my unbilled revenue, it is going to decrease my profit. As a businessman, I will say that no, this is not my revenue because it is decreasing my profit. If my profit is decreasing, I have other ramifications like my banker is not going to give me funds. My scrip on the stock exchange is going to be battered. The prices will fall. My share price will fall. My credit ratings are impacted. To avoid all this, the accounting standard says that in case of unbilled revenue, you need to recognize the relevant amount of raw material or the inputs which have been consumed. That will be my reconciliation item. So all these items will be there or elements as per my schedule 1, which is treated as supply even though there is no consideration received. First clause in my schedule 1. In my organization, there are some desktops which are becoming very slow and outdated, which my team is not using it. So I'm giving it to charity to one of the orphanages. When I'm giving that material to the orphanages, will they pay any amount to me? No. But since I've taken input tax credit because I'm using it in the furtherance or in the business, I've taken the input tax credit. But since I'm giving them free of cost, I need to raise a tax invoice and discharge my tax duty, tax liability. That is not a revenue, but invoice has been issued under GST. That is a potential item for reconciliation. Another item for reconciliation. Employee gifts above 50,000 rupees in a financial year. Even that has to be discharged. Tax has to be paid. But that is not my revenue. That is a reconciliation item for me. So all such items will be part of my reconciliation when I compare my revenue between my financial statements and my annual return. That is my consolidation of my GSTR ones filed from March to April through GSTR 9. Similarly, my input tax credit. Similarly, the refunds which I have claimed. All these elements have to be audited, verified, vetted by the auditor and then reported in GSTR 9C. Now, there is a provision called Rule 69. It says what is the methodology for the taxpayer to take input tax credit. What are the conditions are specified in section 16. Section 69, Rule 69 says that you have to do matching for you to avail input tax credit. There are 5 different elements prescribed in the GST rules for making this input tax credit through the matching mechanism. The GSTN of the buyer, the GSTN of the seller, tax invoice number or debit note or credit note number, the corresponding date and the tax amount has to match. Then only input tax credit has to be availed by the recipient. If he is eligible, this has to be verified by the auditor. Whether matching has been done. How will by matching be done in my system? Basically, based on my purchase register data and GSTR 2A, which is populated based on my supplier's GSTR 1 filing. Whenever my supplier files his GSTR 1, that data is reported in my GSTR 2A. That has to be matched with my purchase register. Keeping these 5 different elements, then only input tax credit can be availed or claimed. Now, what is the difference between claimed and utilized? Claimed is my supplier has filed the returns, it matching has been done, I've claimed it. Utilized it when I'm discharging my tax liability using this input tax credit, that is utilization. Had I utilized my SGST credit for discharge of my CGST liability and SGST liability? No, that is not allowed as per the provisions of the law. That is where utilization has to be verified. My IGST credit has to be first utilized for payment of my IGST liability, then my CGST, then SGST. That sequence has been mentioned. Whether input tax credit utilization has happened in that particular sequence or not, that has to be verified by the auditors. Apart from that, the reporting has to be done in GSTR 9C on tax rate wise basically. Input tax credit availed, that data has to be furnished in 9C based on my ledger accounts in my books of accounts. On my printing and stationery, marketing, travel, manufacturing costs, all this. What is the amount which has been debited for the financial year, which is reflecting in the P&L account? What is the corresponding taxes available for that particular account? Say for my raw material consumed, say I've reported 275 crores. What is the IGST amount? What is the CGST amount? What is the SGST amount? That has to be furnished in my annual reconciliation statements. Apart from that, the auditor has to verify and state that he has verified, and if he has any observations, that has to be reported in GSTR 9C Part B. Then only he can submit the GSTR 9C reconciliation statement using his digital signature and UDIN generated by the unique document identification number. If these two are missing, then the auditor cannot file his GSTR 9C, that is the annual reconciliation statement of the taxpayer. So GSTR 9C is a yearly activity which has to be done very carefully, because you are doing this activity on behalf of the departmental officials. So it has to be done with utmost care and time has to be devoted for that. So this is what we have to discuss in audit. Then we have assessment. What is assessment as per my dictionary meaning? Assessment is an act of judging or deciding the amount, value, quality, or importance of something, or the judgment or decision that is made. This is as per my Cambridge dictionary, the definition of assessment. Now, similarly, assessment has been defined in the CGST provisions also in section 2 of my CGST Act 2017. It means determination of tax liability under this act and includes self-assessment, reassessment, provisional assessment, summary assessment, and best judge assessment. Till now, we are hearing taxpayers have to file their returns using a self-assessment mechanism. Now, what is this reassessment, provisional assessment, summary assessment, and best judge assessment? That is what we are going to discuss now. So there are 5 different types of assessment here. Now, when if it's a taxpayer, when I do a self-assessment, what I do is based on my returns filing, based on the transactions, I will determine my tax liability. Government is not going to say that this laptop is not 1 lakh, it is 1,20,000. It is not going to say that it is 18% or 12%. It is me who has to take a call. What is the value of the laptop? What is the rate I'm applying? That is called self-assessment. Now, then what is this best judge assessment basically, or provisional assessment? We'll see what is provisional assessment. Now, there can be cases where as a taxpayer, I'm not able to determine what is the value of the goods. In such cases, I can go to the department and say, can you please tell me what is the tax rate or the value of my goods? That is called provisional assessment till the final order is coming. So there is an ambiguity on the tax rate. I say 18% and department says 12%. If it is confirmed, then I'll be discharging it to 12%. Or if I say 12 and department says 19. So there is a potential revenue loss for the department. If I invoice it 12% and tomorrow it turns out to be 18%, who is going to make loss of that revenue to the government? It is me as a taxpayer. So for that, a bond has to be executed. So I need to approach the departmental officer to do this provisional assessment. Why I'm not able to do that? Why I want to make the payment of duty? The officer to whom I've submitted it, we normally call it as the jurisdictional officer. He has to respond within 90 days and give the order for me. Based on that order, I can do my business. And if there is any differential loss or the tax rate is there, for that I need to furnish a bond. And if it comes out to be that it is 18%, not 12%, then I need to make good self of that balance 12%. And the final order has to be issued within 6 months and can be extended by the assistant commissioner or joint additional commissioner for further period of 6 months, but it has to be done within 4 years. This is my provisional assessment. Now, what can be the cases where it can be a provisional assessment is applicable? Say, for example, now because of the pandemic-like situation, there is a huge demand for the COVID vaccine. Now, COVID vaccine, what price I should do that? I will say it is normally my cost plus. As a businessman, I go for cost plus model. And tax rate, I will say that it is a critical or essential element. I may charge it as 5%. But department says it is a drug or it is a medicine, it has to be taxed at 12%. So in such cases, I can go for this provisional assessment. Now, what is this scrutiny assessment? Now, every taxpayer has to file his returns on regular intervals, basically, be it on monthly or quarterly. So the returns filed by the taxpayer will be scrutinized by the departmental officers. One is audit. Other one is the department cannot wait for the things to be done till audits returns are filed, basically. So in that case, they'll go for scrutiny assessment, basically. So based on the return data, department can identify whether such taxpayers had any wrongdoings or not, whether it has been accounted correctly or not, whether reporting has been done correctly or not. If anything is coming under this one, basically, then the proper officer can order for a scrutiny of the returns and the records, books of records maintained by the taxpayer. So once an order has been issued under ASMT form ASMT 10, it has to be replied back by the person taxpayer within 30 days using the form ASMT 11. If the officer is satisfied with the answer provided, then it is okay. If not, then he has to revert it using the form ASMT 12. In case if the taxpayer does not respond within the stipulated time, then he can issue or go for other proceedings like demand and recovery under the Act. This is the provisions of my scrutiny assessment. Now, what is this best judge assessment, basically? Now, best judge assessment is scrutiny assessment can be done by the taxpayers if they have filed their returns. Suppose there are some black sheep errant taxpayers who have not filed their return. In such case, what has to be done? Based on the best of the information available with the officer, he has to take a call on that and act on it, basically. Now, say I'm a registered dealer under VAT prior to VAT, and my turnover as per my VAT returns was showing 3 crores or 5 crores every year. After the rollout of GST, my turnover has suddenly plummeted to 50 lakhs or 1 crore. The departmental officer will have an iota of doubt. What happened to Gupta ji? Pre-GST is doing 5 crores turnover. After the rollout of GST, he is declaring only 50 lakhs in the first 2 months. After that, he has not even filed the return. So based on the data of the VAT returns he had, or based on the data of the excise returns or service tax returns the departmental officer has, he can issue a notice, basically. That is called best judge assessment, basically. Now, what is this best judge assessment? In this case, the departmental officer will ask for the information like will review the information of his previous returns, be it excise or VAT or within the same regime, or he may ask the bank statements from the banks basically. Based on that, this information can be asked. Say, for example, the taxpayer has filed his returns for 17, 18, 18, 19, but 19, 20 has not filed it. Based on the data of 17, 18, 18, 19, if there is a progressive increment in the revenues, he will ask the taxpayer to furnish the returns, and why demand notice cannot be issued for the payment of taxes. So based on the best judge assessment, the registered person has to furnish the return within 30 days. If not, the registration can be withdrawn. If the return has been filed within 30 days, the order it is deemed that the order has been withdrawn as per the provisions of the Act. Now, in which cases the best judge assessment can be done? One is we have seen the return data. Other reasons can be like this. Say, for example, an officer is moving from, say, from Kukatpalli to Usman University campus. As per the provisions of the law, each and every registered taxpayer is required to display their GSTN number at a prominent location and there on the name board. Now, he is regularly seeing one particular sweets shop where there's a huge number of buyers coming there. Now, he has observed that there is no GST number displayed on the board. So what he will do? He will go there. He will disguise himself as a customer. He will purchase the goods. He will do some observations there basically. He'll stand there at the corner of the street or opposite of the shop and see how many customers are visiting that outlet, what are the footfalls, and what is the average billing. He'll make a guesstimate of this basically. So seeing that, he may arrive that this particular sweet shop's turnover can be more than 1 crore in a financial year. The sweet shop owner has not registered, but he is doing a business above the threshold limit. So even in such cases also, based on the information he has, he can go for and issue this notice and ask for the taxpayer, the sweet shop owner to take registration. Or if he is not filing returns, then he can go and ask for cancellation of the return. This is one example. Other example. Suppose there is a small outlet is there where they're serving tiffins and dinner and breakfast basically. Now, as per the provisions of the law, if he is supplying through online platform, through e-commerce operator, like my Swiggy or Uber Eats or Zomato or Dells or whatever you call it, he has to mandatorily take registration under GST. Any person who is doing transactions through e-commerce operator. Here, e-commerce operator means a third party doing or facilitating service on behalf of you. Now, the officer is feeling hungry in his office and he wants to order food. Suddenly, he bumps across a restaurant which is listed on Swiggy or on Zomato. This is one of the best or the recommended restaurants and the recommended dish. Now, under this, he says it has more than 5,000 reviews, ratings are there. Then he is a curious person. Is this guy really registered? It is falling under my jurisdiction. He will go and verify his list of taxpayers under his jurisdiction or under his area. He will come to know that this particular restaurant is not there. Then based on the information he has seen it on Swiggy, which is available in the public domain, he can ask that restaurant owner to take registration under GST. So this is how this best judgment assessment works under GST. So any questions so far what we have discussed? because I've discussed two topics. I forgot to ask you the questions on the audit portion. Or we'll do one thing, after this assessment is over, then we'll take questions on assessment and audit, and then we'll go for the third topic basically.
Okay, sir.
Yeah. So now summary assessment. Now, what is the summary assessment? In case of self-assessment, it is done by the taxpayer. In case of best judge assessment, it is done by an officer of the department. Now, in case of summary assessment, with the permission of the additional or joint commissioner, then only the proceedings for the tax liability can be issued through an assessment order. In which cases it can be done? Say, for example, every taxpayer has to file their monthly returns, discharge the tax liability through GSTR 3B or CMP 08 in case of composition taxpayers. If there is a delay in that, which means that that is a potential loss to the government, revenue loss to the government. Because if that revenue is not coming, government may not be able to discharge or pay the salaries or for the maintenance of the roads or the security of the country. Because they may also feel that he may fly away at one fine morning. So in such cases, this summary assessment can be initiated basically. So after receipt of the notice, within 30 days, this summary assessment has to be replied by the applicant. And if the person is filing reply within 30 days, then this application is deemed to be withdrawn by the order issued by the audit by the assistant commissioner or joint commissioner. If the information is satisfied, well and good. If not, then further proceedings can be taken care. So can I open up the questions for audit and assessment basically?
Yeah, we'll wait, sir. We'll wait for the audience charts regarding the questions and answers. Yeah,
sure.
Please, participants, if you have any queries regarding to this audit and assessment, you can post in the chat box.
Dear participants, if you have any queries or questions, please post in the chat box.
Yes, somebody is asking any profession related GST auditing.
Sir, another person asked, is there any free software provided by the government for GST compliance?
Yes, sir. There is 8 free different softwares are provided, sir, for GST for taxpayers turnover below 1.5 crores basically. It is free till 31st of March 2020, sir.
Sir, another question, sir. From Gundeti Shanta. Any profession related to GST auditing?
Any profession related to GST auditing?
Yes,
sir. GST audit can be done by a certified or a qualified chartered accountant or a cost accountant, sir. So as a CMA, even today, I cannot do the GST audit because I do not have certificate of practice.
Sir, what is the procedure to become a GST practitioner, or how can we pursue career in GST? That is the question from Puranam Brudula.
Okay. For GST practitioner, see, previously we used to have something called sales tax practitioners, right? Every state had this provision and they used to enroll certain accountants and advocates as sales tax practitioners. Similarly, if you want to be a GST practitioner, you need to enroll on the GSTN portal and you need to qualify an exam basically. If you are a qualified cost accountant or cost chartered accountant, then you need not take this exam if you are having the certificate of practice. But if you don't have this and you're a graduate or a postgraduate, you need to enroll there, take that exam conducted by the Government of India from time to time, and then you'll be eligible to become a GST practitioner. Once you become a GST practitioner, your name is also displayed on the GST website. So if anybody searches, I need a practitioner, your name is visible and you can offer your services. And the activities done by the GST practitioner, one, you can file the returns on behalf of your tax clients basically. Number two, you can maintain their books of accounts. Number three, you can represent on behalf of your clients with the departmental officers in case of any audit, assessment, scrutiny, or any of these procedures basically.
Another question is there, sir.
Huh.
Once again, please explain summary assessment from Chaitanya Rayabandi.
Yeah, I'll explain, sir. So summary assessment is normally carried out by the departmental officers if the taxpayers are not filing the returns at regular intervals basically. So for example, if I'm a monthly taxpayer, I need to file my return on every month basically. But if I have not done that one, then departmental officer can issue notices.
Sir, another question is there, sir.
Yeah.
Can you explain once again non-filers of returns?
See, non-filers of returns basically. Who are non-filers of return? Non-filers of returns are people who do not file the returns at regular intervals basically. If I'm registered under GST, as a regular taxpayer, I need to file my GSTR1 for my outward supplies and discharge my liability through GSTR3B. So if I don't file at regular intervals, then departmental officers will treat us as non-filers basically. Today, there was an article in the Mint which says that around 5.25 lakh taxpayers have not filed the returns for more than 6 months. So department is considering them as non-filers and taking actions towards cancellation of the registrations also.
Okay, sir. It seems there are no more questions, sir. It seems.
There is one question from Mr. Shankar in the direct window for me basically. If manufacturer wantedly undervalue the product, in such case, whom to deal these situations and whom to complain? Sir, it is a very good question, sir. There is a hotline available and a mail ID is also available on the GSTN portal where you can go and do that. Now, that is one is a procedural aspect. When it comes to the practicality, if I'm a manufacturer and I am manufacturing a laptop, my cost is coming to say 85,000 rupees. If I'm a businessman, I will definitely sell it above 85,000 rupees. I will not reduce the price to 60,000 or 70,000 rupees and sell the laptop. If I sell at that price, I'll be losing my revenue. I'll be running under losses. But what you have asked is valid in certain cases. Say, for example, I'm having two companies, one in India and other one in Malaysia. Okay. Now, in India, assuming my income tax rate on profits is 25%. And in Malaysia, it is 5%. What will I do in such case? I will undervalue and sell it in loss so that I need not pay higher income tax here basically. If I sell my laptop 85,000 rupees worth of manufacturing cost laptop to 1 lakh on 15,000 rupees, I need to pay 25% of income tax. But if I sell my laptop at 60,000 rupees, it is a loss. I need not pay my income tax on that. Now in Malaysia, what will happen is this 60,000 laptop, I'll sell it at 1 lakh again there. But how much tax I need to pay on 40,000 rupees? I need to pay only 5%. So to avoid this, in case of cross-border transactions within the same legal entity, what we call it as arm's length and related party transactions, in such cases, we have something called transfer pricing provisions basically. So if sales is happening between the related party transactions, as per the valuation provisions under GST, it has to be treated as if it is being sold to a third party and only that price has to be considered. These provisions for valuations are given clearly under section 15 of the GST Act. The person who is doing this audit will go through these provisions whether it has been valued correctly or not. If it is in India and if it is outside India, then my cross-border transactions, in such cases, my transfer pricing kicks off basically. That will come into picture, and if I'm undervaluing my goods, then the customs will do this valuation and then they'll ask me to pay differential amount of duties basically. It can also happen vice versa also. My tax rate in China is very high and in India is very less. So what they'll do is they under invoice the value. My manufacturing cost, the example what we discussed, they will sell lesser than the value what is their manufacturing cost, and in India my tax rate is less. So if the purchase in India is a lower value, then it is going to impact the homegrown industry basically. Even in such cases also transfer pricing provisions will be initiated by the department. At the customs department, when they value the bill of entry, they will do this assessment of valuation basically. How come this Gupta purchased laptops from his parent company at 60,000 rupees, whereas all other manufacturers or importers are purchasing at 85,000 rupees or 1 lakh? Then the valuation, the customs will ask the valuation to be increased to 85,000 rupees and discharge liability of customs duty accordingly, pay IGST accordingly. Yes, this is rampant when it comes to the related party transactions. Some unscrupulous or black sheep will be there in the whole ecosystem, and their whole job is to evade taxes, show losses, and do the things fraudulently. This is how it works in the market, sir.
Another
Yeah,
question.
better. I think Ramesh sir, better go for inspection. After that, we have time. We'll go for question and answer because 5 o'clock.
Okay.
Yeah, sure, sir. Definitely.
If you have any time, we'll again go for the question and answer, sir. Interaction, no problem.
Yeah, sure. See, inspection is again very important topic here basically. Why inspection is required basically? Inspection is required during the transit of the goods. Now, who can inspect? Any officer not below the rank of joint commissioner can conduct an inspection, or any officer authorized by him or above can conduct the inspection. Now, say for example, why department insists on inspection basically? Now, if you see recently, what is happening is every second day or every day, we are seeing input tax credit being availed wrongly by the taxpayers. Fake invoices are being issued. Now, how to curb these two activities basically? One is ensuring that assessments are happening, audits are happening. But these activities are period and transactions. Now, how can I handle it on day-to-day basis? I can handle it on day-to-day basis when there is movement of goods. See, previously, before the introduction of GST in India, if my goods have to travel from Hyderabad to Kanyakumari, for at every exit and entry point of the state, I need to show my documentation basically. What is the tax invoice? What is the challan for entry into the state? What is the challan for taking goods outside the state? And for every checkpost, about 3 to 4 hours of time on an average was getting wasted for the transporters. And this is increasing the cost to the suppliers as well as to the customers. Now, with the rollout of GST, what happened? The department has said that in order to provide better user experience, ease of doing business, state level checkposts have been eliminated. So the travel time for transportation of goods has been reduced comparatively to the pre-GST era by 25 to 40%. That is a welcome move. Now, this has been taken by some of the black sheep for tax evasion. Since there is no checking at the cross borders, basically, people thought that I can sell goods from Hyderabad to Tamil Nadu or Maharashtra without issuing an invoice because there is no check post. Government has emphasized that there will be some black sheep. How to check them is through inspection. Now, a vehicle is going through, say from here, from Hyderabad to Karnataka, Bangalore. The departmental officer has a provision and the capacity to inspect, intercept those goods and do the inspection. During the inspection, what will the officers check? They will check whether there is an e-way bill issued or not. E-way bill has to be issued in case there is an interstate movement of transfer of goods if the value of goods is above 50,000 rupees. If e-way bill has to be generated, then we need to have a tax invoice or a delivery challan. If tax invoice is there, that will be reflecting in my GSTR fund. Now, if I am repeatedly transferring goods on issue of delivery challan and issuing an e-way bill, which means that I am evading taxes. So departmental officers within the city or outside the city borders, they can intercept any vehicle and do the inspection of the goods which are being carried out in the conveyance basically. One is they can do during the transit. Other one, there are godowns or warehouses, right? In the industry area, Katedan or all these places, if you go, you have this hub and spoke model in the supply chain where they're stocking the goods in third-party warehouses. So such warehouses also can be inspected by the departmental officers. Because if they're maintaining in third-party warehouses, then they have to maintain all the books of accounts and records what we have discussed in the first session. So during this inspection, if the departmental officers finds that there is no tax invoice is issued or e-way bill is issued, or it can be cases, I may be transferring 10 tons of material in the same vehicle, but I may be invoicing it only for 5 tons or 6 tons. In such cases, the inspector who is inspecting this, the official who is inspecting those things can levy penalties and ensure that recovery of taxes can happen. And the officer who is doing this inspection has to be provided with a letter called Form GST INS 01 basically. And the officer has to believe that again, there is an element of iota of doubt for evasion of taxes. See, now inspection, is it, if the consignment being carried out is clear, there is no challenges. If goods are caught without proper documentation, then the officer can confiscate the goods also. Now, confiscation means by what? The goods are seized, the conveyance through which the goods are being transported is also seized. And penalty will be asked to be paid equivalent to the tax amount being evaded, along with the tax amount. Once this tax amount is paid, along with the penalty through DRC 03 challan, once that order copy is shown, then the goods are released. Now, if it is a tax invoice is not issued, then tax invoice has to be issued, that tax invoice has to be shown, and that has to be reported in the subsequent tax period when the GST return 1 filing due date occurs basically. Now, we are talking about when there is a transfer of goods in the transit, documentation has to be mentioned and e-way bill has to be issued. Now, there is a classic case in Chennai basically. The consignment was coming probably from Gujarat or Maharashtra to a particular spot in Tamil Nadu. The e-way bill, which contains both from location to location, the pin codes and everything. The challenge in Tamil Nadu when we enter is that many of the people there speak only Tamil. They cannot understand Hindi or English. The poor driver, the lorry driver who is coming from Gujarat or Maharashtra has crossed that location from where he has to deliver the goods and went 10 kilometers ahead by taking a detour because he could not understand the directions given by the person in the local language. During this process, what happened? The officials have done the inspection and they found that it has crossed the location where it is supposed to deliver the goods and they've taken it as non-compliance of the provisions. And they've issued huge penalties and confiscated the goods. The penalty was ranging into lakhs of rupees. The aggrieved party has found that it is not no mistake of the driver and there is no intention to defraud the government. So they have approached the Honorable High Court of Chennai, where they said that the intention is not to defraud the government. It was only because of the communication challenges of the language issue. Basically, the vehicle has trespassed or taken a detour and did not reach that location. Basically, it does not amount to evasion of taxes. And the Honorable High Court bench has also felt the same and asked the departmental officers to withdraw the penalty penal provisions issued and asked them to levy only nominal fine. Similarly, a case has been reported in the Honorable High Court of Telangana recently, where the material is being transported from the taxpayer's location to the transporter's location. Now, if the distance between the taxpayer's godown or location to the warehouse transporter's location is less than 50 kilometers, e-way bill is not required. This e-way bill has two parts basically, part A and part B. Say suppose I'm a pharmaceutical manufacturer located in GD Metro and I'm making generic drugs. I have an order to supply to my good to my customer who is in say West Bengal. I am sending only 15 cartons. The transporter to move this 15 cartons will not come to my location with a big vehicle. He'll come with a local vehicle, basically a trolley, tractor or something like that, auto, and then transfers the goods from my location to his godown, where he does consolidation of all supplies like me, and then he transfers to West Bengal. Now, during this period, tax invoice was there, e-way bill was generated, part B was not generated, which will have the actual vehicle details, which is the vehicle type, and then what is the vehicle number and everything. That was missing. The state officials have intercepted the vehicle and said that it is not having proper documentation and they levied huge penalties there. And tax evasion is also has been included in that basically. The aggrieved party has approached the Honorable High Court of Telangana and they said that as per the provisions, 50 kilometers is not required and there is no tax evasion because the movement is happening from the warehouse to the transporter's location, which is less than 50 kilometers. Everything is as per the provisions of the law. Tax invoice is there. E-way bill part A is generated. Then the Honorable Supreme Court has agreed with the aggrieved party and asked the state officials to withdraw the orders basically. So inspection can happen, but we need to provide all the required information during the transit of the goods basically. So this is what I have to discuss in inspection. Why I have touched based on the inspection point is today lot of questions have been raised on inspection. Many officers are visiting or campaigning on the roads and trying to identify these things. And since it is a new law, both the taxpayers and the tax officials are not aware of the provisions of the law, and some hiccups are being taking place in the trade and commerce. To avoid that, we should follow the provisions of the law and apprise the officers in case if they're having any gaps in the understanding of the law. That is why inspection has been touched base basically. And when it coming to the appeal, suppose what we have discussed in this audit or assessment or inspection, order has been issued by the departmental officer. I'm not satisfied. I can go for the revision of that appeal basically. I can contest with the higher authorities. Even then I'm not satisfied. Then I can go to the High Court or the Supreme Court based on the various guidelines. Appellate authorities for appeals have been not yet set up in all the states. Only few states have notified, and this mechanism is not 100% active as on date. Yes, sir. So this is what I have to cover in this session. Now we can discuss the other open items basically. Other questions which are pending, which you did not discuss, we can take them.
Sir, one question is there, sir.
Yes, sir.
Mrudula Puranam Garu.
Yes, sir.
How undervaluation of sales is dealt in GST? For example, my actual sales amounted to rupees 1 lakh, but without receipts, I show it as 50,000 only. So how this can be dealt? This is general phenomenon in India because most sales are done in estimate slip and not a GST receipt book. That is the question, sir.
Yeah. Thank you, madam. You're asking a very valid question as a normal citizen of India who is a law-abiding citizen of India. See, there are a couple of points which we need to take care in this basically. There is a provision called Section 15. Now, what will happen is, say, for example, you have 1,50,000 we are talking, right? Say, for example, you are coming to me, I am charging you 50,000 rupees for the same laptop. Now, Ramesh sir are coming to me, I am charging him 1 lakh. Now, the departmental officer, if he sees my sales register, same item sold to 2 different customers with such a huge variation, then they can issue notices on me. Number 1. Number 2, estimation slip. This is what normally happens basically. If I go to Begum Bazaar or General Bazaar, this is what we normally see. Tax invoice. If you want tax invoice, you need to pay 18% extra. Human tendency to save money. ठीक है भाई, दे दो मुझे, पर्ची पे लिख के दे दो. That is nothing but estimation slip. This is perfect. Now, if I see from a department perspective, what will happen? We need to understand the supply chain cycle here basically. In the supply chain, on the top of the pyramid, I have the manufacturer, then I have the distributor or a C&F agent, a distributor, super stockist or stockist, then I have the retailer. Now, if my sale is happening from my manufacturer to the retailer, at end point of time, the tax will go to the tax departmental kitty basically. In every stage, on the value addition, GST is levied and input tax credit is availed by all the taxpayers, all the stakeholders in the whole supply chain cycle for me. Now, in case of retailer, the material will go from distributor or stockist to the retailer. Now, if I am an unregistered retailer, the tax point for the government for revenue collection is only the stockist. If I'm a registered taxable person, how long I can go and keep on say that I'm not selling goods? What will happen is, because the stockist is registered taxable person, he will issue a tax invoice. Now I made a cash sale. That means I've sold the goods, collected the money, but I have not reported. Perfect. You have not reported, government will assume that I have not sold the goods. But how long I can do that? When I do my annual return, what will happen? My purchases are accumulated there and shown there. My sales are accumulated and shown there. Now, what is department doing to identify such errant or black sheep in the system like me? There are multiple ways departmental officer work on this. One example, since I'm a retailer, I may be having some loan amounts for my banks basically, for my cash credit or OD facility basically. Now, the bankers also ask the CMA data, purchase and sale. There I need to disclose my purchases as well as sales. The moment I disclose my sales there, the departmental officials are comparing the sales or which are the cash flow which is reported in my books of a bank account and to my GST returns. And what the bankers are doing is, you give us the CMA data, but at the same time, you also share us your GST returns. I purchased 10 units, made 3 units in cash and 7 units through banking channel or issuing a proper invoice. That means my 3 units have to be in my closing stock. So CMA data, you will be showing your closing stock also. And when the bank officials comes for inspection there, again, you don't have these 3 units which is being sold in cash. That is where they're being caught. Recently, Telangana government, what they've done is, they've asked the bankers to share the data of all the POS machines basically. This point of sale machine is nothing but the swipe machines where we go and swipe our credit cards or debit cards with various retail outlets. So what they've done is, they've collected the data. If a POS machine I've taken it, that means I should have a bank account. That means my PAN number is there. That means they've verified my PAN number with the GSTN data. Yes, Gupta is having 10 lakhs turnover in his bank statement. His GST returns is having only 3 lakhs. They started issuing notices. Coming to the valuation, 50,000. Because I am reporting my sales at invoice level, it has to be consistent. If he is a regular customer, I may offer him 5% or 10% discount, but not 50% discount. Yes, in some cases I may offer, but that cannot be repetitive in nature. This is where data analytics is being put into use by the departmental officers at the back end. There is a data analytics wing which is headed by a central tax commissioner, CGST commissioner, at a commissioner rank, who is an IRS officer, who is analyzing these volumes of transactions, and these inputs are shared with the field and enforcement wing of the CGST and SGSTs across the states, and this way they're evading the tax evasion. This is how the department is going to do these transactions and picking out the black sheep basically. Yes, sir. Any other questions? Hope I have answered. I'm able to do justice and reply to your queries basically.
Yes, sir. No more questions or queries, it seems, sir.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, sir.
Sir, 1 second, Ramesh sir, 1 second. Sir, now is there any possibility to avoid the GST still like earlier?
Sorry, sir, I could not understand. Can you please be
now
more
is
clear?
there any possibility to avoid the tax by these small firms like companies or whatever it is?
Sir, days are becoming very tough, sir, for tax evasion, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Now everything is becoming digital.
Okay.
See, that is why government is now, tax evasion is happening to multiple reasons basically.
Okay.
One is people taking fake registrations basically, because there is no physical verification like in my central excise, VAT or service tax.
Yeah.
Same office room, I'm running multiple business firms because deemed registration concept and started issuing fake invoices. There is a cycle at any point of time. So department is able to identify all such errant taxpayers using data analytics.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Ramesh sir, go ahead, sir.
So thank you very much, sir. On behalf of the Department of Commerce and the participants, I thank you very much, sir. With a plumb, you have addressed so many issues, ranging from books, records under GST to audit, assessment, inspections, and you have addressed various queries that are posted in the chat box, sir. You have explained about credit notes, tax invoice, payment voucher, delivery challan, and HSN system also you have explained with effortless ease. And there is no doubt that the participant do not have even as an iota of doubt, sir, regarding all these issues. So thank you very much, sir. Once again, I wholeheartedly thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. And thank you all the participants for listening patiently throughout my sessions of more than 2 hours, basically. It's almost 3 hours plus.
3 hours. 3 hours, sir.
3 hours.
You can see the chat box, sir. Equivalents are pouring in.
Yeah, I'm able to see that, sir. Thanks a lot, sir.
As cool as a cucumber, you have explained so many things.
Yeah, I'm really honored, sir, for your nice words and gesture.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Gupta sir, thank you, sir. I will be contacting sir. Thank you.
Yeah, sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You can exit from the screen share, sir. All right.
Yes,
Thank you.
Yeah.
Sir, shall we take a break, sir, for 10 minutes?
Yes. Break and we will rejoin by 5:10. Madam is will come next resource person will join by 5:10. All the participants are requested to join by 5:10.
Okay.
Be ready before 5:10. Madam, exactly will start 5:10 because today you have valedictory. Sharply you will close by 6:40 and immediately will start valedictory.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about attendance. We are sending attendance frequently. Don't worry.
Attendance link will be shared after the third session starts.
Yes. Yeah, go and have a nice tea and come back.
వెంకటేష్ గారు, వెంకటేష్ గారు, వెంకటేష్ గారు, వెంకటేష్ గారు,
Good evening, sir. Good evening, ma'am.
madam, good evening. You are welcome, madam.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, Ramesh, you can start, I think.
So good evening to all the participants. This is the last session in 1 week program of workshop regarding income tax and GST. And I once again welcome CAS Renuka Murali Garu. And it is my greatest privilege to introduce Renuka madam actually. But I will say only in a sentence about her because we already are very much acquainted with her because she has handled 10th session in this 1 week workshop. So just one sentence in a nutshell I will tell. Madam is a practicing chartered accountant and is a partner in Messrs. J. Murali and Co. since 2013. This is enough because we are already very much acquainted with her. So she will deal with e-way bill and invoicing in this session. So I welcome you with this brief introduction and I welcome you once again, madam. Thank you very much, madam.
A small correction. It is on valuation of supply. E-way will be a done with already.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, madam. Sir, please make her co-host, sir. Venkatesh Garu, please make her co-host, madam.
Sir, I don't have the power, sir.
Yeah, okay.
Ravi sir will do.
Okay. Okay. It's over to you, madam.
So thank you for that wonderful introduction. Thank you, sir. Thank you once again. I'm very happy to meet all of you. Being the last resource person of this 7-day workshop on financial literacy.
Not only last, madam, you are the first and last, but the GST is concerned.
Exactly. First and last, exactly, sir.
For the GST is concerned, you are the first.
As far as GST is concerned, I have commenced and I would like to see all. They always, there is a proverb, isn't it? All is well that ends well. So I hope I mean the participants have been really been benefited by the wonderful organizations done by the Osmania University, and mainly the coordinators of this, Dr. Ravi, Dr. Sandhya, and it was wonderful interacting with all of you. And I really thank the opportunity given to us for sharing our knowledge, because knowledge is never ending, right? Knowledge is never ending. We keep learning all the time, and when questions are coming from the participants, we try to ponder over it, and we get a new perspective whenever we read GST Act. Every time, whenever we prepare for a presentation, and when we just have a glance at whatever we have prepared, we relearn. Our perspective changes. We keep learning and we keep updating ourselves, and these are forums whereby we can share our knowledge, and the more knowledge that you share, the more knowledgeable you become. That is what is the beauty of sharing knowledge is all about. And I am really thankful to Osmania University and all the organizers, the Vice Chancellor, the Registrar, the Principal, and all the coordinators, the Department of Commerce, everyone for giving this wonderful opportunity. And a 7-day workshop, 4 days we had on GST, and any number of sessions for that matter, whether it is for income tax or GST, it is not enough at all. But a workshop like this might give an overall view of what GST all about, and what as citizens, as GST practitioners, as commerce students, or as faculty who are going to teach GST, who are teaching GST, it is definitely no doubt that it is going to definitely be beneficial. God willing, maybe there will be an opportunity once all these corona issues are over, we might meet in person. I am from the old school of thought. Unless and otherwise we see people in person, communicating is going to be much difficult. Technically, I am only talking to a laptop right now, but I have to put myself and imagine that I'm speaking to around 500 odd people. Those have joined the course, and it holds good for everyone, even for you. You are only looking at the computer. You are not looking at me personally, but you are looking virtually to me, listening to me. So I am not. I am though with all these constraints. The better part is information technology is a double-edged sword. The better part is I would not have met the last name that I saw in the chat box was a professor from Varanasi. I wouldn't have got the opportunity of traveling all the way to Varanasi and discussing about GST, but information technology has made this possible. I personally thank the technical team who have organized this, creating the link, and seeing that there is smooth transition of data that is being transmitted, and when we have an issue, they really come forward to do that. So that is an amazing work that they have done. I congratulate them personally. And we are going to the last session of today. It is on valuation of supplies. Are you able to view my screen?
Yes, madam.
Okay.
Yes, madam. Yes,
so
ma'am.
that is excellent. So this is going to be the final session of the thing, valuation. I want to slightly make it a little more interactive, like I always do. I normally go visit the chat box and see, and I try to answer the questions. Friends, let me tell you the crux of. Yes, sir?
Ma'am, follow ma'am. Start your video also, ma'am.
Oh, you want me to start the video also? Okay, no?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. The crux of the entire session of GST is in a simple thing you can find out. I will tell you what it is all about. You can learn GST by going through a tax invoice which you purchase in a supermarket or any place for that matter. Let it be a fast moving consumer goods or anything. You might be able to understand various aspects of GST. I'll tell you how. I'll tell you the importance of tax invoice because that is necessary for valuation of supply. See, one thing that, let me make one thing very clear to you. Though this entire GST is one tax on goods and services, goods and services, when I use the term goods and services, they keep traveling like parallel lines. Most of the time they keep traveling like parallel lines, because the rules and notifications, or the way in which you value a good, you cannot value the service, because it is very difficult to find out quantitative value for service. Say for example, in the 5 days of workshop, so 1.5 first 1.5 hour, second 1.5 hour, third 1.5 hour. That means literally I have spoken to you on GST for 4.5 hours. Right? When I speak for 4.5 hours, I cannot say that I have delivered what can I say, 1000 kg of GST knowledge, can I say, or can I say 3,000 rupees worth of GST knowledge, can I say, or can I say 30% of GST knowledge I have shared with you, can I say? I cannot quantify, because it depends on the person who is receiving it and also the person who is supplying it. So that is the unique nature of service. Supposing you go to a doctor, right? Doctor is rendering a service. You cannot quantify, right? You cannot quantify in terms of money the value of services that are being rendered. So valuation of service is little bit complicated than goods, because goods you can physically see, right? I have a cell phone here, you can see the cell phone, and seeing the model you can say what is the price of this cell phone. Whereas you cannot say, you cannot quantify my knowledge, or you cannot quantify how much of my knowledge you have perceived. That is very, very, very difficult. So that is why valuation rules play a major role in case of GST, not only in mainly in indirect taxes, where valuing service is a little bit more difficult than valuation of goods, because the valuation is going to be on the basis of the number of man hours spent. Rather, you give a dress to a tailor for stitching, he'll take 3 hours of time. So 3 hours of manual labor he has spent, and he has spent to the creativity. One very small story I will just continue. See, this is how the valuation takes place. There was a ship which was full of cargo, and it was ready to leave the port. The ship had a problem. It had a major problem, of course. Nobody was able to sort out the problem. So they called one very old man who was associated with the ship from the beginning of its construction. So he was called. So he had a bag full of tools. He walked all over the ship, and finally he went to the engine room, and he inspected each and every aspect of it without doing anything. He was just looking at each and every aspect of the parts of the engine, and finally in one particular place he stopped. He took a very small tool and tapped on that particular place. The minute he tapped on the particular place, the engine revived and the ship started working. So the people of the ship, they didn't want to pay him any money, because he has actually done nothing. He has actually only tapped in that one particular place, and the people did not want to give him money. But anyway, because of this, he cannot stop giving money also. So he asked the ship management people, asked the old one, please send your bill, we will pay the money. So he sent a bill. He sent a bill for 1 lakh rupees. The description of the bill, and the management asked him to describe the bill as to what are the reasons on the basis of which you are charging so and so X and X amount. So finally he sent a bill for 1 lakh of rupees, telling that the value of the particular tool that he used is 1 rupee, right? But the knowledge to know where to tap is 99,999 rupees. Totally 1 lakh rupees. This is the bill he sent. So this is what a service is all about, because quantifying the service is pretty much difficult, and unless and otherwise your quantification, your valuation is perfect, the tax collection also will be a problem. When the tax collection is problem, tax management is going to be a problem. When tax management is going to be a problem, it will lead to a lot of appeals, revisions, and litigations. And of course, you had the last session of appeals, revisions, and litigations. You have to be running behind the GST department, explaining as to why you were right and why you were wrong, and all those stuff. With this introduction, so let us come to why these documents are necessary before talking of value. A few of the documents, that the main documents have described: tax invoice, bill of supply, delivery challan, receipt voucher, payment voucher, and refund voucher. Like in return session, you would have seen these are the documents which are in table 13 of your GSTR1, whereby you have to mention what is the starting number and what is the ending number. I will just spend time only on the tax invoice and nothing else. See, a sample tax invoice is something like this. I'm using my annotation to show you. It is all these are mandatory fields. It should contain GSTN of the supplier. Can you see here? So if we have a tax invoice, just to see the first two letters. Supposing if you have ordered something from Amazon, take the tax invoice and see. You can give this even as a project to your students. The first two numbers stand for the state. So you know from which state the goods have come, right? Buyer name, if it is your name, that is fine. Otherwise, the buyer, if he is a registered dealer, the GST number of the buyer must be mentioned. If it is not mentioned, then you are not eligible for the input tax credit, because input tax credit can be claimed only by a eligible dealer. Then can you see here description of goods, HSN code. I have just spoken about HSN code in my introductory session. Go to the website, go to the HSN code finder. Type this 1250. Find out whether it is for a mobile number. If it is not for mobile numbers, then you have an issue to talk about. See, all these things you can give as a project to the students. This is for the teachers who are attending, because this is going to give you a lot of information. Just to go to the GST website, type search taxpayer, whatever invoice that you have with the GST number, type the GST number there. It is going to give you lots of information, whether he is a composition dealer, whether he is active, and you can that is for verifying the dealer. Here GST rate is there, so you can go to the HSN rate finder and find out whether for this particular HSN code, whether the rate charged by the seller is correct. The quantity, rate, everything you can check here. This is what is being reported. And if you see here in the second part of the bill, see there are some items, the 3 items are there, the quantity is there. And if you can see here, the central tax, the state tax, everything is there. So what you can do, you can just compare and see. If you have to charge a CGST and SGST, the two numbers, the 2 digits of state must be same both for the buyer and the seller. If they are different, and if the bill is containing CGST and SGST, then something is wrong. Like that, you can analyze the entire tax invoice, and on the basis of the tax invoice, you can generate a number of answers. To that extent that when you put the tax invoice, the system is also telling that how many returns has the particular GST assessee has filed. So this is the value and importance of tax invoice. And remember, only if the rate is there, it becomes a valid tax invoice. If the rate is not there, it is not a valid tax invoice. So that means you will issue a bill of supply when there is no tax invoice. That is when there is no tax. Say, for example, for a composition dealer, when there is no tax, you have to issue a bill of supply. You cannot issue a tax invoice. When the goods are exempted, you can issue only a bill of supply, but cannot issue a tax invoice. Well, if you use the term tax invoice, it must contain a taxable supply. That is what is the idea of tax invoice, and this is where our valuation starts. The valuation starts somewhere from here. Okay, can you see on the screen? 3 bags. The spelling is wrong. 3 bags, 2,040 rupees per bag, 6,120. This is some provision items. Okay, Mishri, Dana, all those things are provision items. So 17 bags for 28,980. So to arrive at this, on this 28,980, they have charged, can you see here, the taxable value is 27,600, 15,980 with the HSN code 704. In HSN code 402, it is 11,680. Can you see here on the taxable value, the rate is 5% central tax and 5% state tax. The total value has been arrived at. So you are getting a tax invoice value of 28,980. Friends, be with me. This 27,600 is a taxable value. Taxable value is the value on which you will charge the tax. 28,980. 28,980 is the invoice value. Invoice value includes taxable value plus the tax, whatever that is being charged, the invoice value. We are going to talk about how to arrive at this 27,600 rupees. Because only on this, when you're going to charge the tax, if we have valued less, the tax received by the government will be less. If you have valued more, the tax received by the government will be more. So the government will take extreme precautions to see that it is valued correctly. And all these are things which will be handled by the assessing officer to find out whether when you go for an assessment, you have to prove so many things. You have to prove your HSN code is correct. You have to prove that the rate of tax that you have charged is correct. You have to prove that the valuation is correct. So this is where valuation plays a major role. Coming to our next slide. So I said supply, though it is goods and services tax, friends be with me, though it is goods and services tax, the rules for goods will not apply to rules for services. If we have time to go through the entire act and rules, we'll always see the word starting telling that there will be certain rules which are common to goods or services. There will be certain rules which are applicable only to goods. There will be certain rules which are applicable only to services. In yesterday's session on time of supply and place of supply, you would have seen it practically. The speaker would have explained to you time of goods is time of supply for goods separately, time of supply for goods services separately. Same way, place of supply of goods separately and place of supply of services separately. In the beautiful example of place of service, I mean, these are things that you have to keep pondering in your mind whenever these will be the doubts that will normally arise. See, technically speaking, the first day you told me the agreement is between me and the speaker. Me here means the speaker. The various speakers for the day, for the session of 1 week, and Osmania University. Hypothetically, say it is me and Osmania University. What is the place of service? Can you just think or ponder over? Is it Chennai or is it Osmania? It is all the places all over the country. So that will decide the rate of tax. You try to appreciate that. Okay, so you have to be very clear as to the understanding of the act. Like the first day, that an example that I told you, you have to be very clear as to the understanding of that. Goods little bit easier because something that when I say goods are delivered, the previous session on e-Wable, I told you I'm delivering goods to Dr. Jansi. Okay, when Jansi receives, the place of supply is her place. So you can see. But when we talk of services, how are you going to identify this? That is what is mattering a lot, because so to first decide whether the particular supply comes under goods or particular supply comes under services. That's a very, 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 very first part. Like Schedule 1 and Schedule 2, Schedule 3 of the GST Act. If you go through the act, it will clearly say there are certain services which are, there are certain supplies which are treated only as services. There are certain supplies which are treated only as goods. So this differentiation you should know to understand between the goods and services, because the rules are applicable for goods need not necessarily be applicable to services. Only there are certain common rules which are applicable to both goods and or services. So having said that, so we have to revisit again the meaning of goods and services. Though I have done it in my first session. To understand the valuation, we have to revisit the definition. That is why I have taken this definition, section 2, subsection 52. Goods means every kind of movable property other than money and securities, but includes actionable claims, growing crops, grass and things attached to or forming part of the land. Whether they are taxable goods, exempted goods, that's a different one. Meaning of goods only we are saying, which are agreed to be served before supply or under a contract of supply. When you come to the definition of services, see the first line. Anything other than goods, money and securities. That means anything that you cannot call it as a good will automatically fall under services. That is why before the introduction of GST, they introduced something called OIDAR. OIDAR, Online Information Data Access Retrieval Services. See, like you are very familiar with this Netflix and Amazon Prime Video, Hotstar. What are they actually? Can somebody answer in the chat box? What are these Netflix? What is the service that they provide, Dr. Manjula? I'm getting an answer. Movie apps, of course, they are movie apps. They provide service. Excellent, Arshita. Video streaming, because yes, I just wanted that line. Okay, video streaming. See, thank you, friends. Movie apps, entertainment. Mr. Moses says entertainment. Some Galaxy Phone 7 says movie apps. streaming, online OTT platforms, excellent. Manishri, online OTT platforms, OTT movies, excellent. Okay, fine. See, the idea is this much. This is what I'm trying to convey. This particular movie streaming, it is happening elsewhere, right? The service provider is Netflix. Who is the receiver? You are the receiver. Each one of us are receiver of the movie. So here you cannot claim telling that the person is not here. There is no fixed place of establishment. There is no representative. So no tax, no Indian tax will be collected, because earlier most of these were not specifically defined. All these companies who do not have all these OTT companies, the streaming companies, to be very specific, all these streaming companies were streaming the movie or whatever it is, in downloadable content or whatever it is. They were using their servers which were not even in India. The servers were abroad. From there, through internet, they were streaming all these movies. So the claim was that because they do not form a part of the country, they were not paying any tax on it. But to bring them, but they are benefiting huge sums of money because of delivering these services to the country, to the people of the country. So that being the case, they are liable to pay collect taxes. So the government brought something saying that if you do not have a representative, you please appoint a representative, then pay tax. So all these are services. So like this, the definition is very huge. This OIDAR itself is a separate discussion on a separate day. Maybe some good day we will do that. So please try to understand the meaning of services. Services is a very huge term, and once you understand these services, you will be much able to appreciate the GST as such. Okay, so anything other than goods, goods, money, and securities, but includes activities relating to the use of money or its conversion by cash or by any other mode. So it will also include, what does that mean? See, a person is doing only a conversion activity, that is converting dollar into Indian rupees. So you cannot say it is dealing in money. So it has included the definition, say it includes, though it is not money, but includes the activity of converting money from one currency to another. So that is why service GST is charged on money conversion. So from one form of currency denomination or another, for which a separate consideration is charged. Okay, right. So now we will see section 15. Section C, supply is a very interesting, complicated, introspective, confusing. I will use so many adjectives for supply because that is the crux, that is the basis of GST. So supply is a broad term. Yesterday in detail you would have done that. Supply includes. What is an includes definition? There is, you should know. Well, let me just make this slightly interesting. Again, I am going to use the chat box. I am going to give you one sentence. Okay, I teach GST. It is an English sentence, as all of you know. I teach GST. When I say I teach GST, I just want you to add the word only. I will just type that in the chat box. Give me a minute. Just opening my chat box. Okay, I am going to type in the chat box, I teach GST. I want you to do a simple thing. Just add this word to anywhere of the sentence. I want you to add this word only to anywhere of the sentence. Let me see. I teach GST only. Shanti Bedula. Yes. I teach only GST. Arshita. I teach only GST. Manjula. Only I teach GST. Mridula. Teach GST. Vijayalakshmi. Only I teach GST. Okay, you can stop it there. I need the screen to see. Just stop it there. Please appreciate the words. See the small change, the positioning, see how it changes the meaning. When I say I teach only GST, that means I don't teach anything else. I teach only GST, right? If we say only I teach GST, that means it is only I. Other than me, nobody teaches GST. See the way in which the meanings differ, right? When these meanings differ, the interpretation differs. When the interpretation differs, the act also will behave in a different way. So as professionals, you should not appreciate. You should not appreciate the nuances of this, because even a comma, even a full stop will make a huge difference in interpreting the act. So only to explain that, I'm just I just took this as an example. We'll go back to our screen share. Sorry. So this is, so now, so you have to be very clear as to how you have got to understand. So that's why when you see the definition, supply includes, supply is defined as, supply excludes, supply can be termed as, all these words, though they might mean the same, they'll have different meanings, and accordingly you have to understand the meaning. So when you say supply includes, it will include everything. It is an exhaustive definition. You can include anything that you want as a supply, right? So once you understand the meaning of supply, you have to understand how to value it, because if you do not know the value, then you cannot calculate the tax properly. So valuation of supply, section 15 talks about valuation of supply. It says the transaction value, right, which is the price actually paid or payable for the said supply. So the price or one second, I'll just again use my annotations. So which is the price actually paid or payable for the said supply. What is the price or pay? Why the term payable is used? Why can't it be paid? Because you might buy the goods on credit and it might be paid on a later date. At the time of payment, the value might change. So that is why it says price actually paid or payable. So what are the conditions? There are two conditions here, where the supplier and the recipient are not related. So they should not be related. What do you mean by related? We are going to see in the next slide. And can you see here? And I have highlighted, it is only and condition, not or condition. It is an and condition. The price is the sole consideration for the supply. So only if these two conditions are satisfied, the transaction value becomes the value of taxable supply, right? So we have to see what is that this relationship means. What is that sale consideration means? We are going to see by only one by one example. So person shall be deemed to be a related person. Okay. When such a persons or officers or directors in another company, such a persons are legally recognized as partners, such a persons are employer and employee. See, when we talk of relationship, it does not mean in Tamil we say chitti, chittappa, mama, mami, attai. We say that we are not talking about those relations. The relationship is again defined in the act. Two persons are said to be related, right? Such persons are officers or directors of one other business. Such persons are legally recognized partners in business. Employer-employee relationship. Any person directly or indirectly owns 25% or more of the voting stock. Then directly or indirectly controls the other. Both of them are directly, indirectly controlled by a third person. Together they are directly and indirectly controlled. They control. They are members of the same family. Normally, by relation, we'll mean only the last one, members of the same family, not necessary. If any of the relationship is like this, they are meant to be related persons. The term also includes legal persons, right? So the person who are associated in the business is the sole agent also. If he is a sole agent, sole distributor also a related person. So saying this, if the person, the first condition is they should not be related. Condition number one. Condition number two, the price must be the sole consideration. What do you mean by price must be the sole consideration? Say for example, I am going to a market to buy a mobile phone. I am going to a market to buy a laptop. When I'm going to buy a laptop, I dispose my old laptop and get the new one. You have already explained to me the examples also, you have answered correctly. So I'm not spending much time on in detail explaining it. So I'll just give you the answer straight away. So I am buying a laptop for 50,000 rupees. I am getting the laptop in exchange of my old laptop for 10,000, whereby I pay only 40,000 rupees. This being the case, here the second condition is not satisfied. What? Price is the sole consideration. In the example that I given to you, price is not the sole consideration, because I am not only paying 40,000 rupees, I am also giving an old laptop. So that condition is not satisfied. So remember, you will apply the transaction value, the actual value of the supply, only when two conditions are satisfied. Condition number one, the persons must not be related as per the definition I showed it to you. The second condition is it should be for a consideration. It should be for the sole consideration. If these two conditions are satisfied, transaction value becomes the value of supply. So now the question arises, what is the transaction value? What do you mean by the transaction value? You can see it on the screen. There are some 7 points which are there. Anything that is levied under any law is charged separately by the supplier. So why in case of customs, what we do is there is something called a BCD, basic customs duty, right? Basic customs duty is the customs duty that you pay if we want to release the goods from the customs authorities. So for calculating, after that, there was an ACD, additional customs duty, that has been replaced with the word IGST right now. So when you calculate IGST, let me give a hypothetical example. Supposing the value of goods is 1 lakh, okay. As per the Customs Tariff Act, let us assume the rate of that particular good is 12%. So 1,12,000 rupees the value of the goods. Let us assume the IGST on that is 18%. You have to decide when I say value, it is not 1 lakh on which you will charge 18%, but you will charge it on 1,12,000 18%. That is the very first point. Any taxes, duties, cesses, fees and charges levied under any law other than GST, if charged separately by the supplier. The second one, supposing the supplier is liable to pay, but for the purpose of convenience, it is incurred by the recipient. Say for example, for same 1 lakh example, we will take 1 lakh is the value of supply, but because of some inconvenience, supplier is asking the recipient to bear the charges, courier charges of say 10,000 rupees. So the value here, though the charges are meant by the recipient, the value of supply will be not 1 lakh, but only 1,10,000 rupees. Then incidental expenses, commission, packaging, everything will get added to the value of supply. Interest or late fee or penalty for delayed payment will be added. Subsidies directly linked to the price, excluding if the subsidy is provided by the government, it will not be added. But other than that, if any form of subsidy the company is receiving, that also will be received. Say for example, 3 lakh of rupees is the value, but you get it as a subsidized price of 2 lakh of rupees. Value only will be 3 lakhs and not 2 lakhs. You are not supposed to reduce the subsidy. But if the subsidy is given by the government, the value will change. So to the basic value of the product, you have to add all these items to find out the tax rate. See the difference, friends. If it had been the basic value, it will be say only 1 lakh of rupees. 1 lakh 18% IGST will be 18,000 rupees. But you add all these so many items, the value might go to 1,50,000, whereby the sale rate of tax also, the value of tax also will be higher, so that the government will be able to receive the necessary revenue. This is what is transaction value all about. And we have to talk of this discounts. Discount is another area. Basic understanding of discount is a trade discount and cash discount. Trade discount is a discount that we normally give at the time of selling. Cash discount is the discount that you normally give at the time of payments. Okay. So in case of a trade discount, what exactly you do is the trade discount will be included in the value itself. See, supposing in the example, instead of not buying, I am not selling my old laptop, I am selling 50,000 rupees, I am going and buying. The person gives me a 10% discount. Okay. On the table, he gives me a 10% discount. So 50,000 minus 5,000 rupees, 45,000 rupees I pay. On 45,000 the tax. So the value is determined there itself at the time of trade discount. Supposing I buy the 50,000 rupees laptop, I don't pay him. I get a 3 months credit period. and at the time of paying, I pay it within a 1 month, and the person is very happy. There he gives me 10,000. He says, enough, sir, you pay only 45,000. Let us close the deal. It becomes a cash discount because the discount arises at the time of payment and not at the time of the transaction itself. So that being the case, if the agreement provides for a discount, it should be included. And if at all any post discount is given, effect must be given. The input tax credit must be reversed. Why? Let me tell you. 50,000, you get an input tax of, say, let us assume a basic rate of 5%. 2,500 rupees is the input tax that I would have claimed. But because I'm getting the reduced rupees to 45,000, to that 5,000 rupees, my input tax also must be reversed. If my input tax is not reversed, then the other party cannot claim discount. So that is the rule regarding discounts. Now, so this is regarding transaction value. So let me repeat that the transaction value must be taken into consideration only when two conditions are satisfied. First one, the parties should not be related. The second one is it should be for the price must be the sole consideration. If it is not, if these two conditions are not satisfied, you will go to valuation rules separately. Okay, valuation rules, they begin from rule number 27. We are going to see all the valuation rules one by one in today's session. The very first rule. So I told you there are two situations. One is where the parties are related. The other one is price is the sole consideration. We are going to see rule 27 where this condition is not satisfied. That is where price is not the sole consideration in money. That is what we are going to satisfy. First one, you will take a step 1, open market value of such a supply. In the example of laptop that I told you, the market value is 50,000 rupees. I am getting for 40,000 rupees because price is not sole consideration. I am getting a 10,000 rupees discount by selling my old laptop to him. So open market value here is 50,000. So step 1 is open market value. Okay, open market value is not available. What will we do? Which value shall we take? We will go to step 2. If open market value is not available, the sum total of consideration in money and any amount is equivalent to the consideration, or you will value it. Okay, let us assume open market value is not available. Then you will find out whatever value that is available and you have to value the consideration and then add up the price as such. You have to value what is the value of the product, then add it up to the price. So supposing step 2 is also not possible, then you will go to step 3. If 1 and 2 is not applicable, the value of supply of goods or services of both of like kind and quality. So you will look elsewhere. What is the value? Why this is very specifically given? Because in the example of this mobile phone I am talking about, there are multiple brands which are available in the market. You have Viva, you have Oppo, then you have Micromax, then you have Nokia, then you have Samsung, then you have Mi Note, then you have Apple iPhone. So many are there. Why the word like kind and quality? Say for example, this phone is worth of 10,000 rupees. OnePlus is worth of 30,000 rupees. Apple is around 1 lakh of rupees. So you cannot compare it like and quantity. When you say Mi Note is 10,000, you have to take that particular quality in maybe in Samsung, which is equivalent to 10,000 rupees. So like kind and quality matters a lot. You cannot blindly value without comparing the like kind and quality. See, supposing step 3 is also not possible, then you go to step 4, which is rule 30 or 31, which is the residual rule. What are the residual rule? We'll see later. So remember, friends, you have to go only in this order. Step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 4. To make it on a lighter vein, a South Indian platter, you consist of pappu first, right? Then sambar, then rasam, then more. This is the order in which you are supposed to eat. You cannot eat more rice first, back to rasam, then sambar. You cannot finish it with pappu. This is the order in which you eat. And same way, step 1, failing with step 2, failing with step 3, failing with step 4. This is the order in which you will be considering the valuation. This is applicable for rule 27 when consideration is not wholly in the form of money. Then we'll go to rule 28. Obviously, what can be the one we have seen? Consideration is not the sole reason. Second one will be if the persons are related, what will you do? If the persons are related, you will go to again the same way. Step 1 is there, but if you compare it to the previous slide, I'll show you. There are 3 steps there to go to residual rule. In the there are only 2 steps. Only open market value of such a supply, failing which value of supply of goods or services both of like kind and quality. Only these 2 things you will Only these two things you will compare. Just a minute. So these two things only compare: open market value or the value of supply of goods or services, or both of the like kind and quality. If you cannot do both, you will shift to rule 30 and 31. Right. Now there is two provisos in this particular rule, which I want to deliberate little bit here. See, if the goods are intended for further supply, the value shall be an amount equivalent to 90% of the price charged for the supply of goods of like and quantity by the recipient to his customer. In the exam, with an example, I'll tell you. Amar is a supplier. Okay, Amar is invoicing. Amar is a supplier. Amar is invoicing to Akbar for 9,000 rupees. Right? Amar is invoicing to Akbar for 9,000 rupees. Now Akbar, if he is eligible for full input credit, then this will become the deemed open market value. OMV stands for open market value, provided, right, Akbar is in turn selling to Anthony, a customer of Akbar. So if this order goes on 9,000 rupees, the invoice value will be 9,000. So the value of transaction will be 9,000. He will be eligible for full ITC. Let us assume in this case, the open market value is available, which is 15,000 rupees. Normally, in the first stage, you will compare these two: invoice value and it should be taxable value. There is a slight mistake. I'm sorry. It should be taxable value and open market value. Open market value is 15,000. Because Amar is related to Akbar, he is charging him only 9,000 rupees. If he is charging him only 9,000 rupees, but if the transaction is very clear, it is very true, and on 9,000, if Akbar is eligible for the entire input, then it can continue to be the invoice value. But on other cases, for goods and services, where the recipient is eligible for full input tax credit, the value declared in the invoice shall deemed to be the open market value. At this point, I have explained. Now I'll go to the first point, where invoice value is 15,000 rupees. Right? In that being the case, Amar will have to charge GST on 13,500 and not on 9,000 rupees. You have to. These are two separate provisions in as far as valuation is concerned. Let me repeat once again. I'll go to the second one for easier understanding and repeat the first one. For goods and services, where the recipient is eligible for full input tax credit, the value declared in the invoice shall be deemed to be the open market value. That means if Akbar is eligible for the full 9,000 GST on 9,000 rupees, then the invoice value becomes the deemed value. The first proviso says, if the goods are intended for further supply, that means Akbar is buying from Amar and he is selling it as such to Anthony, right? Amar and Akbar are related, but Anthony is not related. Such being the case, the value will be taken as 90%. The value will be taken as 90% of the invoice value. The invoice value or the market value is 15,000 rupees. 90% of is 13,500. So the value of taxable supply is to be 13,500, on which GST must be collected. Right, we'll go to the next one. 29th, value of supply of goods made or received through an agent. Let me tell you, friends, there is a difference between why there has been separate two rules, rule number 28 and rule number 29. Only reason is that agency rule is completely different, because it is with the agent only. There are somebody called sole selling agent, right? Sole distributors. The rules are slightly different for them. Generally, what do you mean by an agent? Now that I have been continuously talking, let me. Sandeep Gaud, I am sorry, I don't understand your Telugu. Extremely sorry. Screen Mida lines petteru madam. Interest lekunda chestunaru class. I mean, I don't understand what they mean. I know that it is only Telugu. Who is an agent, by the way? Let me see some answers on the screen. Who is an agent, by the way? Representative. Perfect. Representative person who sells goods on the behalf of the principal, because he does not have any right over it. He do not do anything. He will sell the like that. The agent gets commission. Excellently. What is give respect? The agent works on behalf of the principal. Excellent. So all of you are understanding the meaning, right? So for agent, the rules are different because he is not the regular person. It happens in the normal person. That is why there is a separate rule for agency. It is not combined with rule number 28 for the only reason that agency itself is a separate thing. So there are steps here. Open market value, again, OMV always plays a major role. Open market value, whether it is without consideration, whether it is not fully consideration, whether it is between the persons, related persons, whether it is persons, whether it is between the principal and the agent, always the first thing to decide is the open market value. Or at the option of the supplier, 90% of the price charged for the supply of goods of like kind and quality by the recipient not being a related person. So this particular point is combined into one in case of an agent. It is not given as a step 2. It is there in step 1 itself. If it is not applicable, we'll go to rule 30 or 31. Next slide. So let me give an example here. See, supposing the relationship here is principal to agent, then agent sells to the customer. See, the principal sells to agent, the agent sells to customer. Okay. The principal sells the goods for 4,550 rupees. He is priced at 4,550 to the agent, and the agent sells the product for 5,000 rupees to the customer. So, in this being the case, the independent supplier for same price, same item, he is able to sell for 4,500 rupees, right? The agent is not only getting from the goods from the principal, the agent is also getting goods from some other supplier. So, in this case, what will be the rate that is to be charged? Here you will take it as 90% of 5,000 rupees. That comes to 4,500 or 4,550 as the case may be. This is a simple example to tell you the working as the case may be. Right. Next one. Value of supply of goods or services both based on cost. So if it is just based on cost, that means you are not able to determine. See, the rules also are only in a particular order. You cannot keep changing the order. The serial number that are given is not for simple annotating them. They are given for a particular reason. Where the value of supply of goods or services or both is not determinable by any of the preceding rules. That means you cannot apply 27, you cannot apply 28, you cannot apply 29, then you can apply only 30. That being the case, the value shall be 110% of the cost of production or manufacture. So 100% plus 10%, the cost of acquisition of such goods or the cost of production of such services. So when you cannot do anything, you cannot find the open market value, you cannot find the like kind and quality, you cannot compare, you cannot do anything, means you will go to rule number 30. That is the residual rule. We have come to the residual rule. Just to add 10%, make it 110%. On that you calculate the rate of, apply the rate of tax and calculate the value. This is rule number 30. Then you will go to 31. Residual method for determination of value of supply of goods or services or both. Same thing. Where the value of supply goods cannot be where the value of supply of goods where the value of goods cannot be determined under 27 to 30, it should be determined using reasonable means, provided that in case of supply of services, you can directly go to residual rule, because it is very difficult. I'm repeatedly telling you, it is very difficult to value the valuation of services. It is very, very, very difficult because comparative reason, comparative prices. One interesting example. Let me tell you. See, South India is famous for its coffee, right? I mean, as I'm talking about coffee, some of you might feel like having a cup of hot coffee, listening to some tax lectures for the past 7 days. You must be really tired and exhausted. So you are, you have the privilege of drinking coffee and listening to my class, whereas I cannot do that because I have to speak. So let me take the example of coffee. The coffee that you make in the house, the coffee that you have in the nearest shop, coffee is available for 25 rupees, say, right? Better example, let me give you. We have a tea man who comes and gives tea and coffee twice a day in our office. Okay? He charges a cup of, say, 150 ml of coffee, to be very specific, 150 ml of coffee for 10 rupees, right? He gives it in a plastic cup, maybe it should be 100 ml, not even 150 ml. So it is 10 rupees. This coffee, I go to the restaurant, a small restaurant nearby. I'm more comfortable with Chennai, so I'm using Chennai examples. Please excuse me for that. There is this hotel Saravana Bhavan, right? There they give me good coffee. So if I go there, they charge 25 rupees. Okay. The same coffee, if I'm going to have it in a 5-star hotel, they charge 1,000 rupees. Why? In 5-star hotel, it is a coffee experience, not drinking coffee. Why? As soon as you go to the 5-star hotel, what happens? The person outside, okay, the security outside, he bows his head and receives you so beautifully. You are so happy that you are being treated like a king, right? Then you go inside, go to the restaurant. Then somebody guides you to a table, right? Then after guiding you to the table, they pull the chair back as if you cannot do anything. They pull the chair back and they make you sit comfortably. And the waiter comes with a smile that his entire life is dedicated to only serving you coffee. So with that particular conviction and perseverance, he comes very nicely to you. Sir, what would you like to have? Then he gives you the menu card. Then finally you say coffee. Then he says, thank you, sir. Would you like to have anything else? Then you say, no, you give me only coffee. Then he goes. Right? Then after some time, he gives you the feeling that the milk is extracted only for you. The decoction is prepared only for you. The sugar is prepared, given only for you. Then he'll come and keep everything nicely in a beautiful silver coated cup with the sugar cubes, with the milk separately. He'll come and give, and he'll ask you whether you would like him to mix it for you. Then he'll mix it for you and he'll give the coffee. And he'll allow you to enjoy. Then he'll ask you how was the coffee, did you enjoy your coffee, and finally he gives you a nice menu card which you didn't ask for. You asked only for coffee, but he will give you the bill. Even if you didn't ask for, and it will say 1,000. Because the difference is there, first to feel fresh you had coffee. There in a 5-star hotel, you go there for experiencing coffee. So it is very difficult to value these two. What is that extra 920 rupees you pay for? It is going to be something very, very, that calculation part. That's what I'm trying to say. Because the 970 rupees you pay for everybody. From that 970 rupees, they pay salary to the watchman, they pay salary to the waiter, they pay salary for cleaning the hall, everything. All the overheads are included, and the amount of profit is also included there. So a basic coffee of 10 rupees becoming 1,000 rupees. So you have to understand this. This comparison is very much necessary to identify what do you mean by reasonable means to proceed further. This is the section number 31, the residual service. Then we have section 31A, which was later introduced for specific things like lottery and gambling. In case of lottery, the Act clearly said 100 by 128% of the price value of the ticket by the organizing state, whichever is higher. See, there are state lotteries and central lottery. If the state lottery is it's a state lottery thing, then only the state lottery rules are applicable. If it is a general lottery, then the general rule of 100 by 128% is applicable. Kerala runs a lottery, Tamil Nadu runs a lottery, the rates slightly differ. In case of actionable claims like winning a chance of betting, gambling, etc., it should be 100% of the face value of the bet. So it's a very clear. There is no ambiguity in these type of rules, because it says that's it. It is a full stop. You cannot change, alter, or anything. It is just a full stop and very clear explanation that is being given to you. Then we'll go to 32, determination of value in respect of certain supplies. Please try to understand these are the supplies that you see on the screen are slightly different. They are not regular services. Excuse me, foreign exchange service, traveling service, life insurance service, second-hand goods service, gift voucher service. Notified service providers are not very regular nature. They have got some specific things. Take the case of this flight traveling. Now you use your what do you call, make my trip. Then you have your directly you can book your flight in Indigo, SpiceJet, or you can try Trivago. There are so many websites that are available, agents that are available online to book. So the final price, how does that come to you? Because the pricing itself is different. The pricing has to match international things. The pricing has to take care of the insurance. The pricing has to take care of the the overheads incurred by the flying company. Same way for insurance. Life insurance is a huge area where lots and lots of agents are involved in spreading the policy. Do you remember? Do you know? Insurance agency comes under reverse charge. It is a life insurance company who is paying the GST. If the insurance agent does not pay GST, though he is a supplier, it is the recipient who pays. Here, let me tell you a beautiful. Just imagine. Let us assume that I am LIC. Osmania University is the agent, and you are all the recipients. So Osmania University will not pay taxes because for the supplies that it is rendered, but I have to pay tax on behalf of Osmania University, being the recipient of service from all of you through Osmania University. So there are certain intricacies of this. That is why Rule 32 talks about the specialized services. Valuation is typically special. We'll see how special are they. The foreign exchange. One of the currency is Indian rupee. The two ways you can handle this. If one of the currency is Indian rupee, the method is different. If neither of the currency is Indian rupee, they're slightly different. We'll say, what if one of the currency is Indian rupee? There is something called the RBI reference rate, which keeps changing every day, right? RBI reference rate minus buying or selling rate into total units of currency. This is very much available. RBI reference rate, if you type on Google, it will give you. Because this rate keeps changing. Depending upon the global market, the prices keep fluctuating. RBI, being the head bank of the country, will decide what is the rate for that particular currency on that particular day and time. And you have to consider that. An RBI reference rate minus buying and selling rate into total units of currency. How many number of units? 10 units, 5 units, 20 units, like that you have to calculate, which will give you the value of currency on which you will charge 18%. Okay. I'm not here, friends, be with me. It is not the rate of tax that we are discussing about. It is the value of supply on which the rate of tax is to be applied. So you have to find out the value. Next time I'll give you a wonderful idea. See, some of you might have relatives abroad. Okay, they might send money for some occasion. Go take the bank statement and find out and try to calculate what is this rate. How they are calculating this commission. You will be able to appreciate this particular point. Okay, right. The next one. If RBI rate is not available, value is equal to 1% of gross amount of the Indian rupee. It's as simple as it. If you are not that particular day, maybe on a Sunday, something like that, where the market is not operating, then you have to take 1% of the gross amount of the Indian rupee. You have to take it. So when both are in foreign currency, what will we do? Value will be equal to 1% of the lesser value at RBI rate. That is what is the value that you have to take. Now the options value is, the rate is this much. If the value exchange is 250 rupees to 1 lakh, 1% of the value. 1 lakh to 10 lakhs, 1000 rupees plus 0.5%. Above 10 lakhs is 5500 plus 1/10%. How do you get this? See, 1% of maximum 1 lakh comes to 1000 rupees. So that is why 1000 rupees plus 0.5%. In the second case, 1 lakh to 10 lakhs, if you see the value, for 10 lakhs, 0.5%. For 10 lakhs, 0.5% comes to 5000 rupees. So that 5500, if you add, you will be getting this figure. And 5500 plus 1/10% will be the value for value of the supplies. Right. The value maximum collectible is up to 60,000 rupees. And once the option is exercised, it cannot be withdrawn during the financial year. So every year you have to give the option as to which method are you going to choose, whether you are going to take it on the actuals or whether you are going to take it on the value. Because even in case of input credit with respect to banking and financial institution, 50% input is allowed everything, because it is very difficult to identify the actual inputs claimed by the bank. So there is a straight rule that 50%. So 50% is only you can avail as input. Same way, these are the rules which are applicable for exchange of foreign currency. Right? In case of air ticketing, if you travel by the domestic flight, 5% of the basic fare. If it is an international flight, it will be 10% of the basic fare. So for a very simple reason that this commissions keep fluctuating for this air ticketing agents. Okay, it depends on because the ticket fare is also not standard, isn't it? Ticket fare always keeps changing depending upon the season, non-season, high season, low season. So and the commission is also depending upon that airfare. So that is why the government clearly said you don't pay 18% on the commission. You pay 18% on 5% of the basic fare if it is a domestic flight and 10% of the basic fare if it is international flight, irrespective of whatever amount that you charge. That is what is special things for air ticketing. Next one is life insurance business. Life insurance business gross premium is nothing but the amount allocated for investment. In case of single premium annuity policies, that means one time only you pay the premium, one single premium of huge amount you pay, and then finally the premium will be given to you at the end of the endowment period or at the end if it is a whole life policy accordingly. The value of the taxable supply will be 10% of the single premium. In all other cases, first year 25% of premium, second year 12.5% of the premium is the value. Here again, I'm repeating, we are calculating the value. On that value, you apply the rate. The general applicable rate for all services is 18%. Then you apply 18%. Friends, these are very interesting things, friends. More than that, practically you can see all this. Next time, when a premium policy is due, you would just take the premium amount. You calculate and see whether whatever I'm telling has been applied there. Then you will be able to appreciate whatever that is being, because everything is available in front of your eyes. You should know where to look at. That is the only requirement. Other than that, you'll be able to, because now GST has become part and parcel of our life. Without GST, we cannot survive. So you have an open, you keep an eyes and ears open. You find out whether this is the right thing that is being happening around you, right? Fine. So in case of second-hand goods, is simple. No further processing is required. That means you just sell it. No ITC should be availed on purchase of such goods. The value will be selling price minus purchase price. That means if you are going to sell at a profit at the second-hand good of the book value, then you pay GST. If you are going to sell it at a loss, then you don't have to pay GST. It's as simple as that. Because second-hand market, it's a very big market, friends. Second-hand market is a very big market. The GST calculations will be so complicated there. You have something called a carsindia.com where they sell second-hand cars, right? There's a huge see all these things. Please try to understand. These are the ways in which the black money is second-hand market, only cash transactions. Okay, no billing. So to avoid all those things, only government is trying to close all the loopholes and possible. The more loopholes the government is trying to close, people are there to find out new loopholes. So only unless and otherwise we try to change ourselves, we try to pay our taxes specifically, we try to ask for the bill and pay our taxes, no tax will be successful. Let it be GST or any other tax. Unless and otherwise we volunteer to be genuine, we pay taxes on all our expenditure, we pay clear taxes on our income. It is very difficult to make a law successful, because friends, remember, the government is spending money to collect taxes. I told you on the first day, right? Tax collection, tax management, tax disbursement. So you collect the tax, they have their expenditure of collecting the tax, okay, appointing people, giving salary, all those things, the maintaining the network and all those stuff. And after spending, after the expenditure, only it comes back to us in the case of tax disbursement, it is benefiting to us. So unless and otherwise we are very sincere enough to pay, no tax act will be successful. Sale of repossessed goods for loan or recovery. This is exclusively applicable for banking and financial institutions, where normally most of the loans that they give against assets, right? Against assets, that against stock they give. So in such being the case, if they are going to dispose the goods and take the money, then what is the GST? Purchase price will be reduced by 5% for every quarter, something like a depreciation. The purchase price will be reduced by 5% for every quarter. That means after a year it is getting disposed of, it will be 20%. 4 quarter, no? 5 into 4, 20. Like that, they'll reduce the purchase price, and on that GST will be calculated in case it is disposal of assets. Now vouchers, tokens and stamps. It's a very interesting one. Now you have the Sudaxo passes, right? Sudaxo passes are given by many companies where you can exchange it for food items or in the provision stores. So it will be value will be money value of the goods or services on the date of redemption. That is as simple as that. There are two actually two types of vouchers. One, when the value is already known and the value is not known. Let me give an example. When the value is known, the voucher is given exclusively for that particular activity. Say for example, you get a 500 rupees Amazon voucher for buying wristwatch worth of 500. So the value is there, the item is there, it is specific voucher. So GST you will pay immediately. But when it is going to be Amazon rupees voucher for 500 rupees, you can buy anything for that 500 rupees. Then you will know the value only when you are going to use the voucher. So at that time, the value of supply has to be raised. So you have to be very clear as to this particular differentiation of vouchers, tokens, and stamps. Excuse me. Then notified service providers. Between distinct persons, ITC availed, value will be nil. This will be notified. Whenever the term notified is being used, you always refer to the notification to find out that who are those service providers for whom the value is nil, as the case may be. In case of value and exchange of when there is a barter exchange, the actual value of goods is higher than the amount received for such exchange, the real price will be considered. The next rule, value of supply of services in case of a pure agent. So pure agent, we have to know what is the definition of the pure agent. We will give the definition and then go to that particular previous slide. So these are the conditions for a pure agent. Amar should say he has received a supply from Antony through Akbar. That means Amar is the principal, Akbar is the agent, Antony is the recipient. I am liable to pay Antony. Who is liable to pay Antony? Amar is liable to pay Antony. I have authorized Akbar to pay money to Antony. Authorization is given to Akbar. The amount is mentioned separately in the invoice raised by Akbar. Akbar has spent 100 rupees and claiming the same as 100. Akbar has done this in addition to his regular service. So these conditions are to be satisfied. So let me repeat in a different way this because you have to understand who a pure agent is. See, let me take a practical example in my case and tell you. See, this is the income tax season. We are filing income tax returns for so many clients. Most of the clients do not have even GST. We do GST returns also. Most of this, whether GST returns or income tax returns, some of our clients do not have the internet facility, internet banking facility, where GST compulsory online payment, income tax also online payment. What they do is they deposit money to a designated account, and from that account we pay money. Supposing I have a client, Mr. X, okay, he has given me 10,000 rupees, right? This 10,000 rupees, I am completely paying it for his tax only. I am not taking any money, and I charge a fee separately. Okay, in this being the case, for this 1,000 rupees, 10,000 rupees tax, I will not collect GST because I am acting only as a pure agent between the income tax department and Mr. X. I am collecting the 10,000 and entire 10,000 and depositing it to his PAN number only. So this is what is pure agent all about. Then you can ask me about my fees. I raise a separate bill for the return services that I am doing. For that I put GST and that money I collected for him. This is only my service. So we have to be very clear in this particular differentiation. So here what happens? X is authorizing me to pay money to the income tax department, right? So I collect the 10,000 and pay it to the department, and whatever money that he receives, I pay together. So supposing if it is something like this, I tell Mr. X, sir, you pay 15,000 rupees to me in total. Okay, a part of it I will pay for income tax, the balance I will keep it as my fees. Then this pure agent is not applicable because there it is a combined service. The first case where I clearly specify, you pay 10,000 rupees, your tax I deposit to the government, you pay by me my fee separately, then it becomes a pure agency services. So I'll go to the previous slide. Now you will be able to appreciate this. I'm sorry. So when the expenses are reimbursed as a pure agent, not liable to GST, not as a pure agent, it is liable to GST. So this is what you have to appreciate. Another example that you can give is, supposing I'm traveling to Asmina University to deliver a lecture. Okay, so they book the ticket for me. Then I don't have a problem at all because they will take care. But they tell me, madam, you book the ticket and come, we will reimburse. Right? In that being the case, I have to give the exact ticket fare and collect. It will be like a pure agent. But they give me, ma'am, this is the amount that I'm giving. You come whichever Whether you come by train, whether you come by car, whether you come by flight is not a problem, but this is the amount that will give you, use it, then the difference of payments will actually come. The last one, rate of exchange, I mean not last but one, the rate of exchange of currency other than Indian rupee for determination of value. Sometimes you import goods, isn't it? Import goods because it's a long process. The order has to come, you have to manufacture the goods, you have to import the raw materials, you have to get the order, you have to get the permission from the government. So the date of placing the order is different. The date of receipts of goods is different. The rate of settlement of the money is also different. When these three areas are different, this rule number 34 applies. This is different from the currency conversion. This is talking about exchange of currency, right? For determining the value of the goods, the rate of exchange will be applicable rate of exchange as notified by the board. The rate of exchange will be as per the generally accepted accounting principles. Please don't confuse this 34 with the rule number 32. Rule number 32 is for converting from one currency into another. This is for identifying the value of the goods if they are purchased in another currency. You have to just understand that in that particular manner. Rule number 35. Assuming that nothing is included. One example, let me tell you, because I keep asking the questions. Let me ask one more question to you once again. What do you mean by exchange of, that will be barter, sir. Dr. Sarveshwara, barter means exchanging goods without there is money is not involved. Money is not involved. From second year, same premium, sir. Galaxy C7 from second year, same premium. Only the first year it is 25%. From second year onwards, it is only 12.5%. Okay. Now, what is MRP? What is MRP? What is MRP? Exactly, maximum retail price. That is a price beyond which you cannot sell a product. So whenever you buy something, you always turn the cover and see what is the price, isn't it? Thank you, Sophia. Thank you. So all of you, Mridula, I'm very happy to see that all of you are beautifully responding, and you are giving me a very comfortable feeling that I am not talking to a laptop, but I'm talking to a wonderful set of audience. Thank you, audience, for your response. Okay. So 35, we are talking about value of supply inclusive of integrated tax, central tax, state tax, and union territory. When you are not going to use it, it will be inclusive rate. Supposing you say this phone is 10,000 rupees. Or a final figure, if I tell you, because it is a psychology that we play with customers. You say this value phone is 10,000 rupees plus GST of 28%. Oh, 12,800. So should I pay 2,800 extra? Oh my God, like that I will think. Right? Supposing the seller tells me, madam, all inclusive 12,800 rupees, madam, then you will feel happy that you don't have to pay extra money. So, muted by the host. Yeah, thank you. That means you become very happy that it's an inclusive price. So the act says, rule number 35 says, when the value of supply is inclusive of the tax amount will be determined something like this: value into tax rate, as the case may be. That is 100 by 100. Supposing if it is, you will find out the rate as 100 divided by 180. If it is an 18%, if it is 28%, 128%, 105%, as the case may be. So this is how we will calculate the value of, if the value includes, this is how we will separate between the taxable value and the invoice value. If it is inclusive, you have to calculate the GST like this. So this is rule number 35. And in the given time, thank you, friends, to the best possible ways. I have tried to explain to you the valuation rules, because that becomes a basis for everything. How the basement is important for building, supply is the basement for GST. And if you are not very clear to this wonderful nuances of supply, then we will not be able to appreciate the GST law as such. And there is a lot of things to discuss. There are a lot of things to deliberate. There are a lot of things to argue. But anyway, within the given time, we have tried to communicate what little knowledge that I know about GST. I have tried to share with you in a very simple way, as simple as possible, to the best of my abilities. I once again thank the opportunity given to me, and that too continuous 3 sessions. I am really honored, sir, I'm really honored, madam, to give 3 sessions continuously. Thank you so much, Dr. Sandhya. Special thanks to Dr. Sandhya, Dr. Ravi. When we wanted a change in the date, he was able to give me the change immediately. I thank all the organizers, and now I'm open to all the questions on GST. I will explain to the best of my knowledge. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, madam. Dear participants, if you have any queries, quickly type in the chat box.
Somebody is asking about these internship programs. There are no internship programs that we give for students. Only thing is, as a part of the CA training course, we get applications from students who want to do their articles with us. So only for those people who, when they apply to articles, we keep an interview and we take eligible candidates for doing their 3-year articleship with our firm. That is the only thing that we do.
Shall I conclude, sir?
Yeah, still you have any queries for the
For non-CA students? Yeah, that's, I think for BCom students, you have that 1 month internship or so, right? So in city colleges in Chennai, some students come from city colleges to do that 1 month internship in our office. We train them on GST, we train them on income tax, filing returns and all. Regarding the PPT, I will share the entire set of PPT for the 3 sessions which I have done and for the 2 sessions Mr. Murali has done. I will share the combined zip file to the organizers, which they will share it with you.
Okay. Any queries, audience, participants? Do you have anything about GST? Ask madam. This is the final session. I think that article may be benefited to Chennai based.
No, we don't personally conduct any online sessions, sir. We actually, associate with universities like Osmania University.
Okay.
Through them, we deliver these lectures.
Okay.
We don't personally conduct any class.
Oh.
GST not pay, what will happen? Your it will go up to imprisonment, sir. If they find out. Fine, everything. All the penal proceedings will apply. Sir, I think not
Yeah.
much of questions. Why
No
state
questions are
integrated GST, sir? There is one question. Why state integrated? On day 1, I told you, when there is going to be interstate transaction from one state to another, the central government will interfere and collect one tax and give the proportion accordingly. If it is within the state, the money goes to the state government. So the state government and central government will share it between them. Why should whom should I contact to do internship program on GST? Maybe you can mail to us. Can you suggest some website for further information? Yes, I am just Mr. Satyanarayana. It is not the society. It depends on the charitable activity. The activity, if it comes under the definition of supply, they have to get themselves registered. Even if a very small activity they do, a charitable organization, supposing if they have a hall, they rent the hall and they receive the money, and that rent they use for charitable purposes. Rent is a commercial rent. So then they have to get registered. It depends on the definition of supply, sir. Websites, Mr. Moses, you can always refer to. I am just typing the website. cbic.gov.in is the website that you have to use. This will give you all the required information. Attendance link of 3rd session, organizers will give you. So I think the cbic.gov.in is a wonderful website. It gives you all the data. You can also refer to gst.gov.in. This is the link for doing all the activities under GST. This link also will take you to cbic.gov.in, where you can refer to the act, the rules, the notifications, the latest updates. Everything is available there.
Yeah, I think
yes, sir. I think you have to start the inauguration. I mean, the concluding.
Valedictory. Madam, yeah, Ramesh
Yes, sir.
Please take care of the formality.
Okay. So on behalf
Renuka
of
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, Renuka ma'am, thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Though you do not know us personally, but just on a mail request, you have accepted our invitation to be the part of this program. We are truly indebted to you for sharing your knowledge with all our participants. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Madam, on behalf of all the participants, I thank you very much, madam, for accepting our invitation immediately and being acting as a resource person for three sessions. And you have thrown light on various issues like documents of GST, sample of tax, invoice, supply regarding goods and services, value of taxable supply, transactional values, residual, method of for determination of value of supply of goods and services, or both, and second-hand goods, how to deal with them, sale of repossessed goods for loan recovery vouchers, tokens, stamps, pure agent services, like that. So many issues we have dealt with a plumb, and with your knowledge, our participants have been benefited. There is no gainsaying in saying this thing, madam. And on behalf of participants and Department of Commerce, I thank you very much, madam, for accepting our invitation. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Renuka madam. Thank you very much.
I should thank you that you were able to immediately change the date when I requested you.
Yeah.
27th and 28th.
Yeah.
After printing the invitation, it is always, I know how difficult it is to organize, an event like this,
Yes.
bring everybody together and place it in an organized way. And I took the liberty of changing my topic also. Invoicing the previous day and valuation of supply. But I feel the continuity is maintained because of it.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very
for
much.
giving us the permission and liberty to do that. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, sir, just a minute. On behalf of all the participants, I take this opportunity to thank director of the program, director of the 7-day workshop, Dr. Jasti Ravikumar Garu, and convener of this workshop, Dr. B. Sandhyarani Madam Garu, and CPFL coordinator and principal of the college, Professor D. Chennappa Garu, and co-coordinator Dr. G. Naresh Reddy Garu, and head Professor Usha Kiran Madam Garu, and Dean V. Apparao Garu, and chairman and board of studies Prashanta Atma Madam Garu for giving us the opportunity of participating in this wonderful 1-week national online workshop on financial literacy on IT and GST, a practical approach. And it is being conducted under the auspicious aegis of Center for Promotion of Financial Literacy. I thank you all, the Department of Commerce, on behalf of all the participants. Thank you very much, sir, for providing me this opportunity. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ramesh, for that. Everything, sir, can we start the valedictory?
Yeah, we'll check, madam. All the joined or not.
Sure, sir.
Because anyhow, you have another 5 minutes time is there. Whatever the time
Sure, sir.
Vice principal also joined.
Ravi sir.
Yeah, Venkatesh.
Please set your camera, sir. Koncham kindi kanukondi. Okay.
Yeah, attendance links will be shared. Dear participants, do not worry about the attendance. It will be shared immediately after the valedictory.
I missed to say something, sir. Please give me opportunity. On behalf of the participants, I thank all the resource persons who have delivered their valuable lectures during this 7-day program. And I especially thank Dr. M. Venkatesh Garu for wonderfully providing technical service in this workshop.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Good evening, madam. Usha Kiran, madam. Good evening. Hello. Madam, unmute yourself, madam. Usha, madam.
Good evening, Ravi.
Yeah, good evening.
And just
Usha, ma'am.
Like the focus of light is very
Yeah, you check.
Usha, ma'am. Chennappa, sir. Good evening.
Hello, Sandhya.
Yeah, good evening. Good evening. Yeah, good evening, madam.
Good evening, Chennappa, sir. Good evening.
Yes, sir. Good evening.
Yeah.
Sir, good evening, sir. Venkatesh.
Naresh is joined already. Vidyasagar is also joined.
Sir, good evening, Mohan Naik, Chennappa, sir.
Yeah, good evening, madam. Where are you?
Sir, how is sir?
Fine. Where are you?
Sir, I'm from Ralchima, sir. Ralchima. Sir. Bonar, sir. Okay, sir. Sandhya madam, good evening, and Ravi sir also good evening.
Yeah, good
Good
evening.
evening,
Thank you,
Mohan.
madam. Good evening. Thank you, madam.
Our welcome to our vice principal of the college, Vidyasagar, sir. Sir, unmute yourself, sir.
Good evening, sir. Vidyasagar, sir.
Yeah, good evening,
Yeah,
madam.
good evening, sir. Good evening. Thank you.
Yeah, sir. Good evening, sir.
Vidyasagar.
Good evening, madam. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you,
Naresh,
thank
sir.
you.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening, madam. Good evening, sir.
Where are you,
Good
Naresh?
evening.
No, madam, I am in Hyderabad only, in house.
Tomorrow election duty.
Yeah, I am. That is there in my mind.
Oh,
I have to go
don't
to.
worry.
You are supposed to report by tomorrow morning, 7 o'clock.
Sir Naresh, sir, good evening. This is Dr. Mohan Naik, sir.
Yeah, good evening, sir. Good evening, Professor Senappa, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening, sir.
సార్ సార్
ఒకసారి చెప్పండి
నరేష్
అబ్బా, మన
సార్
OSD తర్వాత OSD గారిని తర్వాత
Sir, Chanap sir.
Yes, sir.
Chanap sir.
Yes, sir.
Chanap sir. OSD sir on the way lata late అయినా జాయిన్ అవుతా అన్నాడు కానీ బట్ డౌట్ ఉంది. Sir is coming from Warangal on the way.
Okay.
Late, but if you come around 7 o'clock, you will join.
ఓకే అది
శ్రీరామ్ వెంకటేష్ సార్కి మెసేజ్ పెడితే ఎస్ అన్నాడు బట్ ఐ విల్ కాల్ ఇఫ్ యూఆర్ రెడీ విల్ కాల్
కార్ స్టార్ట్ అయితే
ఒకసారి
సార్ నరేష్ సార్ గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ సార్
Yeah, good evening, Venkatesh.
సార్ హౌ ఆర్ యూ సార్
Fine, fine.
మేడం గుడ్ ఈవినింగ్ మ్యామ్ ఉషాకర్ మ్యామ్
Good evening. Quite busy, Venkatesh.
సమ్వాట్ మ్యామ్
టోటల్ క్రెడిట్ గోస్ టు వెంకటేష్
సార్ థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్
Patrick, sir. Good evening.
ప్యాట్రిక్ సార్ ఉన్నాడా నాకు
ఉన్నారు
ఆన్లైన్ అది అన్మ్యూట్ చేసుకోవాలి
సార్ స్టార్ట్ యువర్ వీడియో అండ్ ఆడియో సార్ ప్యాట్రిక్ సార్
సార్ని ఫోన్ చేద్దాం
Venkatesh, can you take a photo of all?
ఎస్ మ్యామ్
Any కనిపిస్తుందా?
కనిపిస్తున్నారు మ్యామ్.
కనిపిస్తున్నారు మేడం సూపర్
కొంచెం డార్క్ ఉంది మ్యామ్ అక్యురేట్.
మేడం
ఎన్నిసార్లు పొజిషన్ మార్చుకున్నా.
మేడం మీ ఫ్రంట్ లైట్ ఉంటే ఆన్ చేసుకోండి మేడం.
ఫ్రంట్ లైట్ ఉందిగా.
పైన ఉన్నట్టుంది ఫ్రంట్ ఫేస్ ముందర ఉంటే.
వెంకటేష్
మేడం
టైల్ మోడ్ లో అందరు పార్టిసిపెంట్స్ టు ద ఎక్స్టెంట్ పాసిబుల్ వాళ్ళని కూడా వీడియో ఆన్ చేసుకోమని చెప్పి ఒక పిక్ ఇస్తే టైల్ మోడ్
టైల్ మోడ్ కానీ మనం వాళ్ళు వీడియో
గ్రిడ్ లో పెట్టి చేస్తాను.
గ్రిడ్ లో పెట్టి యా
లైట్ ముందుంటే చిన్న సార్ లాగా అంటే బాగా హైలైట్ గా అనిపిస్తున్నాను. అంటే నాకు బ్యాడ్ లైటింగ్ సార్.
చిన్నప్పటి లాగా చంపాయించి పోతామా లైట్ ఉంటే.
సార్ ఫుల్ లైటింగ్ లో ఉన్నాను.
ఫుల్ లైటింగ్
సార్ ఇప్పుడు ఓకేనా సార్? సమ్వాట్ బెటర్.
లైటింగ్ కూడా ఇంప్రూవ్ అయింది.
ఇప్పుడు కనిపిస్తున్నామా?
Yes, ma'am. Oh, yes. Absolutely fine now.
Okay.
నరేష్ బాగా లైట్ బాగా ఫోకస్.
Apara sir has joined. Joined. Good evening, Apara sir.
ఇది పేరెంట్స్ వెంకటేష్
సార్ లేదు సార్ సారు అప్పుడు సార్
తీసుకోండి మళ్ళీ కొంతమంది మిస్ అవుతారు దీంట్లో తీసుకొని
ఓకే సార్ వచ్చాను సార్
జాయిన్ అయ్యండి
సార్ ఫోటో సార్
చెన్నప్ప సార్ ఆన్ చేసుకోలేదు కెమెరా ఆన్ చేసుకోలేదు
బాగా ఫోటో
రమేష్ అన్న రమేష్ సార్ ఎస్ రమేష్ సార్
ఫోటో తీసినావా?
Yeah, all the participants. Karuna madam, Karuna
madam. Karuna madam.
Karuna.
Okay.
Karuna. Karuna madam kududara. Hello madam.
Abdullah is there.
Hello madam. Video.
Good evening, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Karuna madam, there.
Sir, unna, sir. 1 minute, sir.
Are you there?
Sir, I am there, sir.
Okay, right.
Start your video, madam. Start your video.
Sir.
Video on చేయండి.
Sir, Vidyasagar sir.
Vidyasagar sir.
Informal గా ఉందా అండి? I'm just stating.
No problem. Savita madam is also joined. Happy.
Oh. Hello, Savita madam.
Sir, good evening, sir. Apara sir.
Good evening. Ekada?
Hello.
Good evening, sir.
Apara sir, good evening, sir. Sir, good evening, sir. Good evening, sir.
Yes, sir.
Apara sir, good evening. VC member గారికి స్వాగతం.
Oh, thank you. Principal, Corona principal.
Sir, అవును సార్. యూట్యూబ్
లైవ్ లో ఉందా ఇప్పుడు ఇది?
లైవ్ లో ఉంది.
కానీ బిల్డింగ్ మొత్తం ఎలక్షన్ వాళ్ళకి ఇచ్చేసినావు చెన్నప్ప.
మొత్తం హాలిడేస్
డిక్లేర్ అయింది. వాళ్ళు ఎవ్రీ పాయింట్ వాళ్ళు యూజ్ చేసుకుంటున్నారు ఫస్ట్ టైం.
సార్ ఇవ్వట్లేదు సార్ వాళ్ళు తీసుకున్నారు సార్. వాళ్ళు మేము తీసుకున్నారు.
అదే ఏం చేస్తున్నారు ఎలక్షన్ కాబట్టి ఏమైందంటే అసలు మొత్తం ఫుల్ రష్ అయిపోయింది. చాలా మంది వస్తున్నారు.
1800 మెంబర్స్ పోటింగ్ సార్.
అవును. అప్పుడు ఏంటంటే అప్పుడు బాక్సులు ఉండే కదా ఓటింగ్ ఏంటది మన ఇంతకుముందు
స్ట్రాంగ్ రూమ్ సార్.
ఒకటే ప్లేస్ వాడుకున్నారు ఆడిటోరియం. ఇప్పుడు ఏం చేశారంటే మొత్తం అన్ని పాయింట్స్ తీసుకున్నారు. పైన MBA ఆడిటోరియం,
లైబ్రరీ కూడా సార్.
మనం కారు పెట్టుకోవడానికి కూడా ప్లేస్ లేదు. ఇప్పుడు రోడ్డు మీద పెట్టుకొని పోవాల్సి వస్తుంది.
నాట్ అలౌడ్ సార్.
అంతేనా?
నాట్ అలౌడ్.
నిన్న మల్లికార్జున రెడ్డి బయట రోడ్డు మీద పెట్టిండు కారు.
ఇక ఆయన హాలిడేస్ డిక్లేర్డ్, వర్క్ ఫ్రమ్ హోమ్.
అంతే.
Madam.
Will be, you have to delete all these.
I will remove it.
YouTube link.
Okay.
Our exchange of.
ఇప్పుడు టెలికాస్ట్ అవుతుంటుంది మేడం. తర్వాత నేను ఎడిటింగ్ చేస్తాను, వీడియో ఎడిటింగ్ చేస్తాను.
ప్రోగ్రామ్ రవి చూడు మరి సార్ వస్తే
వెంకటేష్ గ్రూప్ పిక్ తీసావా?
తీసాను మేడం.
ఓకే.
Ravi, go ahead.
Ravi sir?
Ravi.
Yeah, Sriram Venkata sir is going to be join after 10 minutes. He asked to start the program. You can start.
Sir, can we start the program?
Yes.
Okay. Everything that has a beginning must have an end. So as this workshop. Now we have come to the end of this program, and I'm sure that all the participants have been benefited by the knowledge which our resource persons have shared with all of us. Thanks to all the participants.
Ask us to mute themselves because now all are open.
Venkatesh, can you mute at your end? Yeah, I think now it is silent. So now we have come to the end of this program, and I'm sure that all the participants have been benefited from this program, from the kind of the knowledge which our resource persons have shared with all of us. Thanks to all the participants for being such a wonderful audience, patiently listening and interacting with the resource persons, and sincerely marking their attendance thrice a day, and also for giving their sincere feedback. Warm greetings to one and all. Honorable guest of honor of the valedictory session, Professor Sriram Venkatesh, Nodal Officer, RUSA 2.0, Usmania University, Professor V. Usha Kiran, Head Department of Commerce, Dean Faculty of Commerce, Professor V. Apparao, Chairman Board of Studies, Professor Prashant Atma, Professor D. Chennappa, Principal of the College and Coordinator of the Center for Promotion of Financial Literacy, Usmania University, Dr. Naresh Reddy, Co-Coordinator, CPFL, distinguished speakers of the workshop, dear colleagues from the department, and all the participants from the different parts of the country. I extend a warm welcome on behalf of the Department of Commerce, Usmania University, to the valedictory function of 7-day national online workshop on financial literacy on income tax and GST, a practical approach. The main aim of organizing this workshop by the department is to provide the necessary awareness to the participants, make them financial literates in the area of taxation under the Center for Promotion of Financial Literacy, a center established at Department of Commerce, Usmania University under RUSA 2.0. Let me begin the proceedings of the valedictory with a brief note on the valuable knowledge which is shared by our esteemed resource persons with all the participants. The workshop began on 23rd November and has concluded today with totally 21 sessions on different topics on the various aspects of direct and indirect taxes. In the area of direct taxes, resource persons shared the information on the fiscal policy, tax reforms, areas of research in tax, basic terminology used in income tax to the 5 heads of incomes, including the set off and carry forward of losses, TDS, TCS, advanced tax, areas of tax planning, investment avenues, e-filing of income tax returns, etc. In the area of indirect taxes, right from overview of GST, dealer registration, valuation of supply, e-way bill, books and documents to be maintained, audit assessment and inspections, all this was discussed in detail. I'm sure that this program was of immense help to the participants in enriching their knowledge in the area of tax. Now I invite our program director who initiated this program to speak a few words. Over to Dr. Ravi Kumar Jasi, the program director. Ravi sir.
Yeah, thank you, Sandhya madam, for inviting for the valedictory program. So, on behalf of the Department of Commerce, I welcome all the dignitaries, participants to the valedictory function of 7-day national level online workshop on financial literacy on income tax and GST, a practical approach. I welcome Professor T. Krishnara, OSD to Vice Chancellor, Usmania University. Sir is going to be join because he's outside, so he is like to join. I welcome Professor Sriram Venkatesh, Nodal Officer, ROSA 2.0 and Control of Examination of Usmania University. Sir is also going to be joined because he's busy with some examination work at the exam branch. So I welcome all my senior colleagues and functionaries of the department, Professor D. Chennappa, Principal and Coordinator of ROSA 2.0 at the Mini Center, University College of Commerce and Business Management. I welcome Professor V. Ushakiran, Head Department of Commerce, Usmania University. I also welcome Professor V. Apparao, Dean, Faculty of Commerce. As my friend Dr. G. Naresh Reddy, Co-Coordinator of Center Promotion of Financial Literacy. I also welcome all the resource persons and participants for this 7-day workshop on financial literacy, income tax and GST, a practical approach. I'm very much happy for organizing such a program on workshop on financial literacy and income tax and GST, a practical approach, because most of the students and faculty throughout India are benefited by this workshop. There are 1020 delegates are registered for this workshop from the various parts of the country, from Karnataka, like Karnataka, Goa, Tamil Nadu, Rajasthan, Kerala, Andhra Pradesh, in addition to our Telangana. Out of them, there are around 200 people are joining through Zoom daily, and the remaining people are watching through YouTube live streaming. Total 21 sessions are conducted in 7 days. Out of these, 9 sessions are focused on income tax, and the remaining 12 sessions are focused on GST. I'm happy as a program director, as a participant, and as a resource person, because I have attended almost all the sessions except 2 sessions because of busy with an election work. So I have attended almost all the sessions. I learned so many topics in the GST e-filing, supply of goods, and valuation of supply, e-way bills, audit, assessment, and inspection. Like that, I learned so many things. As a commerce faculty, we know something about the conceptual aspects of GST, but we don't know the practical approach of the GST. So in the particular thing, after attending this class, after attending this workshop, so I have little bit idea about the practical approach, because there are some people like resource persons like Chandrasekhar and Murali sir and today's Gupta, they have gone to the base level, and they have made their participants live and participated in this section. And we all shared the materials as supplied by the resource persons. They have interacted with the resource person. Most of the participants are directly interacting with the resource person through chat box, and directly they are asking questions and clarify the doubts in subject. We balanced the resource persons between theory and practicals, like academicians and the chartered accountants. Practice with chartered accountants, because they are giving the basic knowledge and as well as the practical knowledge to the participants. I hope all the resource persons are done the justice for their role and provided good inputs to the participants. Because this workshop every day, yeah, and I'm happy about the participants also, because the participants are very serious about the interaction regarding their doubts, and they are directly interacting with the resource persons after the session. And I'm happy, very much happy, because out of 1,000, at least the 200 people every day, it may be 150, 200 people are participating in this Zoom, and they're directly linked with the resource persons and getting the knowledge from this workshop. I'm very much happy as a program director for organizing such wonderful program and initiating and provide the knowledge to the faculty and students. So in this concluding remarks, I am thankful to the head and coordinator and co-coordinator for the ROSA program. Thank you very much. Over to Sandhya.
Thank you, Ravi sir, for putting up all your heart and efforts in making this event see the light of the day. Sir was very busy during these days with election training duty. In spite of that, he was here with us. Thank you, sir, also on my personal behalf for giving me an opportunity to be the part of this program. Now, let us listen from some of our participants as to what do they think about this workshop. A few have come forward to share their sincere feedback. May I request a participant from Goa, Mr. Jaimol, to share his feedback? Mr. Jaimol from Goa to share his feedback. Is there?
Available? Okay, otherwise call next person.
Yeah, Jaimol is there. You can unmute yourself if you're there.
So you have to give the link to her.
Yes, ma'am. This is Shanta from AV College.
Madam, you can speak, ma'am.
I'm very much pleased with your workshop, ma'am. I gained so much of knowledge, which I'm having so many doubts while teaching the GST, but I'm little bit confused still. But anyhow, 90% of the knowledge I gained from this workshop, ma'am. Thanks for organizing such an excellent workshop, and hope to receive so and so these type of workshops which can give knowledge for the lecturers to teach their. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. May I invite Mrs. Mridula Puranam from Telangana to express her opinion about this workshop? Madam, if you're there, you can unmute yourself and express your opinion. Mridula
Yes. Thank you very much, madam. Good evening, everyone. I'm Rudula Pranam from Usmania University. I've done my MCom. I'm awaiting my results. It is an honorable opportunity to participate in the workshop titled Financial Literacy on Income Tax and GST, a Practical Approach. The workshop has been evolving from giving the basics of income tax and GST to bird's eye view of GST practices. The eminent personalities of academia and the industry have demystified the jargons of income tax and were able to drill into our minds the various intricacies of taxation. Each day was a culmination of various experiences, and my heartfelt gratitude to one and all who have allocated their valuable time in their busiest schedules and gave their inputs and insights. And I would like to thank Professor Ravikumar sir and Professor Sanyarani madam for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now we have a participant from Andhra Pradesh, Mr. N. Rama Rao. May I request Rama Rao sir to express his opinion? Mr. N. Rama Rao from Andhra Pradesh. If you're there, you
Audible,
can.
madam?
Yeah, you're audible, sir.
Audible, madam?
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. My name is N. Ramarao, AG and SC Siddhartha Degree College of Arts and Science, Autonomous Uyuru, Krishna District, Andhra Pradesh. The Department of Commerce, Usmania University organized the national level online workshop on financial literacy on income tax and GST, a practical approach, from 23rd 11 2020 to 29th 11 2020. This is a good opportunity to us to listen and learn more things on the income tax and GST in the workshop. The organizers conducted 3 sessions from 8 p.m. to 6:40 p.m. every day. The resource persons gave a good and excellent interpretation on various concepts or topics on income tax and GST in this 7-day national level online workshop. This workshop is most useful to us to improve our knowledge and to share our knowledge to the public and others. Therefore, I thank to the Department of Commerce, Usmania University, and other dignitaries like Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Sir, and those who are involved in this program for organizing this national level online workshop. According to my opinion, this is very innovative and informative workshop in this national workshop, madam. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for those kind words. We have a participant from Goa, Ms. Sonal. May I request Sonal to speak a few words about the workshop? Ms. Sonal, are you there?
Yes.
Hey.
Good evening, one and all.
Request others to mute yourself, please.
Ramaragar mute చేసుకోండి. Ramaragar mute చేసుకోండి.
Good evening. It was an immense pleasure participating in 7-day workshop. It was a great experience. All the sessions were really great. I'm Sonal Pendekar and I'm studying at St. Xavier's College, Goa. Also pursuing chartered accountancy and entrepreneur at Fitness Crazy. It's my fitness center. So the workshops which were conducted, I guess it really helped me in understanding all the matters regarding income tax and GST, and it will further help me in it will be also beneficial for me in upcoming future. All the sessions were really great and I'm thankful for it and I'm grateful. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Sonal. I once again thank all the participants for being wonderful audience. Now, do anybody else wants to talk? Wants to say something more?
Shanti is there from AMS College.
Yeah, may I request Shanti ma'am from AMS to speak a few words?
Yeah, ma'am. Good evening, everyone. It has been a great opportunity to have participated in this 7-day online workshop. All these 7 days, the resource persons have given a great insight on their respective subjects and topics. They are not only useful for the students, but they are very much useful to those who are in teaching field or of these relevant subjects. The resource persons have dealt the subjects both direct and indirect indirect taxes with some good examples and updated statistical data too. On the side of indirect taxes, the participant could gain a lot of knowledge on the topics or the subjects like input tax credit, which has been a hot topic with so much subject of tax evasion being identified recently by creating fake units by some of the trade, and the more important part being the filing of tax means returns, whether of in income tax or GST, as the last dates are approaching for many of these days. Overall, I can say a very exhaustive and comprehensive workshop covering huge data in a simple and understandable way. My kudos to the entire Department of Commerce of Usmania University for conducting a fantastic online workshop. Thank you, ma'am, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Shanti ma'am, for that. Anybody else would like to talk, would like to express, would like to give their feedback?
Good evening, ma'am.
Yeah, good evening. Please introduce yourself.
Hello, everyone. Good evening, ma'am. I'm Moses Talla from Shadan College. Ma'am, I've been watching these programs throughout the 7 days. The workshop has been really grateful. It's very great. I've learned so many things. In fact, I hope along with all the participants, we got into the concept so much that we got started getting more interest to learn about IT. And especially I want to thank the organizers, professors, honorable professors, and all the technical staff. And ma'am, we want to see more such kind of programs in the coming days. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Moses. Yes, sure to conduct many more programs, once we open in offline mode. And now I invite the co-coordinator of Center for Promotion of Financial Literacy, Dr. G. Naresh Reddy, to speak a few words. Over to Naresh, sir.
Yeah, good evening, madam. Good evening, all the professors from the department. Yeah, Professor D. Chennappa, Coordinator, Center for Promotion of Financial Literacy, and Principal of the college, University College of Commerce and Business Management. Professor V. Apparao, Dean Faculty of Commerce, EC Member, Usmania University. Professor V. Ushakiran, Head Department of Commerce, Director ICSSR Southern Region. Professor Prashant Atma Madam, Chairperson, Department of Commerce. Professor Sriram Venkatesh, Nodal Officer RUSA 2.0 and Controller of Examinations. Now the Chief Guest of the function, Professor T. Krishna Rao Garu. He may be joining very shortly, OSD to Vice Chancellor. All the faculty members from the department, especially Dr. J. Ravi Kumar, Director of the program, Dr. B. Sandhya Rani Madam, Convener of this program, and all the participants and technical support given by Venkatesh. I thank all the participants for these 7 days. So you may be learned so many topics and you may be clarified many things related to direct and indirect tax. Actually, I am the co-coordinator of the Center for Promotion of Financial Literacy. The center created under the RUSA. We thank the Usmania University authorities, MHRD, and not only that, I am very much grateful to my senior professors in the department. They are very much interested to establish this center. So, Head Department of Commerce, Professor V. Ushakiran, Dean Professor V. Apparao sir, Chairperson Prashant Atma Madam, Coordinator and Principal of the college, Professor D. Chennappa, and retired professors. They have helped a lot in bringing out the shape of the today's program. So this is the center which is aimed to create the awareness among the different strata in the society. So we have planned as a first program under financial literacy. So postgraduate students throughout the country targeted, and we achieved so many participants which have participated like this. And this is the second program from the Center for Financial Literacy. And this is also an excellent program and a very much successful program. And I observed so many participants, they are participating from the last 7 days. Now we are also having some more programs which will come up in the coming days. Now actually the other people which we have already targeted, which are not covered because of this COVID situation which is there in the country. Now actually we want to move from Osmania University, the place of working, to the nearness to the needy people. Actually in the society, some of the people which they are not included in the banking, they are aware of the banking facilities, they are not known the transactions, how they must perform. We have already planned to move from here to the villages, like to cover self-help groups. We must try to educate them how to maintain the accounts. Now, what type of loans that the government which is offering. Now, the benefits which may be available to them. And we want to even create the knowledge about financial literacy among the farmers, MSMEs, women entrepreneurs. Now even school going children also we have already planned, but we are not in a position to move from this place to the destination places. But anyhow, with the help of all the professors in the department, we will also move to the unreached in the coming days. I thank all the participants for the successful conduct and listening all these 7 days. You may be learned and benefited a lot from this program. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, sir, for all your support. Now I invite the coordinator of Center for Promotion of Financial Literacy and principal of the college, Professor D. Chennappa, to address the gathering. Over to Chennappa, sir.
Good evening to one and all. And today's chief guest, Professor T. Krishna Rao, who is the Vice Chancellor. A guest of honor, Professor Sriram Venkatesh, is the nodal officer of the RUSA, as well as the controller of the examination of Osmania University. The senior most professor and executive council member, Professor V. Apparao, Dean, Faculty of Commerce. Professor V. Usha Kiran, Head, Department of Commerce, and Director to the ICSS, as well as Director for Professor Prashant Atma, Chairperson, Board of Studies, and the Vice Principal of this college, Dr. Vidyasagar Rao, and who has taken a lot of pain and spared his valuable time for organizing this program, Dr. Ravi Kumar Jasti, as a program director, and program convener, Dr. B. Sudharani, who has been this program since 7 days, and coordinating and every participant. And really, this program and this RUSA is running because of our co-coordinator, very dynamic personality and a very rich academician, Dr. G. Gaddam Naresh Reddy. He is a really very pillar to this RUSA because of his ideas, his thoughts. We are moving towards reaching to the unreached people to create the financial literacy among the people. Thanks to our earlier principal, Professor V. Apparao.
All the participants mute themselves, because please mute yourself.
And who brought this RUSA, Rashtriya Uchita Shiksha Abhiyan Yojana scheme, which is one of the University Grants Commission scheme under the Ministry of Human Resource Management. Then because of this pandemic, we have started this program in the month of August of the 2020. Since then, we spent about 14 days to create the awareness of the financial literacy. 7 days on clearly on financial literacy. Another 7 days on income tax and GST. And each day, 3 sessions, like 21 sessions for financial literacy, another 21 sessions for to the income tax and GST and practical approaches. So we spent to the more than 93 hours to create the awareness among to the public. Every time you can click it a number of participants, either the earlier program or present program, more than 150 participants, means 150, around 150, 300 online participants. Again, we have streamed this program through the YouTube and Facebook. While streaming, more than 500 people were watching. And in this program also, more than 700 people are watching through the YouTube and Facebook channel. In that case, I can proudly announce that on an average, 1,400 participants are being participated in this program directly or indirectly. To organize these 2 programs, this RUSA has spending around more than 5 lakhs rupees and inviting the resource person across the countries. You might have experienced the resource persons and their eminent academic knowledge and their wisdom, they have said it. And you are all the participants are very fortunate without any registration fee. You have registered, you have participated, you have enjoyed, enriched your knowledge. And I also learned that the feedback, Mr. Sandhya, they mentioned that 90% of the knowledge they gain to teach to the students and learn. People, even Ramarao and even Shanti Madam and Samantha Mrudula, they well appreciated this program. So we feel that in spite of not putting to the registration fee and reaching the people is the primary objective of the RUSA. Therefore, the objective of the RUSA might have been successful. And particularly coming to this program, and really wonderfully planned this program, starting with the terminology of the income tax and jumping to the physical policy of the income tax, present how the physical policy is working in India, then looking about the heads of the income, you know, all the faculty members, probably chartered accountant and MCom, BCom and faculty members, heads of the income and setups and carry forward, how the losses can be adjusted, how it can be continued for further year. And another wonderful great topic is tax deducted at advance, TDS and advanced taxes. And then another resource person has spoke about the tax planning, and great interesting title is about the e-filing. Each and every individual faculty members are necessary to learn about it. How this form 26, whatever the income, like valuation income or your any paper setting income are deposited in the bank without noticing to you based upon your PAN number. You can retrieve through the form number 26. And then another great, quite interesting topic is overview of the GST, which was spoken by eminent personalities and books and auditing and widen tax prospects. So just now I listening with the auditor who has spoken about many things. So therefore, in this scenario, I can mention that we are not wasting our money. We are reaching to the unreached people. We are not only creating the financial literacy, we are started creating even the income tax literacy to the not unknown people, not unreached people, reaching people and giving more knowledge to this. In this, as a coordinator of this RUSA and the principal of this college, I feel very proud and I feel that it is a glad enough to that. Despite the fact that I thought of that somebody should be as a keynote speaker for valedictory function, because of the programmers might have thought that since then 7 days they have been listening, again inviting the keynote valedictory speaker for this odd hour around 7 o'clock, it may not good, and almost all participants might have exhausted their listening abilities and their maybe muting their audio system. Therefore, they could not have invited. But some of the important points I would like to raise in 1 or 2 minutes, not taking much time about it. That is the first case about the GST is there. We want to avoid the cascade system. We want to have the one nation and one tax system. But look about some of the questions which I am going to be raising. The first look about the one nation, one tax is there, but we have the 4 taxes. Central tax we have, state tax we have, and union territory tax we have, and praxi tax is also we have. 4 kinds of tax we have, but mentioned as a one nation, one tax. How it is working? Proportionately, they might have sharing, but again, it is a questionable and debatable. Then we talk about the double taxing system. Actually, what we have value-added tax we have, that is replaced with the GST. Now look about the one aspect that the double taxing system is still working in India. Suppose you know that net profit earned by any company, definitely they will deduct the tax. After deduct the tax, it can be called as a net profit after tax. Whatever the net profit after the tax, that can be shared to the equity shareholders on the in the form of the dividends. Again, dividends also be taxed. It could not be called as a double taxation. Again, another great phenomena in Indian is there that we have the high rates of income tax, either it may be direct tax and indirect taxes is there. Whenever high rates of the income taxes are either direct or indirect is there, definitely we may get about the low yielding onto the direct taxes. For example, suppose a person is earning more than 2 lakhs, they have been charged more than 70,000 per month. The 30% salary has gone to the income tax department. Then, and how many people are earning more than 2 lakhs people? These are the very small strata. For a small strata, they are charging huge amount, whereas the little margin people, they are not charging much about it. So this should be universalized, neutralized. That should be neutralized is there. So that is another case about it, indicating about the low contribution to the GDP by the income tax department. Now, so many exemptions. Suppose a politician is there, or bureaucratic high-end bureaucratic IAS officer, IPS officer, director generals are there. For them, everything is free. Tax is exempted. Water bill is exempted. Gas cylinder subsidized, and water is provided free. He might be having 100 telephones and prepaid or postpaid. Everything is free, and again he's flying to one country to other country. Foreign visit is free, is not at all taxed about it. That those should be addressed by the tax people, not by to the only the people who have who coming on to the picture is there. Then another thing is there. We have to give the a lot of importance to the consumption factors. Now, because of this scenario, this pandemic scenario, now this is a future consumption is very more and more, and fast growing consumer market is also attracting to the Indian. Now, look about the one example is there. How it works means it is going to be working on regressive mode or regressive nature. For example, a person is earning 3,000, for example. Out of 3,000, he may be spending on to the 2,000 rupees. Suppose on consumption, 10% tax is there. So 2,000 is consumed, therefore 200 is charged. Again, the tax onto the income, if you calculate 200 divided by 3,000, the tax rate is going to pay 6%. Suppose again another regressive mode, suppose a person is earning 10,000 rupees, he is also be spending 4,000 rupees, double to the earlier person. So 4,000 tax rate is 10%, 400 is paying. Again, look about the tax as a percentage of his income. Total income is 400 divided by 10,000. Again, it is coming as a 4%. Here is the consumption. You see this again how it is working. Regressive nature it is working. So these people and we have this platform. We will take that the regressive nature should not be there. It should be the correlation mode. It may be better to that. Again, I would like to point out that everything can be reached out. Suppose a businessman is there, he would like to increase the profits, whatever it may be, more whatever it cost it. And bureaucratics, they want to earn money, whatever the cost, and they escape the income tax department. Likewise, politicians, they want to get more and more benefited, tax exempted, benefited. And media is taking certain exemption from income tax because of the media and other effect. And the big industry encouraging to the industry. And we have to go for to the disinvestment, other factors. Huge exemptions are given to this big slot, and the small slot being charged more and more. My intention is this, so universal income tax must be there based upon to the income, proportionate income tax must be there, not like that the demarking that this is a middle income people, higher end income people, or low ending people. That should not be there. If the tax rate should be reduced, so definitely the SMEs will grow. The more income tax will, contribution of the income tax will grow, and the more people they may coming into the basket of the income tax. Otherwise, if they're charging more and more, putting to the more penalties, so definitely they take the other route to come to the evasion of the income tax. By this, we remarks that definitely whatever the talks duration of the 7 days, definitely Dr. Jasti Ravi, Dr. B. Sandharani, they may bring out into the proceedings mode and giving the YouTube 7 days links, and audit then it can be submitted to the nodal officer, and it can be submitted to the RUSA office as well as to the principal office. Then again, come back to this. Some of the participants they have raised that again, many more programs should be organized. Yes, this RUSA is ready to organize many more programs, not only to the online. We are ready to organize even the offline mode also. And if the situation become normal, once normalcy has come up in India, definitely we move towards to the roots, to the corners. Definitely we'll go about the immediate demand we have to organize one either 2 days program or 1 day program onto the business analytics. Since 2 times we organized a seminar onto the business analytics by the Department of Commerce and the Usman University and Council of Higher Education of Telangana State has introduced this business analytics to the undergraduate course, which is monitored by the Usman University Department of Commerce. So huge demand is coming to organize one workshop or a webinar or some mode of reaching to the teachers. Definitely immediately after this, I will ask about my co-coordinator, Gadam Naresh Reddy, to take up this organizing one program to address the issues of the business analytics. Who has to teach how many subjects are commerce related, how many subjects are statistics related, how many subjects are computer related, with the help of the Chairman Board of Studies and Head Department of Commerce, with the help of the Dean. Definitely will come forward to organize this type of program. Then with this valedictory remarks at evening hours, I feel that this program is very, very grand success. I wish you good luck to all the participants. You have enriched your knowledge by listening, and also you can listening by clicking onto the YouTube links. I also thank my faculty members, not only this Jasti Ravi, B. Sandharani, Dr. Patrick, Indrakanti Sekar, and so many faculty members from constant and affiliated colleges. They have participated and made it this program very, very grand success. And finally, definitely we look towards to the nodal officer. With the nodal officer support only, we can able to do this program. Without nodal officer support, without his approvals, we cannot move. We cannot take out a white paper. Therefore, we seek the nodal officer's support. I hope that he is going to be extend the fullest support to the Department of Commerce of the RUSA Mini Center, Financial Literacy. With his support and our registrar support and OSD blessings, definitely we will come up with many more programs to reaching to the unreached and creating to the financial literacy among to the literate people as well as to the illiterate of the people. With this few remarks, so thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you, sir.
Definitely, sir. Our department will organize many more such programs for the benefit of the participants. Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and for encouraging us by giving us an opportunity to take up this workshop under Center for Promotion of Financial Literacy, center established under RUSA 2.0. May I now invite Professor V. Apparao, Dean, Faculty of Commerce, UCCBM, to say a few words on this occasion. Over to Apparao, sir.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes,
You're
sir.
audible, sir.
Okay. Good evening, dear friends. Professor T. Krishna Rao, OSD Vice Chancellor, today's program chief guest, and other distinguished guests, Professor C. Ram Venkatesh, Nodal Officer and also Controller of Examination, Professor Prashant Atma, Chairperson, Board of Studies in Commerce, Professor Usha Kiran Madam, Head Department of Commerce, and my young teams from the Department of Commerce, Professor Dr. G. Naresh Reddy, Dr. Ravi Kumar, Dr. B. Sandhyarani, and Professor Channappa, Principal of University College of Commerce and Business Management, and all the invitees who are available online. At the outset, I congratulate my colleagues in the department for successful conduct of this 7-day workshop on financial literacy on income tax and GST, a practical approach. I also appreciate the efforts of my colleagues in the department for organizing a 7-day program online. Because of this COVID-19 problem, now we are organizing programs on online instead of offline. It is very difficult to organize online programs like this 1 day or 2 day or 1 hour, 2 hours, and no problem. But here we are organizing programs say for 1 week. So it is very difficult because of so many technical issues, internet problem and electricity problem. So it is very difficult. We have to pay more attention. That's why I once again congratulate my colleagues, Dr. J. Ravi Kumar and also B. Sanjarani, for successful conduct of the 7-day program. 7-day program to the different stakeholders. I also congratulate all the participants. So we have attended this program for the last 7 days and exposed to different tax-related aspects, practical and theoretical aspects. I think the program is a grand success because based on the feedback from the participants, so I can understand that the program is a grand success because you are exposed to different aspects about the income tax and GST. Theoretically and practically, they might have used different statistical, computer packages for imparting the knowledge also. So around 1,000 say participants are attended this program, and directly around 200 participants also viewed this program online. The advantage of the COVID-19 is throughout India, from anywhere in the country, in the world, you can attend the program. If it is offline only, I think it might have confined to only our college students and different college teachers or research scholars. But now, because of this COVID-19 problem, because of this online system, now people are attending from different parts of the country. That is one of the advantages of this online system. And on this occasion, just I would like to share some background information about the Center for, say, Promotion of Financial Literacy. Actually, on this occasion, we have to recollect and remember the efforts and contribution of previous Vice Chancellor, Professor S. Ramchandram, for getting almost 100 crores, 107 crores under RUSA. The central government has sanctioned 107 crores for Usmania University. And out of that, say for College of Commerce and Management, we got 110 lakhs, that is 1 crore 10 lakhs. For Commerce 60 lakhs, and for management 50 lakhs. So actually, the background for creation of the Center for Promotion of Financial Literacy is normally as per the university direction and state council direction. These centers are created in different colleges with some specific purpose. Actually, we were thinking about creation of a center which is useful to the society and also students. And in that process, we have discussed with senior teachers working in the department at that time in 2019. And in that process, Professor S. Satyanarayana has given an idea about the creation of financial literacy, that is Center for Promotion of Financial Literacy. And thanks to Professor S. Satyanarayana and also Naresh Reddy, because Naresh Reddy has prepared the proposal and teachers from management, Dr. Sudha from management, Vidyasagar also there in the proposal. So like that, we have made efforts to say prepare the proposal with say 20 pages, and it was presented by Dr. Naresh Reddy and Sudha. Ultimately, the university has sanctioned 60 lakhs for the center, for this center, and there is a clear plan of action, and accordingly we have to proceed, and different activities are there. Dr. Naresh Reddy knows it, and so all these things now sanctioned, and thanks to university authorities. And equally, we should be thankful to present principal, Professor D. Chennappa, because during my tenure, when I was principal of University College of Commerce and Management, these centers are sanctioned, but no activity only funds are released during Professor Chennappa principalship. So almost 20 lakhs are received for commerce and 20 lakhs received for management. Now, Professor Chennappa immediately has taken initiation to conduct the programs, even though Corona is there, and we are organizing online programs for the benefit of different stakeholders in the society. This is the second program from the Department of Commerce. Already one program was organized under management, and we have to appreciate the efforts of Professor Chennappa and Dr. Naresh Reddy, co-coordinator of this program, and teachers from the department for taking initiative to conduct different programs. So I think in future we may organize some physical programs also. This program particularly focusing on the tax and GST. So I think by attending this program, you might have exposed to different tax related calculations. And I think now you can calculate your tax liability on your own, or you can also prepare your tax return on your own. Earlier, it was very difficult activity. Only commerce teachers and commerce background candidates are able to calculate tax assessment on their own. And even some of the commerce teachers also not able to calculate tax liability on their own. We used to depend on the chartered accountants and the experts. Now, I think by this program, you can do on your own. Definitely, the participants will get benefit out of it. I suggest all the participants, please share this knowledge with your say friends, colleagues, and students. Whatever knowledge you acquired for the last say 7 days, definitely enrich your personality and enlighten your knowledge levels. So I once again congratulate organizers and also congratulate all the participants for attending this program. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Sandhya.
Yeah. Thank you, sir, for all your encouragement. Sir, we remember your efforts in bringing the funds to our college when you were the principal of the college. Thank you so much, sir. And now I request the Head Department of Commerce, Usmania University, Professor V. Usha Kiran, to share her views on this occasion. Over to Usha, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Professor Apparao, Dean Faculty of Commerce, Usmania University. Professor Chennappa, the Principal and also the Coordinator of RUSA and Principal of UCCBM, Usmania University. Our Chief Guest, Professor Krishna Rao, I think will be joining us, who is a OSD to the Vice Chancellor. And also the guest of honor, Professor Sriram Venkatesh, I think he will also join us.
He joined, madam. Already joined. His sir is in the room.
So Professor Sriram Venkatesh and if Professor Prashant Atma is there. Hello. And all the participants, resource persons, all the participants, Dr. Ravi, the director for the program, and Sandhya, the convener. When I'm, listening to all these almost 7 days program, it was something like, when it was started, I was just doubting, like, how to sustain the interest of the people. That's the most thing. And COVID-19, everything, online programs, it's a new normal now. We have to definitely have all the programs online only. It's a new normal, nothing normal. And only thing is, when we take up any program, that program must be successful. That should be our aim. And to have the program a big success, to make the program big success, what we have to do? The first thing is, we will have to choose the topics which are very much relevant. That is the most important thing. And the second thing is, we must bring in the best resource persons. This is the second important aspect. If you can, arrange for these two things, if you take care of these two things, that is structuring, designing of the program, and also taking care that, something like the resource persons who are very much suitable to deliver the lectures, 50% of your work is done and it is done successfully. And the remaining 50% is, it is something like the participants. I am observing that right from day one to now, almost every day I'm finding so many participants logged on into and then listening, and through the chat they are raising questions and very interactive. Definitely the program is successful. It's because of the participants. I really appreciate them. And when coming to the RUSA itself, we are thankful to Professor Apparao for bringing out the RUSA to UCCBM. Of course, nodal officer is there. Without his support, we could not have done anything. And I acknowledge the controller of the examinations and also the RUSA nodal officer for being great to our department. And also I appreciate Professor Chennappa for continuing the program, and Dr. Naresh, who is a co-coordinator, for taking up all these issues very seriously. And he himself has done the first program, I remember, and it was 7 days program. It was a successful program. And later on, Dr. Ravi and Dr. Sandhya have taken up the this program, that is giving literacy on taxation, through which we are trying to motivate the people to see that they are going into they are taking, and their risks are coming down while investing, and how to file the returns, whether it is GST or income tax.
Request the audience to mute.
So when we are looking at these aspects, when the profiles of the participants are being discussed, Dr. Ravi was telling me that we have got the students as well as faculty. So income tax and GST, certainly they are, such subjects which are very complex, because every day you find a change in that. And while teaching to the students, we have to be very careful and update ourselves almost every day. That's the reason why most of the teachers do not opt for teaching income tax or GST. I know very well. Now, when we look at the teachers and some of the feedback, what I heard from the participants, I'm happy that you have taken the program so well, and there's a lot of value addition to already existing knowledge what you have. And this value add what you are taking from this program definitely will be shared to your students, I know. And the students who have taken up this program, definitely they are they might have got benefited, because one of the CA students was telling that this program is excellent, and definitely it is helpful for my future programs too. So when we look at the feedback, very constructive, and they said it is excellent. So once they agree, definitely we feel very happy that we have done a very good program. So my appreciation to Dr. Ravi Kumar and Dr. Sandhya for doing this program. And as far as the RUSA, this particular center is concerned, we take up all the programs which will enhance the financial literacy, as was suggested by earlier speakers. And definitely we move from our place to the places elsewhere, where people cannot come to us. We only go to them and try to identify the people who need this kind of financial literacy, and definitely we will be enhancing their knowledge and helping them out in in taking informed decisions. That is one we are sure from the Department of Commerce. And also any other program which is related to financial literacy will be considered under this particular RUSA. And we have got all young colleagues with us, and definitely all these people will come forward. Now only 2 people have taken up the programs, and remaining are there, and I know definitely they'll design some program which will enhance the financial literacy, which will be beneficial either to the rural people, or to the urban people, or to the teachers, or to the students, like whoever the people participants are, and wherever they are, definitely this kind of those kinds of programs which are needed will be taken up from the RUSA. That is one thing I would like to assure as the head of the Department of Commerce. And let me also tell you one thing, that this particular program, especially the first one and the second one, they are more theoretical oriented. To some extent, we have clubbed up the practicals also into this. But there was no hands-on experience. I agree. And in the coming programs, as a continuation of this income tax and GST, or it may be something like earlier program, purely financial literacy, I would like to see that more and more practical orientation is given. Of course, in this we have, in this particular program, we have said that like how to file the returns, AS26 and GST filing of returns, etc. we have shown, but to some extent only. So in the coming programs, definitely we will go for more of practical nature, and more practical component will be given, higher importance, and such programs we will definitely think of. And I also suggest that we will go for such kind of programs exclusively for the students, where the skill development or skills are imparted through this particular center. So even such programs will be designed and will be brought to you in the future. So with these few words, as rightly Professor Chennappa was raising so many questions on GST. I understand the concern, and definitely some of the sessions which were there in this program, they have dealt with some of the issues, of course, double taxation or any such things, whatever he has raised. Definitely, our income tax is proportionate taxation. That is what we really take up. However, raising so many questions by the coordinator is something like it raises enthusiasm even in the participants. So I appreciate him, and definitely all those people who have gone through all the sections might have got really a value addition in case of the income tax as well as. And definitely we will plan one more program to taking all those concerns which were raised by either participants or by the resource persons in their sessions, and we will think of some other continuity of this program in future. Thank you very much, and I once again appreciate Dr. Ravi, the director for this program, and Sandhya Rani, the convener, and all my colleagues who have.
Yeah, some
Much
technical problem. Thank you, madam.
Sure, ma'am. Many more such programs we will take up from the department in the coming days for the benefit of the participants. Thank you so much, ma'am, for helping us in shaping this program and suggesting the resource persons for the workshop, and also for encouraging us to take up this workshop by providing all the support. Thank you so much, ma'am. Our chairman, Board of Studies, Professor Prashantatma ma'am, is not here because of being occupied with some other work. She has conveyed her best wishes to all of us. Now I request our guest of honor for the valedictory session, Professor Sriram Venkatesh, a Nodal Officer, ROSA 2.0, Usmania University, to speak a few words. Over to Sriram, sir.
So, good evening to all of you. Almost all are waiting. Almost 190 participants are waiting to have dinner, I think. So I should not stand between your dinner and your the valedictory session. So first of all, respected Professor Krishna Rao, Chief Guest of today's function, is Officer on Special Duty to Vice Chancellor, Professor D. Chennappa, Principal of the University College of Commerce and Business Management, and also USA 2 centers, mini centers coordinator, and head of the department and chairperson Board of Studies, so Usha Kiran madam and Prashantatma madam respectively, and my friend, I forgot actually. I'm in the sequence I forgot, but otherwise is my friend and Professor V. Apparao, Dean Faculty of Engineering.
Commerce.
Commerce.
Faculty of Commerce.
Engineering में बेटे सोना.
In Faculty of Commerce.
Alavatla forgotten.
Engineering.
So Dean Faculty of Commerce, and Krishna Rao sir joined or not?
No, sir. Sir is on the way, but
on
no
the
guarantee.
Okay. So otherwise, you can convey, and particularly the coordinators of this particular wonderful program, Dr. Ravi Kumar, and G. Naresh, and Sandhya madam, and those who are directly or indirectly connected with this program to make it a very grand success. So good evening to all of you. So anyway, the first day I have spoke something about it, but just I will not take much time, only 2-3 minutes. I wanted to convey my wishes on this platform. So any program success depends upon the selection of the topic. So selection of the topic is excellent, and not only selection, but the selection of the speakers. So I think now as a whole, the department, senior faculty members, dean, principal, and others, and including head chairperson and coordinator, they have unitedly decided this particular topic and also selected the resource persons. The selection of resource persons is very, very important, so that based on the feedback, just now I heard from 7 o'clock, many participants have given excellent feedback. So including myself also. So looking at the title, and it is very much useful. But I also seen the timetable, total what are the topics to be covered. So it is nothing but as you said, no, the reaching to unreached people. Not only reaching unreached people, because of this corona pandemic situation, you have connected unconnected people. So many people are there across the country, maybe other states also there. So if it is an offline program, they may not be able to attend, but because of the online, so they could attend, and you are also connecting unconnected people. So you are enlightening them by giving the latest tips and technologies that are available in financial literacy. So I think definitely almost 200 participants are there. They have immensely benefited, and all this credit goes to not only anyone, but it goes to the university and the ROSA, particularly the government of India and government of the Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, because central share is 60, state share is 40. So because of our universities performing like departments, so that as a globally the university is going to perform, and based on the performance of the university, so they are considering and giving the funding. So in line that the commerce and the management, those two departments also got 2 projects, and they are doing wonderful job in spite of this COVID-19 pandemic. And Dr. Chennappa is very dynamic. So after took over the charge as the principal, directly he is contacting many people in the RUSA, including me, and he is acting so actively and also participating in the RUSA, and immediately organized. I think this is the 3rd program completing in the RUSA series. And I think if money is left now, you can also plan for some more very good programs. Offline will take much expenses, but online will not take much expenses now. So you can, whatever the plans are there, you can write and you can plan some more useful webinars or FDPs to the faculty members or students, so that apart from the DPR, so you must have mentioned some seminars and conference workshops in the DPR. So nowadays, no conferences are, we can't conduct conferences, but you can conduct webinars and FDP programs to the needy people like faculty and students, including research scholars. I think this is actually very, very useful to the research scholars, how to use how to file a tax return. So using a software otherwise. So hands-on experience should be given to even faculty members, because we are also depending upon the CA, chartered accountant or income tax, the agents, by paying some amount. And if that hands-on experience is given, which will be more useful to the faculty members as well, and also students. And because of this COVID-19 pandemic situation, so we are seeing now, because I'm also teaching to students, and even my daughter's and son also taking classes. They are now frustrated, we can say. Since 8 months, they are frustrated, and their mind is frustrated because they are not allowed to go out, and they are not looking at the teachers, they are not looking at the school and children. Similarly, our students also not looking at the teachers. There are no practicals, there are no interaction. So societal problems also coming. For example, one teacher is handling so many students, no other teachers are either removed or not paid the salary. So under these circumstances, so conducting such programs, no, you are keeping their mind active. So you are keeping their mind, that means particularly faculty members or students, mind is very active, and you are also giving thought-provoking things instead of sitting idle in the home. So recently we have conducted one week AICTE Atal 3D printing program. So there are so many restrictions laid down by the AICT. So we have to identify the faculty, who are attending, resource persons, their biodata should be uploaded, everyday attendance, every session attendance. So all this, it has become like a, my colleague, Dr. Shivaram Krishna, is a coordinator, myself also coordinator, but he took major load. But after looking at the conduction of online FDPs, I found that no, offline is very simple than online. So this is because under RUSA, we have not having so many restrictions, but under AICT or UGC or UGC HRDC, there are a lot of restrictions are there. So what I mean to say, but in spite of that, no, you are conducting this online programs, webinars, is not that simple. So similarly, whatever the effort we have to put in for the offline, we have to put for the online also. So that is one thing I actually wanted to tell you. But anyway, as a whole department, unitedly organizing this and also giving, bringing laurels to the department. So if the department prospers, and college also gets name, college gets name, also university also gets name, and all we compile and also submit to the RUSA, so that name should be flown to even Delhi to organize such programs. And many participants also giving feedback that your department is organized such a wonderful program, particularly the topic of contemporary topic, so which is useful to many, even not only commerce faculty students and others also is useful. But I feel that no, this should have been extended to other department faculty members to slightly change the topic only related to the commerce, slightly change it, and which will be useful to even gazetted officers and faculty members, also useful, because everybody is facing problem in paying tax. So there are different tax or TDS. Really, I'm also, even principal also sometimes be confused how much tax to be deducted. For example, works. So for doing works now, there is 2.26, somebody says. They are saying 2%. One is saying only 1%. So after finding out, no, it is under section 90C or something like. So if you are having a own PAN card, 1%. Suppose you are having any agency or any other than PAN card, it is 2%. But actually, we have deducted 2.26. So why? Because in the examination branch or somewhere in the finance section, they remember like that they are doing. But government of India now reduced to 2%. So these things are not aware, and sometimes now it is very dangerous if you don't deduct it. And having Usmania University is having 5% only GST for research and development equipment. So having this type of rebate to the Usmania University for purchasing of R&D equipment, you have to pay only 5%. If you are paying more percent now, 18% or something, again it is a we can say a deviation of rules. So some audit objection will be there. So these things must be known. So we have a DSI certification, and if you buy any software, any equipment for research purpose, we need to pay only 5%. So these things must be known. And if you are carrying out any work, for example, civil work or partition work or some roof or any partitions or door or roofing, this type of works now we have to deduct from the contractor, it is 2%. Again, we have to pay back immediately to the government. So these things, practicals, I think it is a practical exposure must be known. So being a administrators, we are coming from teaching, but we are not aware of this type of rules. So you better plan one, at least 3 days is also enough to educate our teaching and non-teaching staff. Non-teaching staff in the sense those who are paying tax. So otherwise, exclusively for accountants. So accountants also must be thorough, should have a thorough knowledge. I asked my accountant, what is under what section you are deducting 2.26%? She doesn't answer. ERC. So because they don't know what are the sections are available under which they are liable to be deducted. So those things are not aware. So with this, now I thank the organizers, particularly principal, dean, head madam, chairperson, and the coordinator, and Ravi Kumar Jasta, and also Naresh Reddy Garu, Sandhya madam, and all each and everyone who participated in this and also made this program a grand success. So thank you very much, and good evening to all of you.
Sir, thank you very much, sir, for your valuable message, and really even odd hours also coming and gracing this valedictory function. Being a principal, without your support, we cannot organize any more program. What you suggested, that definitely will take up the programs like a DP program for PhD scholars, and definitely we take up the 3-day program for to the accountants who are working in our university, possible for mixing the gazetted officers and NGOs. Definitely will come up with your directions. And thank you very much, sir, time to time directing us and helping us, and making this mini center is more dynamic and more vibrant, and reaching to the unreached people and connecting to the unconnected people. We look forward for your future support also. Thank you very much.
Thank you all the best, sir.
Thank you so much, Sriram sir, for your kind words. And we totally agree that this pandemic has forced us to learn new technology, and through technology, we could reach to every corner of the country, which wouldn't have been possible if this was organized by offline mode. This program is offered to the academicians, businessmen, as well as to the students. Thank you so much, sir, for spending your valuable time and for being with us. The chief guest of this valedictory, Professor T. Krishna Rao, OSD to Vice Chancellor, Usmania University, because of an emergency work, is not available amongst us, but has sent his best wishes to all of us. On behalf of the organizing team, I place on record our thanks to all the functionaries and dignitaries, our supporting staff, technical people, for extending the timely support in making this program a grand success. Now, I request Ravi sir to propose formal vote of thanks. Over to Ravi sir.
Yes, thank you, Sandhya madam. So first of all, I thank the guest of honor, Professor Sriram Venkatesh sir. Sir has given that the attendance and all this. Sir, we are promising on the workshop that we are taking attendance for 3 sessions and 1 feedback every day, and we are ensure that even 1020 are registered for this program. We are going to issue the certificate those who are really attended for this program, because one participant has made a message through WhatsApp. Sir, is it IAS exam? We are giving every session attendance, feedback, everything. You are conducting IAS exam, sir, he asked through WhatsApp. So I told that no, you are not going to give the certificate just like that. Only those who are really attended the program, only you are providing the certificates, so that we are taking care about the attendance and all those things, sir. We are not issuing the certificates on the name of Usmania University and RUSA, just like that to all the 1000 people. I'm assure you that as a director of this program, we are nodal officer and the coordinator and head of the department. Yeah. So once again, I thank first registrar sir, Professor C.H. Gopal Reddy sir, for inaugurate the program and providing the guidance and assistance to organize such a wonderful program. And also thankful to the chief guest of this valedictory function, Professor T. Krishna Rao sir. Sir has made a call that he is on the way and the network is not working, so that he could not join in this valedictory function. So anyhow, sir also is encouraging us to conduct this such type of programs. So once again, I thank our guest of honor for inaugural and valedictory, Professor Sriram Venkatesh sir. Is very much busy. I think he's the only person who is busy with 24 hours in the exam branch. Sir is also dealing in control of examination branch. You know that how work is going on in the exam branch in the pandemic situation, is conducting examination even on the holidays and Sundays also. So sir is very much busy. Just now he came to home and immediately on the request he joined in our valedictory program. Thank you very much, sir, for not only your joining, and you are also supporting the department to provide the funds for under the RUSA to organize such a wonderful program. Otherwise, because of this in the pandemic situation, we are able to reach the these unreached people, and we are conducting such a programs. So thank you very much, Sri Venkateswar, sir, for giving a wonderful support for the department. So I'm also thankful to our principal of the college and coordinator of the RUSA 2.0, Professor D. Channappa. Channappa sir is not only the supporting manner in the financial terms, and also is supporting in all the ways. Whenever we ask any support, so you go ahead, don't worry about that. We go ahead and excellent. And also is every day is calling, and whenever I meet through phone, he's saying that the program is going well and wonderful, and I'm getting the feedback from the participants, and the resource persons are good. So like that, he's encouraging every day. Is encouraging me to take this workshop further. And also thankful to my Usha Kiran Madam, Head Department of Commerce. Madam has rightly said that the success of the program on the basis of two things. That is, one is the topics which are choosing, and resource persons. I think Madam knows about that. I met so many times. So Madam, before preparing the program schedule, we discussed with even Usha Kiran Madam also for preparing this program schedule, and I talked to so many chartered accountants and CMAs. CMA Lavanya, particularly CMA Lavanya Madam is supported, and she gave idea regarding that. I'm taking the inputs from our senior professors and the chartered accountants for preparing the program schedule firstly, because as Madam rightly said that head of the department, so that topics and resource persons are more important. As on the basis of that only, I selected the best resource persons, and we designed the topics also according to that. So thank you very much, Madam, for your support in terms of preparing this program schedule and providing the resource persons and other support we are giving. So that thank you very much. I'm also thankful to our Professor V. Apparao, sir, Dean Faculty of Commerce. Sir is also very encouraging to organize such programs. Every day we are in touch, and we are talking about the program. Every day is reminding about the program, and is saying that okay, go ahead and all those things. So sir is very cooperative for organizing any program. Sir is always supporting in terms of words. He is supporting to organize such program. I'm thankful to the Professor Prashant Atma, Chairperson Board of Studies. Madam is not able to join in this program, but she's always encouraging to organize such academic programs. Also thankful to my friend Naresh Reddy, Dr. G. Naresh Reddy, and he encouraged me, and we discuss about all these academic activities and the preparation of proposal and all those things. He supported me to organize such this workshop. And I also thankful to Professor Vidyasagar, sir. Is always I call Anna for the college, and he is always a loving person, and we discuss so many things, and he's always encouraging the for this organization of any program in the college. I thank all my colleagues, Patrick, Dr. Patrick and Shekhar, and all the colleagues from the constant colleges, and for supporting always the supporting of organizing such type of programs. I'm very much thankful to all the resource persons, because this is my duty to name the names of the resource persons in this occasion, the valedictory function. The Professor M. Gusha Madam has taken the 2 sessions in the first day, and our head of the department, Usha Kiran Madam, also taken the session, and Dr. Bo Bhavani, and she has taken the heads of income. A. Patrick, Prithvi, I. Shekhar, Renika Murali, NRK Shastri, K. Savita, Chandrasekhar, Murali. Today has taken Malikarjun Gupta. Like that, even including me and Sandhya Madam also taken the classes, because this is a composition of both academic and the practical sense of workshop. So that some of the academicians also participated. So that we have taken these classes, and these resource persons provided very good inputs to this workshop. I'm very much thankful, because without the resource persons, the program may not be success. So in the particular situation, I am very much thankful to all the resource persons that are providing in this case, because I'm getting advantage in the pandemic situation. So physical, I think these many people may not be attend for this program, and these resource persons also may not be joined. Mostly you are taking from the local resource persons to organize the offline programs. Because of the online program, we are taking the help of the Tamil Nadu and other states as a resource person. They have attended to this online workshop, because and we are not, there is no much difference between the online and offline, because even it is online programs are, it is directly interacted with the resource persons are directly interacted with the participants. So it is just like that a live program. Even offline also they may not be interacted that way, but here in the online program in time, and they approach the participants in the chat box, and directly they ask the questions in this workshop. So thank you very much, and also thankful to all non-teaching staff of the department providing the support. Last but not least, the man behind conducting this online workshop is Venkatesh from Palamuri University. Is the assistant professor in contract, Palamuri University. Venkatesh, can you focus on you? 1 second. Venkatesh.
Highlight, Venkatesh.
Venkatesh, highlight. Yeah. So for the information, because our department people knows that, but Sriram Venkatesh sir and others.
Thank you, sir.
For that, because he is always Venkatesh. I'm very much thankful to Venkatesh, because he is taking care about all the aspects, like from the presentation of the players to the YouTube live streaming. So he is doing, sir. So I agree that there are one or two issues we raised while conducting the program. Like it may be power cut, or it may be internet down at the end of the resource persons and all those things. Because of the help of these Venkatesh and other people, so we are able to overcome those problems, and immediately we separate the program and we conduct the program. Thank you very much, Venkatesh, for providing the.
We all should congratulate and appreciate Mr. Venkatesh.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Because
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Always is the person to supporting me to organize, because without the
Professor Sira Venkatesh also helping, but Venkatesh is technically supporting. Professor Sira Venkatesh is financially supporting.
Yes.
No. No. So it is the university supporting. It is not me, university.
That is what I say.
You are.
Thank you, all the participants also, because one thing I want to say about the participants. So participants are constant. Every day, even it is 6:40 or 7 o'clock, even the resource persons are taking more time also. Participants are listening patiently, and even at that time also they are asking the questions, the resource persons. I thank all the participants who joined in the Zoom and attending this program continuously for 7 days. 7 days. I am also part of the participant, because I am also listening, except 1 or 2 sessions I missed, but I am always sitting in the Zoom, and I'm always listening as a participant also. I learned so many things. So once again, I thank you to all for coming and grace this valedictory function. Once again, I thank you to all. Thank you to all. Over to Sandhya.
Thank you, Ravi sir. Dear participants, thank you for keeping patience. Without your participation, this program wouldn't have been possible, and it wouldn't have been this successful. With this, we come to the end of the program. Thank you, one and all. Please hold on. We will share the consolidated feedback. Participants are requested to fill up the consolidated feedback.
I think guest can be exit. Guest can be exit.
Yeah, guest can exit.
Yeah, all the guests can.
Thank you, one and all.
Participants can fill the feedback and attendance at the end of this program.
So congratulations once again, Dr. Ravi and Dr. Sandhya.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Then really it's a wonderful program. Good luck, and
thank you, sir.
Finally, I request the organizers, please come out with proceedings without proceedings.
Sir. Sure. Definitely, sir.
Definitely, sir.
Definitely. Already you are on the job. Already you are writing every day, and already you are on the job. The only thing is
without white and black, there may be some. Yeah. Good luck.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Video. Venkatesh, you take photo.
Sir.
Video open.
Sir, 1 second, sir. 1 second, sir.
And I was congratulate principal sir, because proceeding already released.
Yeah,
So we are all must be congratulated to the Professor Chennappa sir.
Thank you.
Shekhar sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ravi sir, and thank you, Sunday madam.
Thank you, Naresh sir.
And thank you, Chennappa sir.
To Ravi Kumar.
Thank you, Varanda.
Jasti Ravi
So,
Kumar,
Yeah, thank you.
congratulations, Director of the program.
so congratulations.
Congratulations, Professor Chennappa sir, for the beautiful creation of this center, and you are continuously helping. Thank you for your help.
So
Yeah, thank you.
we must,
Shekhar sir,
we
thanks
must
for
congratulate.
Ravi sir, 1 second sir.
Thank you, Varanda.
Yeah.
Ravi sir,
We must congratulate Apparav sir
second.
also, because Apparav sir also established the center. Is also the person who started RUSA.
Venkatesh, tell me.
Venkatesh,
1 second
over.
sir. Thank you to
Okay.
Ravi sir, and thank you Sandhya madam. And this is Venkatesh, Department of Commerce, Research Scholar, under the supervision of Professor V. Apparav sir, Dean, Usmania University. And also I am working as a assistant professor contract, Parliament University. I am thanking you, Usmania University, to given this opportunity. Okay, I am not feeling any kind of help. It is just repaying what I learned from Usmania University. I am a student from 2007 to 2009. This is, I feel it's a great opportunity to repay my college and my university. Thank you. Thank you. And
Thank you so much, Venkatesh, for all the technical support. Thank you so much.
Credit
Ravi
goes
sir,
to
should I?
Usha madam, also HOD.
Dr. Ravi sir and Dr. Sandhya madam.
Thank you. Thank
Hearty
you.
congratulations.
Ravi sir, should I share the consolidated feedback to the participants?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Venkatesh, if you say photo is over, we can switch off video.
సార్ని పరీక్ష తీసుకోవాలి.
ఇప్పుడు ఆర్డర్ పంపించిన చూడు రవి, నీకు రెడీగా ఉంది.
జస్ట్
ఇంకో కొత్త ఆర్డర్ వచ్చింది.
జస్ట్ స్టార్ట్ యువర్ వీడియోస్.
Yes. వీడియో పంపించండి సార్.
జస్ట్
ఓకే నా స్టక్ అయిందండి వెంకటేష్ ఇది.
ఫోటో తీస్తున్నా వెంకటేష్.
స్టక్ అయిపోయింది వెంకటేష్.
అందరం రెడీ అయ్యేటప్పటికి ఆయన స్టక్ అయిపోయాడు.
వెంకటేష్ స్టక్ అయిందా ఇప్పుడు?
నేను తీస్తాను సార్.
పాండ్య నాయక్ జాయిన్.
ఎప్పుడు వచ్చారు సార్ మరి?
డన్ సార్.
రైట్ శేఖర్ సార్ అండ్ నరేష్ సార్.
Thank you.
Congrats Ravi and Sandhya madam, Ravi sir and Sandhya madam, congrats.
Thank you
And credit goes to HOD madam, Professor Usha Kiran also.
Thank you.
And Principal sir Chennappa. Thank you one and all. All the best. Ravi ఒకసారి ఆర్డర్ చూసుకొని ఫోన్ చేయండి.
రైట్ థ్యాంక్ యూ పాండ్య థ్యాంక్ యూ వెరీ మచ్. రైట్ సార్, మేము కొద్దిసేపు ఉండి ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ లింక్స్ అవి చెక్ చేసుకొని మేము ఇది ఎగ్జిట్ యూ కెన్ ఎగ్జిట్ సార్.
Can I leave, Ravi?
మేడం మేడం మీద అంటున్నా
క్లోజ్ అవుతుంది.
నేను వెళ్ళిపోతున్నాను మీటింగ్ నుంచి.
రైట్ మేడం ఎగ్జిట్ కండి, మీరు ఎగ్జిట్ కండి. థ్యాంక్ యూ. మీరు ఎగ్జిట్ కండి.
Thank you so much, Usha ma'am. Yes ma'am, you may leave ma'am. Thank you so much.
Hello. I am also leaving, Ravi.
Yes sir.
Once again, congratulations.
So this feedback link
Okay,
is
thank you sir. Thank you.
The overall feedback it is saying already responded.
Thank you.
Satyanarayan ఎవరు? P Satyanarayan.
ఏం మరి పార్టిసిపెంట్స్?
Yes sir.
సార్
Feedback. I am P Satyanarayan sir.
Yeah, we'll look into it. We'll look into it.
Yeah, because
sir మీరు
మేడం థర్డ్ సెషన్ లింక్ ఇంకా షేర్ చేయలేదు.
థర్డ్ సెషన్ కి లింక్ అంటూ ఏమీ లేదు. ఫస్ట్ సెకండ్ సెషన్ టుగెదర్ ఇస్ వన్ లింక్ అండ్ దెన్ థర్డ్ సెషన్ కి ఒక లింక్. సో ఈ రోజు ఓన్లీ 2 అటెండెన్స్ లింక్స్ తర్వాత 1 ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ లింక్. ఇన్ అడిషన్ టు దట్ వీ హ్యావ్ అ కన్సాలిడేటెడ్ ఫీడ్బ్యాక్ లింక్. Right? Okay, మీకు ఏమైనా ప్రాబ్లం డౌట్స్ ఉంటే వెంకటేష్ will join back. So please hold on for 5 minutes. Once he joins back, he will clarify.
Okay, thank you, madam.
Hello.
Yeah, Venkatesh, you share the feedback.
Madam, please send the overall feedback link, madam.
Yes,
Whatever
yes, we are sending
sent
that.
is the old one.
Venkatesh.
This is the overall feedback link. If this is not working, then just hold on for 2 minutes. Venkatesh will join back, and then he will help us in guiding
It
us.
is not working, madam.
Okay, so he will help us in guiding. Just hold on for 2 minutes. Yeah, just hold on for a minute. Venkatesh will join back.
Good evening, sir. I'm Ridula speaking.
Yeah, tell me, ma'am. Ma'am, tell me.
Sir, these sessions are really very good, and in fact, it's a boon for CDE students, especially, I can say, because we any which way are lagging with the old syllabus, and these have given us as a bonus offer by the Department of Commerce to all of our students.
Yeah.
We are very thankful to you, sir. I mean, as such, it has come in time. Maybe many of our friends may have told my friends that having knowledge is more important than certificates. And please attend these sessions. And I told them every day to attend the sessions.
Yeah, definitely. We are going to give certificate 100%.
Very well said, ma'am. Very well said.
One thing I am requesting the participant is somebody is not receiving your certificates, you already attended. So definitely you will post me through WhatsApp. Definitely we'll give within 1 day. We will provide the certificates. Don't worry about that. Venkatesh. Yeah.
And sir, the resource persons were really so valuable. That's what, sir. Even if we go in person to the CS, I don't think they may be able to explain to us in detail like this as they have explained. And